is, I guess, kind of forgettable. Anyway, so the couple that got married during the halftime show really did get married. When I was watching it, I thought,
I was going to ask that question. He keeps saying somebody got married. I was like, did they really, or was it just an act?
Well, that's what I kept saying. I was like, is that real? Because you could see that the groom was wearing an earpiece. So I thought, okay, he's just part of the show. It's part of whatever they're singing about, right? Because I didn't know the lyrics, but I thought, okay, this can't be real. But it turns out it actually was real. And it sounds like that couple, you know how sometimes couples will take like a long shot and invite a celebrity to their wedding? Well, they invited Bad Buddy to their wedding.
Oh.
And he in turn said, I can't make it to your wedding, but I can get you married during the Super Bowl halftime show.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, so they actually did. There was a real officiant there on stage, wed the couple, so it was an actual ceremony. They did, in fact, get married.
The officiant was what was the guy was hearing in his earpiece?
That's what I'm guessing now, is that he had the earpiece so they could actually hear what was being said. Like, do you say I do?
Please speak up?
What was that? So that's kind of cool. Interesting to see. A Highland Park police officer was hospitalized on Sunday after 2 police cars crashed at the intersection of Hamilton and Glendale. Don't know exactly what caused the crash, why the 2 police officers did crash, but the officer was injured, taken to the hospital as a precaution for a minor head injury, according to the Highland Park police. Man, this whole saga of Savannah Guthrie's missing mom just continues on. And now her family, they continue to plead for their mother's safe return. Over the weekend, Savannah released a video message on social media that basically said her family is willing to pay to secure her mother's safe return. And it sounds like these abductor, whoever it is, demanding $6 million. They were demanding it by 5 p.m. on today's Monday. Today. And then you see that the investigators are back at Nancy's house searching her septic tank.
Right.
Do they know that she's alive?
I don't know that. I mean, I don't. I don't know that anybody really knows.
Well, that was a concern. She's an elderly woman who has very specific medication. And
that's like vital to her.
Yeah, and it's been
survival.
Over a week now.
Yeah, I think it's been like 8 days, maybe 9 days today. I don't know. It's pretty crazy. So we'll see what happens if this is something that actually goes through where they're going to pay these abductors and Nancy will be safely returned, or it's just wild that it has continued on and on and on. Brad Arnold, a founder and lead singer of the band Three Doors Down, died on Saturday, 9 months after disclosing that he had kidney cancer. He was only 47 years old. So in May of last year, he revealed that he'd been diagnosed with advanced stage clear cell renal carcinoma, and it had spread to one of his lungs. Three Doors Down did cancel their planned 2025 summer tour because of his illness, and he obviously just passed away, according to a statement from the band. He passed peacefully, surrounded by his loved ones, including his wife, Jennifer. Valentine's Day, right around the corner, and it could be a day not just for your significant other, but maybe for your significant lawnmower in your garage, because Natty Light just announced that they're releasing lawnmower lingerie.
Oh.
Yes, for Valentine's Day, and they're calling it Lawn Lingerie. So they say it's a, quote, frisky set of intimate apparel for lawnmowers, featuring a lacy, silky protective cover to keep lawn care equipment looking extra sexy and ensure your equipment maintains its cutting edge. It's all a gimmick, of course, but people I'm sure are going to want this. You can't actually go online. I'm sure somebody will.
I don't think they will.
I don't
sure
want to be seen
will.
in my front yard.
No, you don't wear
with
it.
a brassiere on my lawnmower.
Brassiere. I think you just.
Have you seen the photo?
You cover your lawnmower.
Yeah, I know.
While
it's not
sitting
for the
in the
people.
garage.
Oh, so it's.
Is this it?
Yeah, it's all gimmicky, but what they're doing, they're giving it away online along with a new lawnmower or a lawn.
Dudes are going to put like frilly lace on their lawnmower.
It's a sexy tarp to put over your lawnmower so it doesn't get
lingerie.
dirty.
It's just funny. It's silly. It's goofy. They're giving it away along with a new mower.
I'll take the new
there you
mower.
go.
Okay? On Instagram, Facebook, social media. Go online.
You don't want to put it there.
That's Heather with the news. Overreact Jim's next, 97.1.
Hey, America's favorite place to watch all sports, especially now that the big game is done. We've got some basketball. We got hockey, got the Olympics. You can view it all at Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of their massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen located at Circa Resort and Casino. It's in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. Hey, if you're looking for a place to work out, there's no better place than Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet, and that means each and every one of us. It doesn't matter if you're a fitness expert or if you're a newbie to the fitness world, you always got a reason that you need to work out, and mine is I want to be able to play with my kids and eventually grandkids. And here's the other thing. I don't like working out alone. And I'm able to go with the Black Card membership, which means I have unlimited guest privileges. It also means I have access to every single Planet Fitness that there is in the country, let alone here in Metro Detroit. So there's always a Planet Fitness near you, and you can take somebody with you. And here's the other thing. Right now, their base membership, it's $1 down, $15 a month, and you get the first month absolutely free. There's a lot of different reasons to like Planet Fitness. I've labeled a couple of them. You can find more information on the web. Find your nearest club and join today in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness.
round out the hour with some of your texts, take a couple phone calls, and then we'll get into how this impacts the Lions. How far away are the Lions from doing what Seattle just did? Text says, guys, hear me out. Walker did not deserve the MVP. My MVP was Seattle's kicker. 5 field goals, Super Bowl record plus 2 PATs. That's 17 points. He only missed 7 kick attempts on the season. He's automatic. Give credit where credit's due. James in a car. John, I'm sure you love the idea of the kicker MVP.
Well, we've had a kicker be the league MVP before. That was Mark Mosley for the Washington Redskins. And trust me, when I was there, he'll let you know that he was the MVP of the league every single time he introduces himself to you.
How did I never know about this? What decade was this?
Well,
in?
you didn't have to live in Washington and see him on a regular basis.
What decade did the kicker win league MVP?
Oh, it would have been 80s. Would have been one of their Super Bowl seasons.
Did he kick like 10 game-winning field goals at the gun?
There was something like that.
So I thought you were going to tell me this is like back when kickers were also quarterbacks, and I'm like,
no.
I guess, maybe.
No, and Moses is a good dude, but he just had to lead with, hey, I was league MVP, which I guess maybe I would too. I mean, if you're gonna be league MVP,
I guess. Do you think that he should have won it last night?
Myers. No, I thought it was Kenneth Walker. I thought he should have been the MVP. He was the only offense that they had. He's the reason that they got into field goal range. And if he had hit a field goal over 50 yards, maybe I would say, okay. I mean, he was at 33, 39, 2 at 41, and 26. You should be automatic from there.
Chip shots.
So Michigan State finally got its Super Bowl MVP.
Yeah.
Tom has 5.
Oh, boy, here we go.
Doesn't Desmond have one too?
He had the kick return touchdown in the Super
for
Bowl.
the Packers. Yeah.
Guys,
Charles?
I don't think Charles was ever a Super Bowl MVP.
I don't think so. He played in a bunch of them.
Yeah.
Guys, Trent Dilfer, the real winner last night, because now people can use Sam Darnold as Exhibit A for being able to win a championship without a Super Bowl quarterback.
Debatable. Yes. Who is the worst Super Bowl winning quarterback?
Guys, K9 got snubbed on the Heisman, but now he's Super Bowl MVP. Go Green, Matt and Flint. Can we agree that the NFL and Goodell said we're going international regardless of what fans think or want with the selection of Bad Bunny at halftime?
Say that again?
It says, can we say the NFL's going international regardless of what fans or players want or think?
Oh, yeah. Goodell has already said he wants 16 international games a year. And I don't necessarily mind the international games. I just don't, as a former player, if I had to go to Australia, I don't care if it's week 1, week 18, doesn't matter. That's too far.
Look, they're a $1 billion entity, billions plural. They got to grow. And they're trying to grow. Where's the area? I mean, they've got football cornered, and they've got the market pretty well cornered here in the United States. So, yeah, they're going, hey, can we play a game in Germany? Can we play a game in Madrid? Can we Australia? Can we make our Super Bowl halftime not a regional artist in the United States, but the most streamed artist in the world? Like, it's all business.
Oh, we're gonna play a soccer game at halftime now to try and get that crowd. Like, it's. I understand why the NFL is doing it, and I'm not going to argue it.
Right.
But I don't have to like it.
Let's get to Michael in Berkeley. Michael, good morning.
Well, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
What's up?
Well, I was going to comment on the halftime show. You're kind of hitting the nail on the head roundabout way with expanding football to the international crowd. The amazing thing about Bad Bunny is his popularity in the mainstream. He's a salsa artist. How he's gotten marketed as something other than that is amazing to me. He's won these Grammys. I'm a professional drummer, and I've gone to Cuba for 15 years, and I'm fascinated with salsa and Cuban music, and that's what I was trying to do. But somehow this guy has marketed himself to the mainstream. I wouldn't say it was the greatest choice for a Super Bowl audience. It's a very select taste. And I don't speak Spanish either. It's funny, one of you were saying, half the songs, I don't even understand the words they're saying anyway. That's never fascinated me about that music. It's the rhythm and the drumming is just incredible. But I do want to say one thing. One thing that went under the radar, I don't know if you guys talked about it, whoever that guy that did the national anthem did a stellar
Yeah.
job.
Charlie Puth.
That was a stellar rendition.
Yeah, he
And
crushed
I would
it.
say it, yeah. And another great one that I thought maybe was the best one yet since then was Chris Stapleton. And I'm not a country artist, but the way, you just play with it a little bit, but not too much. And they're in that sweet spot. And he did a great job. And I would say as memorable performances, Justin Timberlake did a great job.
Well, I was just going to say, like,
Great job.
whether
For halftime?
Yeah.
he's saying in years past, whether someone's your genre.
So they had
or-
the boob issue.
Well, he's done it a
He's
couple
done it
ones.
a couple times.
Oh, yeah.
He did
Okay.
it
One
more
better than
recently
the other, I
in
think.
Minneapolis. I was just saying, like, whether someone's your genre or not, I think you could appreciate, like, someone who puts on a show.
Sure.
Like, that's how I viewed it. I took Spanish in high school. Do you think I remember any of it? I had no idea what he's singing. At the same time, it was a show, right? Like, there's a tempo, there's the production. I mentioned he got people married. There was a clear unity message, even though I didn't speak the language. It was pretty well clear. This is, hey, we're trying to bring people together. I mean, what was on the football, Heather? It was something
It
like...
said "Together we are America."
Right. So, yeah, I could read that. That was in English. But you don't have to have it be your genre just to be like, yeah, man, guy put on a show.
When Charlie Puth went up there, did anybody tell anybody else that was in the room with them the Stoney story?
Charlie Puth.
Yeah. I had to tell the kids, at least, because as soon as they said his name, I started laughing. And they're like, why is that funny? I'm like, well, it's not unless you heard Stoney announce him as Charlie Puth.
Talking Lions, how far away next? 97.1.
The headlines from Super Bowl 60 are, of course, the Seahawks defeating the Patriots 29-13 for just their second title in franchise history. Former MSU running back Kenneth Walker was the first running back to be named MVP since 1998. Sam Darnold threw for 200 yards and a touchdown with no picks, capping off a 3-game playoff run with 0 turnovers. And the Seattle defense sacked Drake May 6 times and forced 3 turnovers in another dominating performance that was reminiscent of the old Seattle Super Bowl teams. With the NFL season over, the Super Bowl odds are now out for next year already. Seattle is, of course, favored at plus 750 on FanDuel. The Lions check in at 8th on the odds list at plus 1,600, tied with the Chiefs. I'm not sure what was more exciting yesterday, the Super Bowl or the Waste Management Open out in Arizona. One of the first big golf events of the year went to a playoff after Hideki Matsuyama bogeyed the 18th after sculling a fairway bunker shot. Matsuyama then drove it into the water on the first playoff hole as Chris Gotterup sank a 20-foot birdie putt to take home the $1.7 million prize in the People's Open. As we look ahead to today, the Pistons are back in action tonight. Yesterday, they signed guard Danish Jenkins to a standard contract, promoting him off his 2-way deal. The agreement was for 2 years and $8 million, the largest single-season conversion in NBA history, says Michael Scotto of Hoops Hype. The Pistons face the Charlotte Hornets tonight on the road at 7 o'clock right here on 97.1. Our pregame coverage starts at 6:35. Also, Olympic action tonight. You can watch some Michigan athletes at 1:20 in figure skating or at 2:40 in Team USA versus Switzerland women's ice hockey. At the Global Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1theticket or Odyssey.com.
Super Bowl's in the books. If you stayed up for the whole thing, you saw a dud. But, John, how does it affect us? What about our Lions? How far away is Detroit from doing what Seattle just did, winning the Super Bowl?
Detroit could be there this coming football season. And it all depends on, is Brad Holmes willing to operate an offseason? It doesn't have to be a complete 180 from how he's done it. We still want him to draft well, but you're going to have to address some positions, center in free agency. I'd like to have a veteran center. You're going to have to address the defensive front because you're going to have to stop the run. And I don't want to sit there and hear everybody talk about, well, Al-Qadim Muhammad had double-digit sacks. That's great. It all comes down to how quickly can you get there, but can you stop the run as well? Because if we could stop the run against Pittsburgh, we might have had a chance. We might have been in the postseason.
Yeah, you have to say they're capable of doing it in a year. They can do it next season. Seattle was 60-1 long shots. They brought in embattled loser Sam Darnold on his 5th team. We got Jared Goff. We got a guy that gets MVP votes at quarterback. That was 1, 2, or 3 in the league in yards and touchdowns, and a guy who's more than capable. Yeah, you could do it in one offseason. Seattle just did it in one offseason. Nobody saw this coming. They went from a 10-win football team to a Super Bowl champ. Can the Lions go from a 9-win team to the Super Bowl champ? Yes. But the lessons you learn are, you're right, John, it's not just the nucleus you draft. DeMarcus Lawrence was a player they added last year. Mm-hmm. We could have the edge conversation if you'd like, but it's really about making sure they have impactful free agents. And I think center makes a lot of sense for Detroit. I think it's a lesson to look at what the D-line has done in back-to-back Super Bowls. A front four that gets home and wins. Think about it. They can play 2 high safeties, stop the run with their front, and get pressure with only 4 guys getting to the quarterback. I mean, I think Mike Macdonald's a really good defensive coach, but man, is that a DC's best friend or a defensive head coach's best friend if I go, I can play 2 high and they can't run it, and I can bring 4 and drop coverage and get home anyway?
Yeah.
I mean, that's... Some of this is, sure, do they need a true 3-down guy opposite Aiden? Yes. It's also, hey, Aleem, live up to the contract. Next year, you're going to be removed from that ACL injury, and you better look like a game wrecker. Tyreek Williams, we didn't draft you in the first round to just stop the run. You're going to have to be a force on all 3 downs and take a big step next season. These things have to happen, or they're not going to have the defense Seattle does. They're not going to be able to win with Jared Goff, and we're going to be having the same conversation again.
Right. And I mean, again, I don't know how many times I'm going to say this offseason. This will be one of many. The offense wasn't the biggest issue. Did we have problems with the offense? Yes. You couldn't protect Jared Goff. You couldn't run the ball like you did in 24 or 23. But it was still a top 5 offense. You've got to find a way to get stops. And then on the flip side, it will help your offense with better field position, with being able to get some stops. And then that high-scoring offense is actually going to outscore teams. That's where this team needs to take the biggest jump, is defensively. And when I say a different offseason, I talked about free agency. It can also be trades. But it can't just be draft day trades. No one is more aggressive on draft day than Brad Holmes. I think it's 13 trades on draft day. But you're going to have to address some positions in free agency with quality players.
Yep.
You're going to have to address it with trades, and you're also going to have to stop taking developmental guys into 3rd and 4th rounds. Those guys aren't paying off.
Think about what John Snyder did for Seattle. He won the Super Bowl with the Legion of Boom. He drafted Richard Sherman and Cam Chancellor and Earl Thomas. He built that team, Russell Wilson. He drafted that nucleus. Now they're all gone. And he's done it again. And he drafted the nucleus, right? JSN Offensive Player of the Year, Kenneth Walker, the Super Bowl MVP. Devin Witherspoon, who was their best corner all year, and they used him in a couple big blitzes, and he blew the game open. He drafted the nucleus of this football team. Byron Murphy, who plays in the middle of the defensive line. But then he traded for Leonard Williams. He traded away DK Metcalf. Mm-hmm. And they ended up using that in the draft, and they got Eamon Wari, the safety, who was kind of a linchpin chess piece of what they did. They went out and paid free agents at quarterback, a big check to Sam Darnold, at edge rusher, and DeMarcus Lawrence. Brett Holmes has done half of the work, maybe more than half of the work, really, but he's got to finish. And that's what this offseason becomes about, because the Lions can. I firmly believe what you said, John. They can win the Super Bowl as quickly as next season. Mm-hmm. Let's get to the phones. Let's get to Edward. You're on 97.1.
To win the Super Bowl next season, they're going to need a magic wand, and they're going to need a magic wand to change what Jared Goff has been, not just as a Lion, but as a Ram. I'm going to continue to remind everybody that Jared Goff was not traded from the Rams because he sucked. He was traded because their expectations is Super Bowls. They won them before him, they went to one with him, and they won after him. So here in Lions land, thankfully for him, that's not our problem, because our standard isn't Super Bowls.
I would disagree with that.
Edward, should we give Seattle a call and see if they're willing to swap Goff for Sam Darnold? Well,
I know this. Jared Goff had 9 turnovers the last 2 years when we needed to win football games. Mm-hmm. Darnold just outplayed Stafford and May, the 2 MVP candidates, on their way to the Super Bowl by playing clean football. Goff has been a turnover machine in crunch time. That is our issue. Our defense stunk at 15-2 with Jared Goff playing clean football. He shows up and he's a different guy versus Washington.
In
Minnesota?
23, should they have been playing in the Super Bowl because of Jared Goff?
Well, I mean, did Jared Goff play better than Brock Purdy? Did he outplay
Yeah, I think
Brock
he did.
Purdy? I know
I'd have to pull
Brock
up the
Purdy
numbers,
had
but I think
48
so.
yards rushing.
Oh,
He
okay.
had
So we'll turn
48
this into a
yards.
mobility contest.
Again,
You started
yeah.
talking about playing clean football.
Well, I mean, I saw Darnold make a guy miss an open field in crunch time yesterday. You have to be able to move. The point is, if you want to win in Lions land, Goff has to be something that he hasn't been for 10 seasons. And it's indisputable. He turns the ball over in playoff games when you need a clean game. So you want to talk about Darnold, you want to talk about Daniels, you want to talk
Edward.
about Purdy.
You would be surprised to know that Purdy actually turned the ball over more than Jared Goff in that NFC title game.
I understand that, but 48 yards rushing, mostly in that second half.
Oh, I know. He was
broke the
killing
back
him
of the
on
line.
third downs. I can remember
Is
it,
that not
dude.
a defensive issue versus a Goff versus Purdy issue?
I would think so. Look, no one's defending Goff's play against the Commanders in his last playoff game. And I'm not going to defend the way he played on Christmas Day.
No.
But I'm going to – come on. I'm going to defend the guy if we're going to talk about, well, Sam Darnold did it, but Goff can't? That's the conclusion that guy reached?
I mean, that's Jared Goff is good enough. This offense is good enough. You can make it better. You can solidify that offensive line, but it comes down to you have to address both lines of scrimmage. If you do that, you have a chance to get to the Super Bowl next year.
Yeah, we do realize Darnold had one touchdown in their first playoff game, a blowout. He had one touchdown yesterday while they were already up more than a score. The NFC title, he played very well, but John, he had chances to put it away in the fourth quarter and didn't. Their defense got the big stop late. And I'm not saying this to tear down Sam Darnold. I'm just trying to point out that the bar to clear for Goff isn't as high as this guy makes it out to be if you build a good football team.
Yeah, I mean, you look at some of the passes where Seattle's trying to put the game away yesterday to Cooper Kupp, where Darnold just it doesn't throw it anywhere near him.
Yeah.
You know, he makes a cut, and he's under a little bit of pressure, but he can't put it where a guy with unbelievable hands can catch it.
I guess if I'm going to put it this way, the takeaway should be about the Lions beefing up the defense, not that they don't have a good enough quarterback. It's a really bizarre spin from the phones, but we'll re-roll. Stephen Hartland, you're on 97.1.
Hey, great topic, guys. I got two quick comments, one about the Pistons and the Knicks and the other one about the Lions right now. I think, without a doubt, Brad Holmes, through free agency trades or draft, because I know he's draft heavy, we got to get that offensive line in order because that's what I know we're good last year with Goff on offense. We can make them better. And then the second part is we got to work on the secondary. And then I think the Lions would be legitimate contenders next year.
Yeah, it's an unknown at both safety spots that I think makes you go, hey, we got to be better at the line of scrimmage so we don't have to ask those guys
to do as much.
Yeah. What was your Pistons
Yeah, because
point?
I don't know about Joseph and Arnold. I don't know if those guys are going to be there. I think Arnold's going to be out for a while. Isn't he even?
Oh, he should be back next
No,
year.
all right, Terry and Arnold will be back. It's Kirby Joseph that everybody is really.
What, John, couldn't that even be almost like a career-ending type thing for him?
We're concerned about it, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what specifically the injury is. And so it's a lot of speculation on our part.
Okay, and the last thing is, you guys were talking about before the top of the hour, the Pistons darn near beat the Knicks last year, and I watched these games. I follow them. I'm following the Pistons very close, and I'll tell you what, Brunson is good. I wouldn't call him superstar or whatever. The Pistons would take out the Knicks, and I would guess 4-1 games, and I don't see anybody out of the East. Now, I'm not going to talk about the West.
Right.
OKC lost, a day or two ago? I don't care about them that much right now. The Pistons will come out of the East if they continue to play the way they are, and stay basically injury-free. That's my opinion on the Pistons, and I can't wait to watch tonight because I'm going to be watching that as much as I did the Super Bowl last night.
Yeah, because Super Bowl versus Pistons Hornets, I mean.
Yeah, one's not quite like the, not
What are you
supposed to be
talking
like
about?
the other. Yeah.
I got them held up as equals, John, just as excited.
Yeah. Maybe we can watch Pistons Wizards again.
248-539-9797. We got a bank of callers. People want to talk about the Lions. How far away are they? Seattle was 60-1 long shots. They just won the Super Bowl. Tell us how far the Lions are. It's 97-1. Get to the phones. How does this impact the Lions? How far away are they? Seattle goes from a team who missed the playoffs a year ago. They added a QB cast-off in Sam Darnold and overcame long shot 60-1 odds to win the Super Bowl. So why can't the Lions do it next year? Now, it's not just going to happen if they roll out the helmets and bring back the same roster. But, John, there's a clear takeaway. Seattle can play 2 high safeties and stop the run because of their front. Mm-hmm. Seattle can get home with 4 and drop coverage on passing downs because of their front. We know the Lions need to make sure the offensive line is solidified. But, John, defensive revolution in football right now, the Lions' front has to be better. We're talking defensive line has to be better. And some of that is, hey, Aleem's got to play up to his contract. Tyleek's got to develop in year 2. Aiden's got to deliver. And they have to get another guy who can play not just situational pass rushing downs, but an every down guy to help those dudes so you win with 4.
And last night was an old school game for Seattle. It was win the rushing battle and play good defense.
Yep.
Kenneth Walker, MVP, and a defense that, what you should have done was make the entire defense the MVP.
Yeah, look, it's a blueprint. Like, we got a texter who says, so because Seattle put together a one-off run with a mediocre QB, any mediocre QB can win it? That's lazy, guys. No, it's a blueprint. This blueprint's worked before.
Yeah, it's not the easiest way to do it. Would you rather have a star quarterback like Patrick Mahomes and a good defense, which Kansas City has done?
Yeah. But the key here is I don't think Goff's mediocre. I think Goff's better than Darnold, so you need to give Goff less help than Sam Darnold.
Goff has all the help he needs in regards to the weapons that at his utilization. The issue is you can't fully use some of those weapons because your offensive line has degraded.
I'm just talking team-wide. I think to win a Super Bowl with Darnold, you have to give that roster more love than you have to with Goff. So, in theory, it should be easier for Detroit. Now, they're going to have to restructure some deals. They're going to have to use that cap space effectively. And no one's saying that it's just snap your fingers, flip a switch, Lions are celebrating a Super Bowl next year. I'm not telling you I'm predicting it. But the idea that the Lions are far away when we just watched Seattle do what they did, I refuse to accept that.
Yeah, it's an opportunity for this team and for Brad Holmes to operate an offseason differently. He's drafted, Dan's developed, and Brad has re-signed a lot of that talent. All right, so you've done you've laid the ground floor. Now it's about how do you complement this roster, and you're going to have to do it with free agency, trades, while still mastering the draft and getting some contributions from 3rd and 4th rounders versus, hey, maybe this guy will develop in a couple of years.
Yeah, less projects.
Yeah.
Let's get to the phones. We've got Elliot in Allen Park. Elliot, good morning.
Good morning, fellas. I'd like for you guys to correct me where I'm wrong in this statement I'm about to make. With the second pick of the draft, we took Adrian Hutchinson, which was a no-brainer, okay? But remove him from the list. And the one area where Brad Holmes has proven to not have an eye for talent is defensive line. Look what he's done. He's taken Anzarike, Pascal, even Aleem McNeil he paid a lot of money for, but what has he done? He's moved up in the draft to take the great Broderick Martin, Mekhi Wingo, and then he goes and gets DJ Reader. What have these guys done? We need a defensive line. Philadelphia proved last year in the Super Bowl what a front four does. Yesterday we saw what Seattle did with their players. We could have had Leonard Williams. We didn't go for him. We could have had DeMarcus Lawrence. We didn't go for him. So, removing Adrian Hutchinson, what has Brad done with the defensive line?
Not enough.
Not enough. And Aleem McNeil, before the injury, not a lot of people were sitting there saying, well, you shouldn't pay him. He earned his new contract. Now he needs to recover. But I think you're right in regards to maybe his evaluation of the defensive. He's thrown resources at it in terms of the draft.
Just hasn't done a good job.
But if your evaluation of those players coming out of college isn't paying off, then go get a proven commodity through trades or free agency, somebody that's performed at the NFL level that you can count on to come in here and perform at an NFL level.
You use the word proven, and that's the emphasis because the vet that he has brought back 2 straight years is Marcus Davenport. And it has not proven that guy can play healthy, good, 17-game plus season football. So
you just can't count on him.
No. So if you go to free agency, might I recommend not Marcus Davenport?
Oh, I would agree with that.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Let's get to Jim and Frazier. Jim, what's going on?
Hey, how you guys doing? Hey, I wanted to tell you, I just heard this guy, I don't know, it was about 10 minutes ago, came on and just, you can't win a Super Bowl with Goff, and you can't, and I sit and listen to these people constantly, and it really irritates me because due to the fact that they never have a solution. Let's get rid of Goff. Let's get rid of Goff. Well, who do you want? Do you want Fields? How about Murray? We'll trade for Murray from the Cardinals. Who do you want? And that's the problem that I think most people, when I hear these people, then I say, okay, you want to get rid of them? That's great. They never come up with a solution. Never. And it irritates me because there's so many and you know as much as I do, there's not many good quarterbacks in this league. There really isn't. There's a lot of bad quarterbacks in this league. And do you want to grab a rookie and you want to start over again? So I get tired of these people ripping Goff. It drives me crazy. And if Darnold can win a Super Bowl, Goff can win a Super Bowl, it's not Goff's fault. You have an offensive line and defensive line that needs to be improved in the offseason. You can't win Super Bowls with the lines that we have right now, the offensive and defensive lines. You can't. And it's not Goff. It just proved yesterday Darnold can win.
Right.
If Darnold can win, Goff can win. That's simple.
No, and that's a good point by you that anytime anybody texts or calls, it's not like they roadmap the alternate path. Okay, Goff is a statue. He's a stiff. He's a turnover machine. He wets himself under pressure. Okay, great. He stinks. Now what? Let's say you make that determination. I'd love to see someone show their work and follow through. So you can cut him and eat an absurd cap hit, rendering the rest of the offseason useless. Don't want to do that. So what's the path? Draft a guy and bench
at
your
17,
$70 million cap hit quarterback?
At 17?
At 17, so you're not have access to the top guys. Well, I could trade several firsts to move up and take a QB I like.
That's a gamble.
But now what's my offensive line in front of him?
Right.
What's my defensive line on the other side? I'm burning through precious resources to try to do what? Find the unicorn quarterback?
Well, Kyler Murray's mobile.
Okay, John. 248-539-9797. Hey, Kirk Cousins might still want to play football. Yeah, you're not doing that. The point is there aren't good quarterbacks readily available. They require great risks. And those risks you're more willing to take when you're starting a rebuild, not when you're a team that had 15 wins a year ago, played in the NFC title the year before, and still has a very young core nucleus that you're trying to win with right now. Goff's good enough. I used to fight this battle, John.
Yeah.
I'm on the other side of it now.
You're a reformed.
I'm a reformed Goff hater.
Uh-huh.
I've seen the light, and I think that fans who are still stubbornly hanging on to their early Goff impressions got to recognize he's good enough. Darnold is. Beef up the trenches and go chase a Super Bowl. A text points out they're 8th in odds to win the Super Bowl next season. It's not some long shot. Right. For the Lions to be right in the mix again next season.
Is it better than 60-1?
Yeah, John, it's better than 60-1.
Okay, because the team that was 60-1 to start this season just won the Super Bowl.
Just won the Super Bowl. Didn't even make the playoffs the year before. Let's get to Brennan in Westland. You're on 97.1.
Hey, gentlemen. So one thing I feel like isn't talked enough is the Lions changed the recipe. I feel like the staff became Jahmyr Gibbs fanboys, and we got way more Sonic this year than Knuckles. So we start pounding the rock, we're going to start winning more football games.
Well, I don't necessarily disagree with that. I think there was a better ratio between Sonic and Knuckles in 23-24, but I also think that you had a chance to get impact runs from Montgomery because the offensive line was better in those seasons. You need somebody that can just simply get to the outside and outrun everyone or make a lot of guys miss because of this offensive line, and that's not David Montgomery. He's going to run through you.
Right, and I've heard the argument he could have softened up more defenses, but what you would have been saying is behind this line, I want more 3-yard carries. Yeah, if you want to make your offense less explosive.
And then try and convert on 3rd and 5 every time with Jahmyr Gibbs.
Right. And Montgomery's still a good back. Like, he ran for 4.5 yards a carry last year, but I believe Gibbs was a full yard per carry better. It's hard to take that guy off the field. That's why when we had Campbell on it, he joked, yeah, I'll do whatever you want. It's not an easy decision.
Right.
Because I don't want to discount The ability of just hammering away at a defense and chiseling away at a front, because it doesn't always show up in the stat sheet, but it matters. But at the same time, those are runs that were going to be less fruitful behind this line, while Gibbs is sitting there pacing the sideline, and we know he's one carry away from being in the end zone at any point in the game.
It's a combination that works best behind an offensive line. And I'm not even going to argue that you need a top 5 offensive line. I'm not going to argue that Seattle's offensive line, they're a top 10, but they're not in the top 4 or 5.
It's not like a special group.
No. And so you've got to be able to run the football, but more importantly, you have to be able to stop the run. You have to be able to apply pressure to opposing quarterbacks, and that's where this team needs the biggest influx of talent.
248-539-9797. We got open lines. We've talked a lot about the Super Bowl today. Commercials, halftime, all of it. We'll revisit it at the end of the hour. We're talking about the Lions. We're making this about us. How far away? It's 97.1. Get right to the people. How far away are the Lions from doing what Seattle just did? Super Bowl champs. Let's get to Dale in Washington Township. Dale, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How's it going?
Good.
Hey, so I just wanted to give my 2 cents. I don't think it's as much of a personnel problem versus a coaching problem. You saw exactly what happened when we lost Ben Johnson, when we lost Aaron Glenn. We've got the talent on the team. Jahmyr Gibbs, Jamison Williams, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Penei Sewell, Aiden Hutchinson. We've got the guys that we need. Heck, I'd even say we have just as a talented team as Seattle. But really, it's our coaching issue. We go and hire Petzing from Arizona. I mean, who is this guy? We don't get Mike McDonald. We go with Kelvin Shepard. I truly think that it's more of a coaching issue, and Dan Campbell wants to hire his friends and not proven commodities in coaching.
Well, I mean, in Drew Petzing's, defense, he's also been interviewed as a head coach, hired. So there's a lot of people that think highly of him in regards to what he's been able to do in the NFL to this point.
So, Dale, I'm with you to an extent. Like, Drew Petzing was not Dan Campbell's buddy. They weren't best buds. They had never coached on a staff together. He likely got him on a recommendation from mutual connections. But Petzing ran a top 10 offense for a year in the Cardinals. And here's the thing I liked about it. Beyond how many wins Arizona had, do the schemes work? What was his area of emphasis? Running the football and explosive runs. Well, what do we want to see the Lions do to help round out the offense? Get back to running the ball effectively and get some more of those explosive runs. He made sense from a higher standpoint. Where I think Dale had a point, though, is we've only seen those infusions. The brain trust got an upgrade on the offensive coaching staff. We have not seen them upgrade the brain trust on the defensive staff. And that doesn't mean you had to fire Kelvin Shepard, although I had discussed, hey, if there's a better DC out there, be cutthroat about it, make the move that's necessary. But, John, it didn't have to be we're replacing our DC. You could do what they did on offense and add a Kafka to support your new OC. They could have added a more veteran defensive mind, and still could, I suppose. But watching two great defenses make the Super Bowl, your stat, 8 of the top 10 defenses all made the playoffs. Defense wins championships. We're highlighting defense. John, why not upgrade the brain trust to help Kelvin Shepard unlock what they already do have on defense?
And I'll go back to it's the Jimmies and Joes. You've got to be able to have guys that can win one-on-one matchups. You've got to have guys that you can rely on that when you have to have a play made, they're the ones making the play.
I'm not going to fight you that I think the players are more important than the coaches. I mean, as great a coach I think Mike McDonald is, the guy who just won the Super Bowl with Seattle, it's a great luxury to be able to play 2 high safety and still stop the run. It's awesome to only have to bring 4 and drop 7 into coverage. Like, it'll make a smart coach look brilliant.
Well, and again, I don't want to take away from what Sam Darnold did. Don't want to take away what Mike McDonald did. But what Mike McDonald did wasn't genius. Now, there were things throughout the course of the year where he's dialing up blitzes and different schemes and different things that he's doing to mask everything. But last night, it was a very basic defense that dominated New England.
Let's get to Tony in Key Largo. Tony, good morning.
Good morning. Getting to the Goff matter again, and the contract and the general manager and the solutions that everybody says, well, what do you propose for a solution? I got a solution. I got an answer for that. You get a different general manager. You don't pay a guy $50 million and then corner yourself to where he's a $75 million cap. And you guys keep sticking up for him and saying, well, he's going to be sitting on the bench. Well, if he's as good as you guys have been saying he has for the last 4 years, there should be teams screaming. My answer is you trade both of them to Cleveland, because Cleveland will take these 2 guys off our hands, both Brad Holmes and Jared Goff.
Okay, so then who's your quarterback next year?
Like I said, you get a general manager. It's his problem, not the fans. That's a stupid question to ask, John, anybody.
Oh,
it's not
thanks,
our job.
Tony.
It's not our job.
No, but everybody likes to say, well, get rid of him. If you're going to give the solution to start with, hey, get rid of him, then why not come up with a solution to replace him?
We'll trade him off.
If he's that good, any other team.
Okay, well,
Tony,
you're
it's not
so
even about
brilliant,
that.
Tony. You're so brilliant to say that. Well, the first solution is to get rid of him. So you're willing to make that decision, but you're not willing to make a decision or come up with a solution to replace him. You could do half the work, but you can't do all of it.
Like I said.
Well, it's not your job to replace him. It's not your job just to trade him.
Yeah, Tony, it's not your job to trade him. Here's what people don't understand, Tony. If you trade Goff, and I'm not claiming there's no market for him. There would be a market for Jared Goff. There would be teams lining up to take Jared Goff.
Is that the old guy that told me to step up earlier?
I don't think so.
No.
Do we still have that drop? There it is.
No.
John, if they trade Jared Goff, he has a dead cap hit of $63.8 million. Does that make sense to trade him and immediately accelerate that cap penalty?
No.
No, it doesn't, because how am I adding all these good players? What they're more likely to do...
But find a GM that can work with that.
Yeah, just do witchcraft. Here's the thing. If they restructure Goff, which they are almost certainly going to do, they're going to have a much lower cap hit for the upcoming season. John, we were speculating they could get this into the 30s. You kick that money into some of the non-guaranteed years, and all of a sudden, there's the money to add my center. Or I could trade him, have no quarterback and no center. Boy, that sounds brilliant. If only we could get a GM as brilliant as that.
Yeah.
I don't even understand I feel like we've reached a point where we are more critical of Brad Holmes, but then you get people like that are like off on their own island.
Yeah.
Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, this news is brought to you by Fusion Energy. So let's talk Olympics a little bit because that's been on all weekend. It's on right now. I don't know if this is live because this is some of my favorite. The ice skating, the figure skating, the ice dancing is events that I love to watch, and that was definitely watched over the weekend in our house. Team USA captured the gold medal in figure skating after the Quad God. Are you guys familiar with him?
No.
He goes by the nickname the Quad God, Ilya Melinin.
Does he have huge legs?
No, but he does quad. No, no.
Never
he does a
skips
quad
leg day.
axle. Yeah.
Yes.
I thought that was Saquon.
Right.
Well, he delivered a must-win free skate on Sunday. He broke the tie with Japan, propelled the Americans to repeat as Olympic champions. So team got the gold, which is pretty cool. He did pull out his signature quad axel. He landed a backflip on one leg. The U.S. finished with one more point than Japan, who took silver. Italy took bronze. Also fun to watch the Michiganders, the ice dancing Michiganders, Madison Chalk and Evan Bates. They set up the U.S. for victory with first place finishes in both rhythm and free dance in those two portions. So that was fun to see.
Speaking of the figure skating, did you see there's a guy who has a Minion-themed routine?
Yeah, it took him forever to get his music approved because I believe licensing and things
copyright.
like that. Yeah.
Huh. I didn't see that.
Storylines galore in the skating.
All over. So it's been 9 days since Nancy Guthrie was reported missing, and her family is continuing to plead for her safe return. Over the weekend, Savannah released a video message saying that she and her family are ready to pay the abductors.
Yeah.
So apparently they're demanding $6 million in Bitcoin by 5 p.m. today, if this is all legitimate, right? Because there's been those fake ransom notes already.
Right. They arrested somebody.
Somebody's been arrested.
In California.
Investigators are continuing to search the home of Nancy's other daughter.
Right, the sister
Annie.
and brother-in-law,
Yeah, apparently they've been taking photos inside the home. They're also searching the septic field at Nancy's home.
Hopefully it's just to find clues.
I hope so. Good gosh, that would...
Yeah, it's disturbing.
Yeah, very disturbing. And there's still a $50,000 reward being offered, so Yeah. Speaking of rewards, I don't think there's a reward yet, but police in Warren are searching for a woman who stole a tip jar full of cash from a restaurant, from Mr. Miguel's Grill and Cantina. The woman you can see on surveillance video. She walks right up. It looks like a typical transaction, paying for her food. She's got her to-go bags, and then along with the bag, she just swipes the tip jar, tries to hide it under her coat, and takes off. The tip jar was full with about $30, which goes right to the hostesses, who are typically teenagers who work at the restaurant. It was right when the hostess went to the kitchen to place a food order that the woman swiped the tip jar. So the owner of the restaurant is hoping that this woman will just show up, return the money, and say, you know what? My bad. I apologize, and then life would go on. So most likely that's not going to happen, but that would be the best case scenario.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, talking more about how far away the Lions are. We'll mix in some of the big storylines from the Super Bowl, commercials, halftime, and more. It's 97.1. What do you think we're talking about today? Of course, it's the Super Bowl. The game? Kind of a dud, John. People calling it the worst Super Bowl ever. Need to remember we've had some pretty brutal Super Bowls, but this certainly wasn't any good. You didn't have any drama. It wasn't competitive. You didn't have a touchdown scored by either team until the fourth quarter. And, John, I really thought today you were going to sell me that this was a defensive chess match, but you surprised me.
Genius on both sides of the ball? No. It's a very basic game plan for Seattle. Yeah. And it was, hey, let's let the four guys up front control the line of scrimmage, and we'll handle everything 5 yards past the line of scrimmage with the other 7.
Got it from there. So the game, I mean, nothing really to dwell on, but the Super Bowl is more than the game. You've got all these Super Bowl parties. I hope the food was at least good wherever you were at.
Oh, the food was great where I was at.
I know you sent us that photo, those bacon bombs in the oven. You had the halftime show and you had the commercials. And look, I think whatever you thought of the halftime shows, there was something for everybody. I watched Bad Bunny. I know it's the cool thing to do to hate on Super Bowl halftime shows. I thought it was good. I thought he brought some rhythm, some vibes, some positivity. I don't speak any Spanish, but yeah, I could pay attention, and it was a show. I thought it was a good show. The commercials.
What was your favorite?
I liked the Budweiser Bald Eagle Clydesdale one, where they're playing Freebird.
Yeah,
and the eagle's flying
he
over
jumps over the tree, and it
looks like the horse has wings, and then the guy's shedding a tear and sun's in my eye while he's standing in the shade.
Yeah.
That was great from Budweiser. They've done a few of these now. It's not new. The Uber Eats football is food.
Yeah,
but I like the McConaughey and Bradley Cooper one, and he shows them the stadium and he says, "It's a juicer, Brad." I like those.
Yeah. That one was fine. There's been some ones leading up to the Super Bowl between those two where I'm like, I can't watch this. But it had nothing to do with the Super Bowl commercial. The one I liked the most was the one that was for prostate cancer. It was Bruce Arians and the tight ends. Yes. And at the end, they unclenched the tight ends, which I thought was hilarious. And what was even funnier for me was my kids are sitting there going, why is that funny?
Yeah.
And I didn't want to sit there and talk about the old way they used to do prostate exams. Where is the prostate? It's a part of your body. all the conversations you don't want to have with a 16 and 15-year-old.
Commercials you liked? Halftime thoughts, Heather?
I liked the Dunkin' commercial, the Goodwill Hunting one. I know you didn't particularly like it because of the AI, because everyone looked so young, right? It was like but that's what I loved. It was like very nostalgic. It was all the shows that I used to watch growing up in the 90s. So it was fun to see those characters all come together in one ad. I thought that was probably my favorite commercial.
And Jennifer Aniston's line at the end was perfect.
It was great. I liked that. It's funny. I need to go back and rewatch when I can focus on them, because with the kids running around, like I saw the one you talked about, but I don't even think I really saw it.
The tight ends one?
Yeah, to appreciate what it was. There's other ones I remember, like the...
Did you see the Pringles one? With the Pringles guy driving the car?
Carpenter?
Yeah. I was like,
Yeah, it's just okay.
That was a miss for me.
Yeah.
The only other one I really remember was the Owen Wilson one, where he learned Spanish from Sofia Vergara for the World Cup.
Oh, okay.
Where he went and...
I remember that one.
It was cute. It was cute. He couldn't figure it out, and then he goes.
I didn't realize there was anybody else in that commercial.
Yeah, it was. That one was kind of cute. Otherwise, I remember weird ones. Like there was the one with all the clumps of body hair.
Oh, that was terrible.
Yeah.
I forgot about that. Oh,
what was that one for?
Manscaped.
Yes, that one, because Emily commented on it, because all the little clumps of hair with the eyes, and that one. Yeah, I remember that.
What was Emily's comment?
Yeah, Daddy, do you have that much hair?
Just look at that. I don't know. It was just like, what is that, Mama? Look at that. It was just it caught her attention.
The clumps of hair made me almost gag.
Yeah, that one was. I remember it.
So you mentioned some funny ones. There was one that was a little more sappy. That. What is that from?
That is a play she did.
John, I thought you would have picked this one, but I thought this was cool. They did the one from the NFL about coaches, and it was like a motivation with superheroes.
Oh, I don't think I saw it.
I thought that was a pretty cool one, too. It was like a more positive message about like coaching and mentor figures in people's lives. It was an NFL commercial.
Okay, seems like it would be right in my alley.
Yeah.
No, and that's the thing is the game was so blah that I actually started, like at halftime, I was helping Lisa clean things up. I was still watching the TV when the game came back on. I was watching, but I wasn't invested. And then, the commercials aren't something I really care that much about, but I would like to have seen that one.
Heather, thoughts on the halftime show?
I thought it was good. I enjoyed it. I obviously didn't know any of his music. I never followed him before, didn't know what he was saying, but I can appreciate the show for what it was. It was not my favorite, but I thought it was good. It entertained me. The kids were up dancing to it. It was all right. I didn't mind it.
Yeah, I went in blind. I didn't know
any video
of
of kids dancing?
Because I was just enjoying the moment. They were up there spinning around in circles and jumping. That's basically what their dancing consists of, is just spinning in circles.
Look, I could be a Bad Bunny too.
Yeah, it's just spinning around and around.
Like, did you know any? I didn't know any of his songs.
No, I know nothing. I watched before over the weekend. I was like, okay, let's see who he is. Like, I knew nothing about him. I watched some of his appearances, like interviews on late night shows, but I'd never heard his songs before, but it was all right.
No, I know there was some apprehension, like going in, and like that there was an alternate Super Bowl option for people who felt a certain way about him. I thought it was a super positive show. I don't know every word he said. Obviously, I can't translate it, but just like the visual of it, you're getting a couple married. There's unity. He's talking about we're all American, and he's got Puerto Rico, his hometown. So he's showing.
I liked how he paid honor to his culture throughout the entire show.
How about when and I don't know the backstory, but the little boy watching and he hands him the Grammy. Is that kind of like, hey, I was once you, and you could grow up to be?
Was that him, or was he just being an inspiration? It was cute. I liked the Gaga, and I liked Ricky Martin. I wanted more from Ricky Martin. Like, I wanted some of the stuff I listened to when I was a teen.
The song Gaga did.
I did want a little Live in La Vida Loca. Like, I was like, he's gonna do it. He's gonna do it. And he looked great. Like, it took me a minute to is this Ricky Martin?
Is it wrong that I knew right off the bat, that's Ricky Martin?
You did? Okay.
Really?
So I had heard that he might show up, so I kind of knew in my head it has to be, but he looked good. Like, it didn't.
My first thought after that was, is Gerardo next? Are we going to see Rico Suave come out? Because that would have really made it great.
So I liked him. I mean, I liked it. It was fine.
Yeah.
That's
Boys,
all I got.
Carson Anderson coming up.
What's up?
What's going on, guys?
After the Super Bowl.
Yep.
Here we go.
Yep.
Off season's here.
Should be day after the Super Bowl. Should be a Sunday.
No, we're
should be Super Saturday.
Supposed to trade the quarterback, fire the GM.
Oh, you heard some of those guys coming in?
Oh,
my God, dog.
Look, I think the weakest argument somebody can say when they say something as bold and as boisterous as that is to then say, it's not my job.
Right. Yes.
Dude, if you're going to call for somebody's head, then, okay, you're going to step up to the plate like that. Give me a hint of where you're looking at then, because if you're not going to do that, then
give us a better option.
And you're a complete wuss. That's just a chicken blank way out of things when you say it's not my job to come up with the next solution.
It's my job to bitch. I don't have to provide any answers. Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
Well, hello, good morning, and welcome to the Carson Anderson program. I am Doug Carson. That is Scott Anderson. How are you today, Scott?
I'm just fine, Doug. How are you, more importantly?
Good. I'm feeling much better. Thank you very much. Last week was kind of touch and go, although Friday was already a scheduled day off.
Yes,
so I
did tell people that.
I was sick on Wednesday. Well, I really started to come down with it on Tuesday and Tuesday's show, but sick on Wednesday and worked Thursday, and then already had the scheduled day off Friday. And it was Mark Ryan in. Thanks to Mark for filling in, and got a kid college visit over the weekend. So we were.
Oh, how'd that go?
It was good. Fact finding mission. You know how these things are. There were some things that went haywire on the trip that maybe we'll get into the details. Probably the most unique thing though was spending the first half of the Super Bowl on a plane yesterday, watching the game on a plane.
Oh, my.
Yeah, which is, I mean, look, it's a great way to fly because you're just totally engaged in the game.
Yeah.
But it was also the first experience, like watching a big game on a plane. So got that, literally landed right before half and was home for the third quarter. So it was it worked out reasonably well. And, boy, that first half was something, huh? Look, it's funny. The immediate wake of every Super Bowl is to probably overreact to how the team that just won the Super Bowl, how they won the Super Bowl is exactly how your team's supposed to do it, right? I mean, everybody says, well, here's the formula. Seattle executed the formula perfectly. And there is a formula. Like, I do think Seattle did something very smart, but I don't know that it's anything that anybody can try to mimic. You can try to mimic it, I guess, but
Is that the best secondary in football?
Well, the all-22 would be really revealing because you don't always see what's going on downfield, but you can kind of tell by Drake May's lack of when you hit the back foot of your drop and the ball doesn't come out. And then you're working your way through your progressions as the pocket collapses. That tells you something of what's going on that the all-22 would reveal, and that is Seattle's secondary dominated that game. They dominated that game, and the all-22 would be able to show it. But, that's all part of the nuts and bolts, the X's and O's of the game, and my biggest takeaway. So I agree with you. Seattle's secondary is awesome.
Yeah, they're very, 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 very good. And, they've got some players there that we really coveted as Lions fans going into previous drafts. Devin Witherspoon being the number one guy. Remember when he came out, we're like, this is the guy. And I think the Lions thought that's a guy, and they couldn't get him. Mm-hmm. They weren't drafting high enough to go get him. So it was unfortunate. Nick Manwari, another one that just you're like, damn it, that's really good. I remember Byron Murphy being another guy on the defensive line that we had talked about. And it's just it's they might have the best GM, not just in the NFL, but in all of sports. I mean, the guy he keeps putting together and rebuilding teams and doing it in a way that's incredibly competitive and finding guys throughout the draft. But now that they're hitting on their top draft picks and then picking up quarterbacks from the scrap heap and just getting it done, it's impressive what they have been able to accomplish. And congratulations to the Seahawks for winning the Super Bowl. It was a really, really nice job, and maybe ushering in welcoming in again the era of defense wins championships, because it wasn't the offense.
No, I don't. I plant flags and stick with those things, and I think that might have been a product of New England's offense too. Like I want to. Seattle deserves credit, but I've been very dismissive of the Patriots leading up to this Super Bowl, and thought Seattle was going to win, and talked about the Patriots' path. Patriots are a good football team. My dismissiveness of them is steeped in frustration over the Lions' lack of luck. And I'm taking it out on New England, who did have a very easy regular season schedule. You have to earn it in the postseason, and even in the postseason, they got some breaks. They
certainly got a break in the AFC Championship.
Exactly, and even
though Stiddy's great,
is he? So their defense was the story of the game yesterday. Across the board, the top teams that competed this year, there was a slight lean towards the offense, but there's no doubt that the last two teams on the final day, their defense sent messages in Philadelphia and Seattle. I think this one might be a little bit of a product of a way underwhelming Patriots offense. But that's my theory, is that the Patriots benefited from what was put in front of them. And I'm not mad at them. It is mostly steeped in frustration about the Lions' lack of getting some breaks. And a Patriots organization that didn't need any breaks historically. They've had a very, very good run. It's been good to be a Patriots fan. They did get some breaks. Now, with that said, they took care of business, and credit them for that. I don't want to turn this into Doug hates the Patriots, but it's, I thought they got a little bit, it showed yesterday. I'll just say that. As far as Seattle's brilliance, I mean, their GM, John Schneider, pulled off the modern-day Herschel Walker trade. The modern-day Herschel Walker trade was Russell Wilson to Denver for 2 firsts, 2 seconds, a 5th, Noah Fant, Shelby Harris, and Drew Lock. And if you look at what those draft picks produced, okay?
I'm glad you have it, because the rest of it wasn't all that special. But
it's not.
The draft picks got to be.
The draft picks, the 2022 first rounder they got from Denver, they took Charles Cross, the starter, the left tackle of their offensive line, cornerstone of that offensive line. With the 2023 first, they took Witherspoon, cornerback, one of the top cover guys in the league. He's a star. Then with their own 2023 first, they took Jackson Smith and Jigba, offensive player of the year. With the 2023 second rounder they got from Denver, they got Derek Hall, who had 2 sacks yesterday for their defense in the Super Bowl. Now, Fant got released. Their 2022 second, they took Boye Mafe, who's not great. Shelby Harris got released. But there's a reason why I've often stated that the draft is no scientific formula, but historically, if you follow the teams that have crushed the draft, there is a through line, and that through line is often simply more draft picks.
Didn't they also take Kenneth Walker in the second round?
Yes, but not with any of the picks.
No, not with those picks, right.
Yes,
but with their own pick.
And neither was, I guess, Jackson Smith and Jigba, but he was the NFL Offensive Player of the Year. And yeah, their drafts have been very good. John Schneider crushed it. That's the modern-day Herschel Walker trade. And it was right, by the way, when Russell Wilson started his decline. Like, he traded him at the perfect time and got maximum value. He got prime Russell Wilson return on post-prime Russell Wilson.
And they also didn't have the quarterback, because then they go with Geno Smith, who's good but not great, right? But had some great games, particularly against the Lions, but he's not a great quarterback by any means. Mm-hmm. Then they restart all over again by picking up Sam Darnold and believing in Sam Darnold and saying, well, that 14-3 record with Minnesota wasn't really a fluke. We can do that with him here. We've got offense around it. And they were able to just pick up that offense, do what they had to do. I mean, they didn't win the game last night because of their offense. They won the game because their defense was outstanding. And Kenneth Walker had a few monster plays, and they just took advantage of the fact that they were going to make these short field goals and played a field possession game. Their punter was outstanding.
Yeah,
they didn't shoot themselves in the foot by making stupid penalties or just bad mistakes. I mean, they protected the quarterback for the most part. And look, the passing game wasn't really an issue. It wasn't a factor, I should say, in the game. They did a great job. It was an impressive game. And that's why I say that I think that John Schneider might be the best GM, not just in the NFL, but maybe in all of sports.
And look, I think the Lions pulled off one of those trades too, right? I mean, the Matt Stafford trade has been, now the difference between Stafford and Russell Wilson is Stafford hadn't peaked and started his decline. Russell Wilson had. And I mean, that's a historic trade that set up Seattle. And they've done very good things around it. You mentioned Darnold, Kenneth Walker. There's more to it than just that. But that was a real kickstart to what they did. And the Lions did the same thing. And the Lions set themselves up to compete. What the Lions have done, I can't say this enough, it hasn't been good enough. It's been really good, but it hasn't been good enough. But the foundation is there. The question becomes, do they have that next move to put them over the top? And we'll go into another offseason, and certainly there's much debate here. I guess one of the things we want to know from the people today is, does that Super Bowl, Seattle winning it the way they did, does that strengthen your resolve in any way that makes you believe even more that the Lions need to do something, whatever it is, like you watch Seattle win that game and you go, I go back to what I've said, or maybe you watch New England lose the game, or whatever you've taken away from this postseason. Is your resolve strengthened in any way?
It's interesting you phrase it that way because, I mean, if New England had certain things, it would have been a much closer game and it could have gone the other way.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. And there's no doubt about that. And one of those things stood out and really impacted the game. We will get to all of that coming up, but we want to know from you, watching this, does it make you think, hey, no, this is exactly what the Lions need to do? Or is this game sort of irrelevant? Because there's multiple ways to get there. 248-539-9797. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, open lines. Oh, Champ and Chump. We do Champ and Chump every Monday. Well, our Champ and Chump nominations today at 10:35. We want yours. Who had the best weekend and who had a weekend that stinks should be called out. It's what we do every Monday here on Karsh and Anderson on 97.1. Sam Bernstein Law has been respecting Michigan clients for more than 50 years. Respect means treating you like family, not a case. They offer honest advice and a fair fight because that's what Michigan deserves. Get the Bernstein advantage. 1-800-CALL-SAM. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, 248-539-9797. Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox, and we want to know, look, did anything that you saw in this NFL's postseason leading up to the Super Bowl strengthen your resolve? And I think this is one of the things that happens after every championship is, okay, our team needs to follow this template. And it's probably overplayed. I'll just give you one thing that's so minor. It really is minor. And actually Kang pointed it out this morning, so I don't want to take, but it was his observation. And that is Charbonnet blows out his knee in the San Francisco game, but they got two running backs there, obviously, and nobody had more than 6 carries. No running back had more than 6 carries the entire postseason run other than Kenneth Walker. I really hope they can hang on to David Montgomery. I think the Montgomery Gibbs thing is really, really important, but it may be a cap thing, and if they don't have David Montgomery, they have to replace him. But they have 2 really good backs there. Kenneth Walker obviously had a huge day, but at the end of the day, you got to that's one minor thing that it's just a reminder. Don't go into next year with Jahmyr Gibbs, Sione Vaki, and Craig Reynolds.
I really like David Montgomery as a runner because he runs hard. He's sneaky faster than you expect him to be, but he gets the tough yards. The guy always falls forward. He blocks extraordinarily well, and he also catches the ball in the backfield. But it's those last 2 things I mentioned that really give him the value. It's because he blocks and because he is a guy who can catch out of the backfield. But if you're going to clear up cap space, that's a way to do it. And this year's running back class, I think, is pretty good in terms of the college guys coming out. These aren't guys you have to take in the first 3 rounds. There's going to be guys you can take in the 4th round. And I don't think the Lions have a 3rd round pick, but they're the 2 running backs from Penn State, we'll keep bringing up. I think both of those guys are really good. And the running back from Indiana is awfully good as well. And then you're going to find other guys throughout that are just good players. And I think I'm not terribly concerned about getting that second running back if they have to let Montgomery go. But you'd like to spend the resources of a draft pick somewhere else other than running back, I guess is the issue that I have. But we'll see. We don't know how much cap space the Lions have because right now they're in cap space hell. Right now they still don't know the decision from Taylor Decker if he's going to come back or not, and does that create another hole on the offensive line that they have to fill? We don't know how they're going to get out of it, how many contracts are going to have to restructure, and what the actual number is they have to work with. But, it's February 9th. So free agency starts in a month, basically? So they're going to have these answers soon. I would expect we hear something in the next week or 2 from Taylor Decker, wouldn't you?
I would hope so. I mean, if they've learned from anything with the Ragnow thing is don't get caught off guard. And, it might not be fair because I think players throughout the offseason, I think what happened with Ragnow, and one of the reasons why the announcement came so late, is his body wasn't responding. He went through the offseason. It's time to get ready for the coming season, and his body simply wasn't responding. And he said, I can't do it. But that's, your employer has to know. They have to know if they are going to be able to, count on you for the coming season. I think they got to make sure that they have a real clear picture of what Taylor Decker's going to do, because either A, that frees up a bunch of cap space, and it also B, would free up, would add something that they need to address. And so, that's something that needs to get sorted out. Probably number 1 on the to-do list. Maybe they already know, but I think you're right. I think they got to find out about Taylor Decker. As far as the running back position, yeah, I mean, I feel like that position is really, really good this year. And in terms of the draft, and I completely agree with you that you can get a guy outside of one of the top 2-3 rounds that could be helpful. But the bottom line is, going back to Montgomery, I hope they can work. I hope whatever they need to do, the cap space, they can work it out so they don't have to cut him. I really like David Montgomery, and that's a big question.
And he made comments last week. He wants to be here, and I think he's all excited about the new offensive coordinator that's coming in here because of the running game they were able to establish for the short time he was in Arizona. I mean, one year they had an outstanding running game, and it wasn't all Kyler Murray. A lot of it was James Conner had a really good year. So it's got to be exciting for the running backs and the team to see the new OC come in, and that's what he wants to do. Moving forward, he's going to want to run the ball. You want to be part of that.
Yeah, when I mentioned that to you this morning, Doug, it's obviously because I like David Montgomery a lot for this team. I think he provides a ton of value. And the fact that, obviously we saw Kenneth Walker have to carry much of the load because of with Charbonnet, getting hurt and all. But I also, every single year, I feel like everybody says this. You can always get a running back in the draft. I don't even care. I don't even have to look at the 2032 draft to tell you that there's going to be a running back that can help teams in the second, third, fourth, fifth rounds. That's why people were in such uproar when they drafted Gibbs in the first round. Yep. Okay. So to me, yeah, you can get a rookie running back, but that's a rookie running back. I trust David Montgomery a lot more than any rookie running back in this class. I'll tell you that right now. And I really hope they find a way to make it work. And as far as what I learned, Doug, from the Super Bowl, I learned that everyone today is going to overreact to how to build a Super Bowl championship. Right. And it's about complementary football. Like the Seahawks, yes, their defense is clearly fantastic. They also had to score 30-plus points to beat the Rams to get to the Super Bowl. Sometimes you lean on your offense, sometimes you lean on your defense. So what I learned is know your identity and embrace that identity. The Seahawks was defense mostly this year. That was their identity. If the Lions is, hey, we're going to put 40 on you every day, yeah, lean on that. But then, like I said, complementary football. The defense is going to have to step up at certain times in the game or certain weeks. And that's how the NFL works, So whatever your identity is, lean into that. And that's what I think will get you the furthest. And I think it was Seattle did.
Feedback coming in here to the Carson Anderson inbox, 248-539-9797. The Seattle trade on them a Super Bowl because they were smart about it. The Stafford trade net the Lions nothing. Brad Holmes is just average. That's the big difference. I don't know what the Seattle trade on them maybe got them a Super Bowl is what he meant. I wouldn't say the Stafford trade netted the Lions nothing.
I don't know how you could ever say that.
It hasn't produced as much. Not as much.
A Super Bowl, but it totally changed this team around.
These have been the best Lions teams of our lifetime. So you can say it produced nothing. It hasn't produced the mountaintop yet. We all get that, and that's not good enough. Brad Holmes has to get him over the top. He has to find that next move that gets him over the top. But to say the Stafford Goff trade netted the Lions nothing, I think is completely dismissive. I mean, I guess if you have a black and white binary system of judging things, you're a champion or not, then okay. But there's a lot in between those two things, isn't there?
Yeah.
I mean,
you got to build it up there. And look, I think that the easiest, people will say it's an excuse. I really don't care because I think this is the button I pressed for the last 2 years. They were devastated by injuries. Mm-hmm. It killed their chances.
But you have to find a way.
Just like you would say that, hey, why didn't Kansas City win this year? Devastated by injuries. Why isn't Cincinnati been able to get back to it? Devastated by injuries. You can't ignore it and say it's not a factor.
I mean, look, did Denver have their chances hurt when Bo Nix went down? It sucks, and you still have to account for it. Brad Holmes needs to find a way to build up better depth with this team, keep adding to the depth so that the injuries aren't as costly in the future. But to say they netted him nothing, I mean, I don't know what this person does for their line of work, but is your line of work, in your business, are you the best in the country at it, or are you just successful? Because if you're not the best of the country at it, you're nothing? No. They have had success. Not good enough, agree. But to say that has netted them nothing, I think is overly punitive, or who has higher standards? This guy does. 248-539-9797. I'm getting called out. We'll get to that today at 10:32. Champ and Chump votes are coming in. My champ of the weekend is the kicker from the Seahawks. My chump is Dan Campbell. Hey, Dan Campbell, kicking field goals can win you the game. I'd have to go back and look at all those situations and see. My guess is Campbell would have gone for it more than Mike McDonald did, but Campbell.
I think that's pretty safe to say.
Campbell is got to look at how he's doing things and decide what he can do better. I don't disagree with that.
Well, I mean, the first field goal is a 4th and 7, at the 14-yard line. I think they're going to kick the field goal in that situation.
Yep.
That's safe to say.
Yep.
Second field goal happened on a 4th and 14 at the 21. They're going to kick that field goal. The third field goal ends up being a 4th and 3 at the 23 with 11 seconds left. You're probably taking the points. So that you end the half at 9-0. Then you get a field goal in the second half, 4th and 9 at the 22. No, they're kicking that field goal. And the last field goal they get was 4th and 4 at the New England 8 with 5.5 to go.
What was the score?
And the lead was 26-7. I think that one they probably go for it.
From 19 to put them up. If they kick the field goal, go up 29-7 to go up 22 points.
Yeah. It's just because
the only one that I question whether or not Dan Campbell would win for it is the first one. I think he might have gone for it on the first
4th and 7?
Yep. I think he might have. I said might have. That's the only one I think he might have.
And I think the only one I think he might have would have been this last one at 4th and 4 with 5.5 to go. But yes, if you kick the field goal, it's 20. You're up by 22. It's 3 scores.
248-539-9797. Champ Michigan State hockey team. Chump Lindsey Vaughn. 41-year-olds don't go downhill. Well,
oh boy.
Yeah, that was a. It's a sad end. And also, I mean, I'm not going to say predictable, but
you want me to say it?
Go ahead.
And a predictable.
I don't know. Didn't she clip her pole? So it had nothing to do with her knee, but.
Or you could say 41-year-olds do go downhill.
Yeah, a little sense. Yeah.
Point.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Okay. Feedback coming in here, and this is me getting called out. Is Doug ready to admit defense still wins championships in the NFL? Not based on yesterday. Not because the defense didn't win it for Seattle. I think that it's worthy of consideration. I thought last year's Philadelphia run was more indicative of a defense winning it for a team than this year's Seattle run, because I think yesterday was more reflective of New England. And I don't want to turn this show into New England was a fraud, but yeah, the defense on that day won Seattle the championship. I think New England benefited greatly from their path. And I I don't know how we can't turn this into New England as a fraud for me admitting that. But you know, if we come back next year and another team primarily uses defense to do it, I'll probably move off my position that offense wins championships in the NFL. I just thought New England was way outclassed. And I think if Seattle needed to, they could have scored more points. But I think the game plan was centered around, we're going to shut them down. They're not going to be able to throw on us. I mean, one of the most telling statistics, Gator, is Jack Andrade, who is a researcher for the NFL, Next Gen Stats. attributed 14 quarterback pressures allowed to Will Campbell in the Super Bowl. He is the left tackle for New England. The most pressures allowed by any player in a game this season, including playoffs. It was the worst game a left tackle had all season long when it came to protecting the quarterback.
It was so noticeable.
I'll give Seattle credit for that, sure,
Yeah, but it was so noticeable how bad he was in that game. It was frustrating as hell. I'm sure for Patriot fans to see Will Campbell constantly beat in every way possible. You want to go around him, you want to go through him, you want to go inside. Doesn't matter. You're going to beat Will Campbell. That was awful. But here's what both of these teams had in the regular season. They were both really good defensively. Seattle led the league with giving up only 17 points a game. New England was fourth, and they gave up just under 19 points a game. So, yeah, I understand New England's the schedule. I don't think it was good either. I'm not going to blow smoke up your channel and say they played great competition. They just got through it. They beat who they had to beat. I mean, it was a last-place schedule. It worked out well for them. It happened to be a perfect storm where every great quarterback in the AFC was hurt, or you just didn't get things done because a kicker missed a field goal. I mean, this was the year that Buffalo should have gone, and they didn't because the kicker couldn't make the field goal at the end, and it cost the coach the job and a whole bit. But nonetheless, New England got there. New England's a good football team. Were they the best team in the AFC this year? Probably not, but they did what they had to do to get there. And one of the reasons they were able to get there was because their defense is so good. Seattle, their defense is outstanding, and that can't be. I mean, I'm not going to look past it. And I know you're not looking past it because New England's not great offensively, but New England's good enough offensively. Drake May had a hell of a season. He was runner-up for the MVP this year, and Seattle just did it. Now, I would agree with you that lately, like over the last 10 years, if you want to make the argument that offense has been more often than not winning championships than defense, that's fine. But I think last night's one night that you can say definitively.
The defense, they built a game plan around their defense dominating New England, and they did. And I think it was a very smart game plan. You do what you had to do. You don't do anything. You don't call plays and put together a game plan to prove a point. You do it to win a game, and that's exactly what they did. These were two top 10 defenses going against two top 10 offenses. And, I went through and highlighted all the playoff teams, and 7 of the top 10 offenses were in the playoffs. 6 of the top 10 defenses were in the playoffs. That's not really definitive either way. These were balanced football teams, Seattle and New England. And, I think New England, I look at New England's offense. Total offense, New England ranked third in the NFL. And again, I kind of throw this year out because I think New England had such an off-the-charts, relatively easy path through the regular season to build up these things. I'm really being dismissive of New England, and I can't help it. But because
I think let me help you out. We give New England a little bit of credit here.
Mm-hmm.
If New England's defense weren't as good as they are, that would have been a complete blowout last night. We would have seen a 40-something to nothing game, and it wasn't because they held them to field goals. I mean, how frustrating that had to be for Seattle to have to settle for 41-yard field goal after 41-yard field goal after 29-yard. I mean, these were short. The kicker wasn't tested.
Mm-hmm.
All these field goals were easy enough to make, but they couldn't get the ball in the end zone until finally they found, Varner for the touchdown pass to get him in there. Or Barner, sorry, for the touchdown to get him in there. And, they got helped out also because all momentum was gone. You get to the third quarter, you're starting things off in the third quarter for New England, and they get screwed on a 4th and 2. They're going to punt the ball. Seattle jumps offside. They don't throw the flag. If they throw the flag there and give New England another possession, like they should have, is it possible if New England scores, it's a totally different ball game? Because it was 9-0 at that point. Had they come down and score, now it's 9-7. I mean, look, it's a big if.
Do I think it makes it a totally different ball game? No, I think Seattle wins anyway.
I don't know. I believe somewhat in momentum, and I think that could have changed things, but it didn't because they didn't get the call, and we'll never know.
Feedback. The game made me believe two things. One, Goff is absolutely good enough to win a Super Bowl. And two, I don't think we win a Super Bowl unless under this regime, because they haven't shown they can put together a defense, especially the defensive line. When I always say that Brad Holmes has done very well, and I love him, and I think he's doing a great job, but it's not good enough. These are some of the things that show up. Is on the field, the Lions defense has to complement the offense. Oh, more than they have. More than they have. They haven't done it enough. You got to play some complementary football. You have to get better on that side of the ball. I've never believed that your defense can suck and your offense is good enough, you'll win it all. I've never believed that. I just think in the last decade, if you go back and look historically, it's the offenses that have carried teams to Super Bowls. And on that day, it was not Seattle's offense that carried it to them. But I've given my reasons why. I do agree that that is something that Brad Holmes needs to address, and he needs to do a better job with depth. When guys get hurt, they can't have the dramatic drop-off they've had, which is hard because they don't have as much cap flexibility as they've had in the
They may
past.
have to redo the entire defense with two exceptions, the exceptions being Jack Campbell and Aiden Hutchinson. Beyond that, they may have to redo everything because, unfortunately, guys have not shown the ability to stay healthy, and it's devastating to this team and in really critical positions, particularly when you look at the secondary, when you see these two safeties that were on the verge of being Pro Bowl, all pro safeties, not just Pro Bowl safeties, all pro safeties, like really great safeties. And now they both have serious injuries that it's devastating to that. And you look at the corners that just cannot stay healthy. And it's like, what's going on? And then the defensive line, you think you got it with Lee McNeil. He suffers an injury, comes back, and he's a shell of what we saw when he comes back for the whole season last year. He was just not that productive for half the season when he came back. He just wasn't all that productive. And when you take a chance on a DJ Reader up front, and his best days are behind him clearly, and that doesn't work out. And you the draft picks you put in there for the middle of that defensive line, and they haven't worked out. They may have to do a whole makeover on their defense in the next year or two.
All right, our champ and chump. My champ of the weekend is John Schneider, the GM of the Seattle Seahawks. For the reasons we've mentioned, we've talked about the trade, the Russell Wilson trade that got him all those draft picks and produced all those good players. Additionally, the Kenneth Walker pick, the Sam Darnold signing. He's done an unbelievable job. And as you said, it might be the best in the sport. He's my champ of the weekend.
I gave it to Scott Harris, the president of baseball operations with the Tigers. He got it done with the surprise signing of Framber Valdez. Will he still cook before the regular season? We're going to see. But for now, the Tigers might have the best 1-2 punch in pitching in Major League Baseball.
My jump of the weekend is this new TV setup, the way it's trending for the Detroit Tigers. According to Awful Announcing, the reporting is that the Tigers baseball on TV this year, if there's no local TV package, may happen, and that may happen. We might still get a local TV package sorted out, but you have to subscribe to MLB TV for $150 a season and subscribe to ESPN Unlimited, which is $30 more a month. It's behind a double paywall as it stands right now.
No.
And that would be brutal. Read the story on Awful Announcing.
I'll have to read the story because I thought there was a different element to that, but oh boy. My chump, the Patriots offensive line. They were truly offensive, got the quarterback sacked a near record 6 times. It would have actually been 7 and tying the record, but they credited that sack interception pick 6 thing instead of being a sack. It's just a pick 6 when clearly it was the 7th sack of the game. You mentioned earlier about the problems that Will Campbell had with allowing 14 pressures. Just absolutely positively pathetic. Drake May had no time to throw, and the running game never got on track for the Patriots offense.
248-539-9797. Get your champ and chump votes in. Champ and chump of the weekend brought to you by Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights. It's Carson Anderson on a Monday here on 97.1.
Hey, we all know how brutal that these mornings have been, and with the temperatures dropping into single digits at times, your furnace is working overtime. So don't wait for a breakdown in the middle of the deep freeze to find out that your system simply can't keep up. Whether you need an emergency repair or a high-efficiency upgrade, the experts at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling have you covered. Now, they've been keeping me and the rest of the community comfortable for years with fast, professional service that you can trust. So whether it's your furnace or your water heater, your boiler or water filtration system, schedule your appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1, 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump, get those votes in. Champ and Chump of the weekend. We're also talking about, is there anything in this postseason that strengthened your resolve that this is indeed what the Lions want? Without overreacting, I think a lot of people are looking at this saying, yeah, you got to have at the very least a complimentary defense. Now, some people are saying defense still wins championships. I don't believe that's the case, but that's my belief. And I think this game yesterday and this postseason was a little skewed because I think New England had the ball bounce their way in more ways than one.
Well, I think you have to be pretty damn close to elite in either offense or defense to have a chance at winning a championship.
Yep.
The best teams are going to have a little bit of a balance for sure, but they're still elite in one level. And both of these teams statistically for the regular season were close to elite in both levels.
They
but
were both good
in defense.
Statistically good offenses and defense.
Yeah.
Do I think New England's was a little inflated? Yes.
But look at the championship team. Seattle's defense is awfully good.
Yep.
Number one in the NFL. So you can look at that and say, can the Lions do it that way? Because if we're going to look at the Lions and say, and many people already have, well, this proves that Jared Goff can win a Super Bowl because Sam Darnold just did. If you're going to believe that, okay, then if you're going to look at the Seattle model, what do you got to do? You got to improve the defense.
Yep.
And then you're going to have to promote the guys from within or hope that you develop the guys already on the team somehow to cobble together the offensive line that way. Because if you're thinking you're going to land Linderbaum, the center from Baltimore, good luck. Because there's going to be lots of teams out there that want to do the same thing and have more cap space than the Lions have to offer. So the Lions, with their cap space, whenever they create it, they're going to have to be awful creative with that created cap space because they don't have a ton of it. And they're going to have to rely on rookies making a contribution or really young players making bigger contributions and taking monster steps forward in their development.
This is a huge offseason for Brad Holmes. And this is where it gets tricky. And when the Lions were bad, we talked about getting from bad to average is actually kind of easy, relatively speaking. When you're talking, every time you're trying to level up, it gets harder. Bad to average, well, you're bad because your roster's not any good. You don't have players that you need to re-sign. You probably have a lot of cap space and flexibility. And because you need everything when you get to the draft, you really can go best player available. Now you're average. Now you got players worth keeping. Your specific needs are fewer. So when you get to the draft, you kind of hope that you can fill some of those needs in the draft. Free agency, yeah, you can get involved in free agency, but now you got some players that you're going to have to pay. So now you get from average to above average, which the Lions have been. And this is the toughest leap to get from above average to the top, because you definitely have to take up some cap space with your good players. You're not drafting from near the top. You have less flexibility in terms of positional needs, and you don't have as much money to buy free agents. And this is where the Lions are, that last big step. And, you know, we always talk about, and you've brought it up a lot, and Kang, you brought it up, about leaning into your strengths. They are a lot closer to being the best offense in the NFL than they are the best defense in the NFL. And that finishing piece with the offense is out there. The question is, how do you improve the defense? The finishing piece with the offense feels like it's Linderbaum, but it doesn't have to be him. There's other free agent centers you can add, and if Decker comes back and is healthy, and that's got to get sorted out. That's like this X factor hanging out there on the side. Do they really need one major addition offensively or two, and to another, and also David Montgomery? Is he going to be part of this team?
And the other thing is, if Decker's going to come back for another year, is it just one more year? You know, and if that's the case, what's best cap wise for this team? And if Decker coming back one more year, is that enough where the Lions can really challenge to be a Super Bowl contender this upcoming season?
Mm-hmm.
I think they can challenge. They have to, but it's guys are going to have to make the big step forward. You're going to see Tate Ratledge become better. You're going to see Christian Mahogany or whoever is playing left guard be better.
Are you saying you have to see them or you're going to see them?
I said you have to.
Okay.
These guys have got to be better than what we saw. And I would expect that Ratledge, just because he was a rookie, I would expect Mahogany, if he gets the starting gig at left guard, that he will have improved upon his season last year. But you have to see like the big steps. It can't be incremental. It's got to be a big step forward with those guys in the offensive line so that it kind of calms things down and get a little bit more consistency in the running game. coupled with the new OC who seems like that's his gig, great. Then that can work out. It's the defensive side of the ball that I think they have to really spend more time on because those solutions might be in-house offensively. Defensively, I don't know if they're there in-house because it's another year where we haven't seen Rakestraw, but you're going to have to count on him to be something. Is he? I don't know. Terry Arnold coming back from the shoulder injury. 2 safeties who may or may not play. We got one in Brian Branch who's not likely to play for a while, but is Kirby Joseph going to be able to withstand the pain that he's going to have to go through with his injury where he can play 12, 15 games? I don't know. And they may lose Alex Anzalone, which is not a small thing to lose.
Yep. There's work to be done. Tom and Ipsy writes in, I don't think we can have any takeaways or processes for the Lions to be successful from the Super Bowl. That was a horrible game. It was no more exciting than a regular season game, and I think Seattle only won because New England was horrible. If Seattle was so good, it wouldn't have been a 9-0 lead at half. That's from Tom and Ipsy. And this game was getting skewered on social media. Like, people are like, this is Maction. This.
Did you find it that boring? Because you were on a plane. It's even, I don't know if it's fair to ask.
Actually, I was on a plane for the first half. Did I find it boring? No, I was excited because I mean, look, I like
defensive football.
I don't mind defensive football. As I was watching this, I was thinking, this is not going to appeal to the masses.
No, probably not.
But that doesn't mean for me, I was not bored. I did not find it to be a boring game. And I think all the strategies that go within, listening to Collinsworth hammer the point over and over again about, I think Seattle's going to try to win this game by not making mistakes on offense and just suffocating the Patriots defense. He's right. That's a lot different than, hey, we got to get into a track meet. And people love track meets. But I think it was a football game. It was a standard Thursday night NFL football game.
Seattle had one offensive touchdown.
It was a boring game. I mean, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean,
it's each their own. In my opinion, I think sounds like a lot of America. It was a boring game. I mean, this is not going to go down as, do you remember that Super Bowl between the Seahawks and Patriots? No one's going to say that. And it had the Patriots just lucked into one touchdown at some point, they would have cut the deficit in like half. You know, like it was 9-0 at halftime. It was 12-0, 15-0. And as bad as the Patriots were, like I said, one lucky bounce their way and they score a touchdown or field position switches so they're like, goal to go. They were in it still, and they didn't deserve to be in it because their offense was that bad. Of course, Seattle's defense made it look even worse.
248-539-9797. Feedback coming in. Champ, Kenneth Walker. Chump, wing stop on Telegraph. 3-hour wait for wings yesterday. The poor staff was overwhelmed.
I witnessed a Wingstop issue as well, and I'm not mad at them at all. Those guys were working harder than Will Campbell was. I'm telling you that much, man. I mean, they were doing everything they possibly could. I had ordered ahead, so I scheduled a pickup, before. I think it was like between 6 and 6:15, so kickoff 6:30. It's right by my house. I walk in, and I'm like, oh, God, I'm not getting out here for kickoff. Yeah. And I'm not mad about it because I'm telling you, those guys were working their butts off, but there's people waiting for their orders. There's people coming in, and I felt for them, man. I mean, this is literally their Super Bowl, Gator.
I went to the same thing 2 years ago at another wing place. I made an order. I walked in and I ordered it ahead of time. Walked in, I still had to wait like an hour for the order.
Oh wow, that's a long time.
Yeah, because they were overwhelmed. And I get it. I'm not going to yell at people that can only work as hard as they can work, and they were clearly not prepared for it. And it seems like things haven't changed, and so be it. Or you can go the easier route and order pizza and salad.
Well, I bet you those places were slammed too.
Well, they were, yeah, because that's what I did. I went pizza and salad, and normally would be like, it wasn't that bad. Normally it's like a 20-minute wait, and this was like 45.
Anybody who in any way is associated with a food service business yesterday, a question for you today, was it great or was it awful? It can be great for so many ways. If you own a place, I bet it was great. If you're a driver and are relying upon tips, it might have been great. Was it awful? Well, as we heard from the texter and Kang's story and Gator, your story a year ago, you can get overwhelmed and have just absolute chaos. But I do wonder what the overall feeling was if you were in the food service industry, was yesterday great or awful? 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Also discussing whether or not there's any takeaways for the Lions. I don't really see a lot of relevance in this postseason. I mean, there's small things. You want to have two running backs. Seattle did because one got hurt. The other one carried the load through the entire postseason. Kenneth Walker did a great job for them after they lost Charbonnet. And the Lions have a decision to make with David Montgomery. Seattle's secondary was tremendous. There is also there's an amazing stat about total dominance in that game from Seattle that we will get to today at 11:20. Champ and Chump, we do it every Monday. Get your Champ and Chump votes in. Who should be singled out for having the best weekend? Who should be called out for having a weekend that stinks? We tally up the votes and post on our website on Tuesday who the people select as Champ and Chump of the weekend. More your phone calls and feedback next here on 97.1.
Brought to you by Blue Chew. We're getting you set for Pistons basketball tonight as Detroit is on the road to take on the Charlotte Hornets. Yesterday, Detroit signed guard Danish Jenkins to a standard contract, promoting him from a two-way deal after he played in his maximum 50th game on Friday when the Pistons beat the Knicks. Jenkins has slotted in as Detroit's backup point guard behind Cade Cunningham this year, making the most of opportunities given to him after injuries to Marcus Sasser and Jaden Ivey early in the season. To make room for Jenkins, the Pistons waived Dario Saric, who came over in the Ivey trade with Chicago. It was also announced last week that Jalen Duren would participate in the dunk contest this upcoming weekend during the All-Star break. With his latest knee injury, the Detroit big man has withdrawn from the competition, but another local product will take his place as former MSU guard and current Orlando Magic rookie Jace Richardson will fill in for Duren. Duren is listed as probable for tonight's game with that knee injury. He did not play against the Knicks on Friday after leaving the previous game. Tonight's showdown in Charlotte tips off at 7 o'clock. Our pregame coverage here on 97.1 begins at 6:35. With the Olympics in full swing now, some marquee events are on the horizon this week. Today, Team USA women's hockey will hit the ice for its third group stage game. The Americans are 2-0 already with wins over Czechia and Finland. Today, they take on Switzerland at 2:40. Men's hockey group play begins Wednesday. You can catch Dylan Larkin and Team USA on Thursday against Latvia. Lucas Raymond will skate against Italy on Wednesday for Team Sweden, and Mo Sider and Germany face Denmark on Thursday. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Blake and St. Clair Shores. Champ, Sam Darnold, Chump, the Minnesota Vikings. I have sympathy for Vikings fans, not necessarily the organization, because we had a NFL team that still hasn't gotten to the mountaintop. They're in the same boat with that, but they've come closer. But that's got to sting. I mean, we saw Stafford win a Super Bowl. Now they're seeing Darnold win a Super Bowl, and
they were never invested.
And
we
Darnold,
we were invested with Stafford for years.
Yeah,
they just picked him up and hey, look at, we had a 14-3 season, then just let him go because they thought he was what everybody else thought.
Yeah,
it was just Sam Darnold, and yet they did win 14 games with him.
Yeah, and that. Darnold he's been on a bunch of teams.
5.
So it's not like there's everybody had belief in this guy. And Minnesota's the team that got burned by him. He is a product of being with some bad organizations. He got in the right system with a team that can use a skill set. That was certainly a team that he had a good team around him, and good for him. I don't want to take any credit away from him. That's what I'm trying to hope it's not what it sounds like. What a great story.
Yeah, I mean, the difference with Minnesota and Seattle is Seattle has the defense.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't better with Seattle than he was with Minnesota. He was what Seattle needed because Seattle needed somebody to be competent enough with the offense. With Minnesota, their offense was elite. They were one of the best offenses in football, but they didn't have the defensive side of it.
But I would disagree a little bit because the problem with Sam Darnold in Minnesota, at least, when they lost those 3 games, those were big games. He had a problem winning big games, right? And with Seattle, with the help of the obviously awesome defense, he came through finally. That Rams game during the regular season and the playoffs, Sam Darnold came through when they needed him to, and that was his problem.
Yeah.
And when he signed with Minnesota, he signed as a backup quarterback to J.J. McCarthy, at best a bridge gap quarterback, and it turned into 14 wins. Like, no one expected that.
He really finished last year. I would wonder how much their opinion of Darnold changed in their last 2 games.
Losing to the Lions and losing to the Rams, and then losing to the Rams in the playoffs, right? Isn't that 3 games technically?
They lost to the Lions and lost to the Rams in the playoffs.
Okay, because
they won. They were
his 3 losses were 2 to the Lions, 1 to the Rams, and then lost to the Rams in the playoffs.
Yeah, the last. But I bet I would, in an honest moment, last year before they played the Lions, I bet they were thinking we're bringing Darnold back.
Maybe.
And then he had the Lions game, which was a clunker, and then the Rams game, which was a clunker. But hey, man, your job is to be right, and that's why you could talk about I'm glad that our GM here isn't making illogical decisions. We had previous regimes that were making illogical decisions, but that's why they still have work to do because they haven't ultimately been right to get to the mountaintop. Closer, much closer, but 248-539-9797. Let's take one more ticket text before you get to your phone calls. Thomas writes, a Detroit fan listening in North Carolina headed to the Piston game tonight against the Hornets. Could be a preview of a first-round matchup with how well the Hornets are playing lately. Would be great if the Pistons can end their winning streak and slow them down. Any info on Duren playing tonight? I don't think he's going to. I'm going to guess that they're going to err on the side of caution with him. There's no commitment one way or another that I have seen reported. I believe Ron Holland is sitting this one out as well. So,
well, they got the All-Star break this weekend, right? Mm-hmm. So I think they want Duren. I think Duren wants to play in the All-Star game because he earned
just
the right
pulled
to
out.
be there. He's not in the dunk contest, but I think he's planning on playing in the game. So whether he plays tonight or not, I'd err on the side of caution as well.
Mm-hmm. 248-539-9797. Art's in Monroe. Hello, Art.
Hey, good morning, guys. Always a pleasure. Listen, my takeaway is an obvious one. Doggone it, if Sam Darnold can win a Super Bowl, don't tell me Jared Goff can't. Our Lions must address the offensive line and get it right this offseason and do something about the pass rush. But please don't tell me Jared Goff can't win a Super Bowl.
Well, I mean, we don't. This is a show that believes in Jared Goff, and we get plenty of people that don't. And I don't think they're going to believe it until they see it, and that's fine. There's going to be differences. The quarterback is a lightning rod position, and there's a ton of opinions out there. Darnold isn't the most mobile of quarterbacks, and yeah, he had the team around him. And the Lions have gotten better. They've gotten close-ish, but there's still work to be done. And they've got to. For a team that feels close, they're also a team that feels like they got a lot of needs. And it starts with massive restructuring of some contracts to free up some cap space. And then you start mixing in, the Decker question, the Montgomery question, and then addressing needs. And I'm sure in the offices either already have put together a game plan or putting one together as we speak. But yeah, Art, I think you're right.
Doug, I couldn't help it as a Lions fan. I was watching that game, and what was going through my mind is if Jared Goff was quarterbacking that same Seattle team, he would have won that game. And I had no doubt. I walked away with no doubt. And now I'm more convinced that the Lions, above everything else, have to address the center and the left tackle position, even if they decide to release Decker and save the money and go from there. But they got to get a center and left tackle, my man.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Art. And yeah, I mean, the left tackle thing, we got to see how much they need to address it. The center thing, it's probably not going to be Linderbaum. You can make your run at him, and Linderbaum might decide that Detroit's money means more to him than Tennessee's money or somebody like some other team.
He might get franchised, or he just wants to go to the Giants. Who knows?
Yep. But Darnold and their offense had some big games before this Super Bowl. Like their defense kind of ruled the day, but they put up 41 and 31 in their first two playoff games. And hell, they put up 29. It was defense scoring for them. They had and a bunch of field goals.
Well, and keep this in mind. What they might need is a tackle. Doesn't have to be left or right, because if Decker retires, you can move Sewell back over to the left side, which is where he played his entire college career and was outstanding at it. He's outstanding as a right tackle in the National Football League, but I'd let him go wherever he wants to go and figure it out after that.
Let's go to Brian in Detroit. You're next. Hello, Brian.
What's up, fellas?
Hey,
fellas. That Minnesota Donaldson, that's Monday morning quarterbacking. That bum was horrible those last two games. Minnesota made the right decision. I'm not re-signing you how you played. Yeah, you came through this year. You didn't come through with us. So you can't look back on it as if it was a wrong decision. He was horrible. He caused them to lose. Brother, we wish you the best. You go on about your business. You win it because you didn't do it for us, just like with Stafford. Stafford won the Super Bowl. He didn't win it here in Michigan. So we can't look back on it as if that was some horrible decision. It wasn't. That was the right decision Minnesota made with Donald.
Well, I guess it depends. If you ask yourself if you're Minnesota and you ask yourself if you're Detroit, Did you trade that player or not re-sign that player because you didn't think he could win a Super Bowl? And if you made that decision that the answer was yes, and you got rid of that guy then proved that you could win a Super Bowl with him.
Yeah, but he didn't prove it with us. Don't tell me what you did with somebody else.
Brian, I think it's fair criticism. You got to keep your radio down, Brian. But
well, I would say this with Sam Darnold in regards to what he did with the Minnesota Vikings. He had a hell of a season until the end of the season, right? Against the Lions, how about this? Lions were just a better team. They hammered them 31-9 in the game, and Darnold looked terrible against the Lions, no question. But against the Rams, Sam Darnold was sacked 9 times in that game, in the playoff game.
Wow.
9 times in one playoff game. He was absolutely pummeled by that Rams defense, which was so damn good a year ago with Jared Verse and the like. They killed him in that game. So did they knee-jerk react to that? I think it's safe to say that the Vikings knee-jerk reacted to that and said, oh, well, we can't get over the hump of the Lions, and if we lost 2 games to the Rams as well, let's move on because we got J.J. McCarthy. I think they put all their eggs in the McCarthy basket, and they didn't think it through.
We're getting a ton of feedback from people who work in the food service industry and what yesterday was like. We'll start knocking those down today at 11:30. Was it great or did it suck?
And by the way, I'm not rewriting history on my own opinion of Sam Darnold.
Yeah.
I still don't think Sam Darnold's great. I think he's good. Do I think he's better than J.J. McCarthy? Yeah, I do.
Right now, I don't know if there's any debate about that. Hey, is your credit card statement looking a little festive? It's time to make your money work for you again. With the UMCU Visa Platinum Cash Rewards Card, you can move those high-interest balances over with no transfer fees and 0% APR for 6 months. You'll even earn 1.1% cash back on every grocery run and gas fill-up. Get ahead and stay there. Visit umcu.org to get started, insured by NCUA. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson. I will say something today, and look, I understand programming decisions are made. The chyron on First Take this morning, is Sam Darnold's story the greatest redemption story in the history of the NFL? Yep, let's have that debate.
God. You want to get people fired up a little bit?
Do I?
As this under the category of rumors, apparently Jason La Canfora has said that Max Crosby told Tom Brady he will never play for the Raiders again. That's what an unnamed GM told Jason La Canfora. The quote is, he told Tom Brady he'll never play for the Raiders again. That's a fact. He told them he'll retire before he ever plays for them again, but I'm not sure they're actually going to trade him. Myles Garrett said the same thing last year, and we know how that ended up.
I mean, we'll see. We talked about this last Thursday. Could it be done? Yes. What would have to be done to free up the cap space and make this trade is so much heavy lifting that you have to question whether it was worth it. They might not be a better football team. They will have collected 2 great edge rushers, but they'll have to get rid of so many guys to create cap space and give up resources.
What do you have to give up to trade them?
Yeah, it is a you have to do so much that it's, in our opinion, not really feasible.
Now, it probably isn't, and that deal would include, like you said, multiple first, second-round picks, and probably like Aleem McNeil in return just to make the contracts match up. And Aleem McNeil can still be a good player in this league. But it sounds like, though, even though if he's not realistic for the Lions, Max Crosby might be done with the Raiders, though. Because Glazer, who's always right, it seems like, said this last week, like, he's not coming back. Like, this is going to happen. Like, he's going to be somewhere else. Is that going to be in division? Is that going to be in the NFC? I don't know, man. But if Max Crosby's available, that's why people, their ears start to perk up.
And they should perk up. I'm just not sure. I think the biggest relevance it has with us here is, does he end up on an NFC contender, which would suck. But anyway, 248-539-9797. Before we get back to your phone calls, I mentioned a very telling stat. We were talking about how good the secondary was for Seattle, how Drake May dropped back, and you can tell when a play's not working, even if you don't have the all-22. When the job's getting done downfield, quarterback 7-step drop, 5-step drop, hits that back foot, ball's out. That's when a play is being executed as designed. That happened so infrequently with Drake May. There was a ton of checkdowns. There was a whole bunch of instances where he just had nobody to throw to and took a sack.
Or he had no time because here comes Witherspoon or Eminari and just coming right through.
His yards and numbers in the end weren't terrible, but at the half he had 48 yards passing, and the Patriots had lost 30 yards in sacks. So 48 positive yards on dropbacks, lost 30 yards in sacks. Through 3 quarters, he was 8 of 18 for 60 yards and sacked 5 times for 39 yards in losses. Now, that's 23 dropbacks. You got to include the 2 scrambles that had positive yards. So through 3 quarters, Drake May had dropped back 25 times to pass. Those pass plays had a net of 37 yards. 25 pass plays called. When you mix in sacks and scrambles, they were averaging 1.48 yards per pass play through 3 quarters. That's why they lost this football game. And credit Seattle's defense. I have been very dismissive today of the New England Patriots, who it's steeped in frustration that I feel like the Lions can't catch a break as an organization, even when they have competent people running it. But this also, I think, speaks a little bit to who New England was. 248-539-9797.
The Patriots had 130 yards in offense in their last 2 drives, which were garbage time drives. Mm-hmm. So that's 130. I think they're all passing, well, mostly passing yards. There's some runs in there for Drake May when he scrambled, but that's 130 yards. I mean, they just had nothing going offensively. They had the one drive where they scored in like 3 plays. Like, hey, here we go. One good pass, and here's another one in the corner of the end zone. They caught it. What just happened? They're in the game. And then they come right back, and he throws the terrible interception. This receiver did him no help at all by keep running the route. And like the ball is a duck up there. Why are you still going towards the sideline? Get back and try to break it up. But he didn't do that. It was an interception, and the game was done.
All right, let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Bernard in Detroit. You're on 97.1. Hi, Bernard.
What's going on, guys?
How we doing?
Now, what I'm about to say is all business. There's no emotion involved in all of this.
Let's go.
I just feel like the Lions have the pieces they need to trade to get more draft picks or players. You know, I know people in love with St. Brown. I understand all of that. But I think Tesla can step in for him and run more of a Puka kind of routes, and they could trade him for draft picks. I believe that they could trade Gibbs for draft picks because you could find running backs in the draft that can do what he could do. I mean, the guy only had like 3 good games all year, and people act like he ran for 1,800 yards, and he didn't. I believe they have the answers on this team to solve a lot of their draft issues and position issues, and and look more for 27 and 26. It's probably going to take 2 years to rebuild this team to get it to where they want it to be. I mean, because I've been watching that thing to build another 49ers.
Real quick here. Here.
What?
You're saying that what the Lions should do is trade Amon-Ra and Gibbs, or trade Amon-Ra or Gibbs? Am I hearing this correct? And
both.
Okay.
Both. Just
so
like I said,
Amon-Ra, keep in mind with Amon-Ra, if you move him, there's $44 million of dead cap space that you have to account for. His cap hit would be $44 million, which would take them from already over the cap to way over the cap.
So there's nothing that they could do. They basically just have to keep him, right?
Yes, which I think is just fine with most people. You could
They'll
move
likely have to
Gibbs.
restructure his contract. Is what they're likely going to have to do.
Well, see what? Because I've been following that series, the making of the 49ers, and it seems like they're all business with their decisions. They don't make any emotional decisions. They made all business decisions.
Well, Bernard,
they push.
Keeping Amon-Ra and not taking a $44 million dead cap hit isn't necessarily emotional. I think it's also probably a solid business decision.
Well, I believe they already have a player on the roster who can take his place.
Yeah,
I'm not
but,
sure.
But I don't think you're understanding the cap hit part.
Yeah. I'm not sure how that will work out, but then that goes right back to Holmes. I think he made a lot of emotional decisions that kind of hamstrung the team from getting better. I think we're kind of stuck where we are for a couple of years. Don't you think so?
Well, if you want to argue that they gave too many contracts out to their own players, I mean, you can make that argument, but I guess I think they signed the guys that were really good players, and they've got them locked down, and they're not at prices that are market setting anymore. You know, you look at the deal that St. Brown has; it's better than what wide receivers are getting now. You look at the deal that Kirby Joseph is one that hurts because he got hurt right after his deal, but his deal isn't that punitive to the team, but it may set the market for other safeties that hit free agency. And Jahmyr Gibbs doesn't cost you much at all right now because they haven't extended him. If you're going to tell me that the Lions have a decision to make, are they going to extend Gibbs or not? I'm going to say, yeah, they've got a real decision to make there, but they can put that off another year. And then in the end, running backs really don't destroy your cap because they're not getting paid as much as other offensive players are.
If they decided they need to get super bold, I think the only one of the two moves he suggested would be to move Gibbs. I'm not in favor of it, but it comes with less punitive cap space in terms of the cap hit. I don't think the Lions are hanging on to Amon-Ra or Gibbs for emotional reasons.
No, I don't.
I think they're football reasons. Now,
38 touchdowns in 2 years for Jahmyr Gibbs and nearly 4,000 yards in offense in 2 years. That's why you hang on to Jahmyr Gibbs.
Yes.
That's a business decision.
Do they have a business decision to make on whether or not to extend him? Perhaps. But I think they're trying to win next year's Super Bowl, and given what he is getting paid, do you have his numbers in front of you?
I don't have his contract. I have his statistics in front of me. He's in
his
year
cap
3, so
hit.
he's a first-round pick, so you have him for 5 years. So you've got 2 years before you have to worry about it, really.
Remember that Goff wasn't the only one that didn't benefit from the offensive line being as good. Gibbs was another one. But for a $5.6 million cap hit, I think it is a solid business decision to have Jahmyr Gibbs on this team next year.
Like I said, 38 touchdowns and 4,000 yards on offense in 2 years.
No.
And he doesn't cost you a ton. That's not the guy you move. And you don't have to worry about moving. I wouldn't move him anyway because he's under the contract. St. Brown is another story, and I wouldn't. You can't move him now because it's too much of a hit. And it would also disrupt the entire offense.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Mike in Sterling Heights. You're next. Hello, Mike.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
How we doing?
Listen, fellas, I got a issue, not with you all, but just in my town. I mean, I grew up, my formative years was in the 70s. I was a Pittsburgh Steelers fan. I watched their defense track down Fran Tarkenton, destroyed that team. I just watched great defenses. I watched the Giants do what they did to New England. I love it when the defense go after you. And, you know, we talk about our lines, and we initially talked about biting kneecaps. Show me one guy on this defense who bites kneecaps.
Aiden Hutchinson, Jack Campbell.
You cannot, fellas.
Aiden Hutchinson and Jack Campbell.
He just gave you two.
I gave you two.
Brian Branch.
Brian Branch will destroy you.
No. I'm talking about on the defensive line, fellas. I'm talking about
you said
going after
Aiden Hutchinson.
Aiden Hutchinson is not a knee biter. Let's be real. He is a finesse defensive lineman. I'm just talking real defense. I'm talking about guys who are dogs.
Mike, I got to tell you, citing the way football was played in the 70s, where the leading passers had like 2,500 yards passing and threw very few touchdowns, interceptions, and the most valuable players were like running backs, the game has changed dramatically.
I know that, but let's talk about Seattle. Seattle yesterday.
Seattle yesterday, they won because of their defense. I think, and in my opinion, New England's incompetence.
Okay, what did Philly win with last year?
Philly's a better example. Hey, Mike, Philly's a better example.
Well, they also had the MVP in the league in Saquon Barkley, right?
Yeah.
Only thing I'm saying, fellas, is that our general manager and our vice president of operations or whoever have to put more emphasis on defense.
All right, so that's
cannot
fine.
Get
Mike,
a third-round draft choice.
There's nothing wrong with you having that opinion that you want to concentrate on defense more than offense. You can make an argument both ways. Either offense gets it done or defense gets it done. And clearly last night, defense was the word of the day because it was on full display. Both teams played really well defensively. Seattle was better.
Seattle also had a
defensive
top 10
touchdown.
offense.
They had 6 sacks in the game. They were outstanding. And there's no question
let me
about
ask
it.
you guys
But
a
it's not
question.
the only way to build the winner, though.
Let me ask you guys a question then. If you already have two wide receivers that you're paying top dollars, I'm talking about 18 and 30-something million, and your defense is not where it needs to be, why would you give up third-round draft picks and draft a third receiver in the third round? Does that make
those
any
things
sense
might be
to
actually
balance the team?
those things actually might be mistakes. Yeah, I'm not going to disagree with that. Look, over the last I've documented, talked about it on the air. The last 2 years have been a little different. I think last year's Philadelphia as a data point, that's a team that's defense really carried them. Seattle had a top 10 offense this year. I think New England, unfortunately, was kind of breaks the scale a little bit because I don't think that was a particularly impressive team. They beat the schedule that was in front of them, but I don't want to overreact to what we just saw. But the defense definitely ruled that day.
Yeah, I mean, Doug, what you're trying to say is also, because I know it seems like you're just slandering New England.
I
and
know.
I actually feel a lot of the same of what you feel. But was that the best team in the AFC? I don't think so.
No.
You know, I mean, the best team probably was, from the playoff brackets, is a healthy Bo Nix with the Broncos.
More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. We got a ton of response to people in the food service industry about yesterday. Was it great or was it terrible? 97.1. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1. All right, back to your phone calls in a moment. Kang, you walked into a Wingstop yesterday, and what you saw was chaos. Is that a good way to describe it?
And I'm not criticizing because they did the best they could. I got my order in a relatively decent time, and it just looked like they're in the weeds, as people say in the restaurant business.
When people say, and hey, they weren't prepared for the slam, I wondered about this, and somebody confirmed it for me regarding being prepared for a slam like Super Bowl Sunday, where you're going to get so much order for takeout and wings and delivery, et cetera, et cetera. And here it is. This person didn't say where they worked or what their role was, but this is what I suspected. And this is the following text came in. Equipment is always the bottleneck when it's busy. You only have so many fryers and pizza ovens, et cetera. I used to work at a pizza place, and helpful customers would tell us we need more workers. Why? So more people can stare at the full pizza oven? And there you go. From Ryan, working at a Hungry Howie's. I manage a Hungry Howie's. We disabled scheduled orders because we don't want people to show up and wait an extra 30 minutes. To be honest, our business was considerably slower than previous Super Bowls, so we had food ready for everyone within 35 minutes of ordering. Was really disappointed with our final numbers. Patriots offense can probably say the same thing. Another Ryan. Hey guys, avid Hooters wings connoisseur here, but now since the one in the area closed, I don't know what to do. Wingstop was on the list, but I decided to go to Chicken Shack. They have 30 for 30 deal, man. Let me tell you, their plain breaded fried wings. Their plain breaded fried wings were amazing. I ordered some Hooters sauce from Amazon. I didn't know that I was not eating Hooters wings. They were exactly the same.
Oh, boy.
You found a Hooters hack.
A Hooters hack? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, yeah. And Chicken Shack, this just in. Chicken Shack's good.
Ryan in Waterford says, Hungry Howie's in Waterford rocks. They were awesome. 30-minute delivery yesterday at 6:15. Yeah, I wondered if it was, hey, you can only have so many deep fryers and so many pizza ovens. So you can't, you can't, hey, we're going to expand our kitchen for Super Bowl Sunday and add 3 or 4 more deep fryers and pizza ovens.
It's if you spend like an hour,
you can, I guess, but
if you wanted to walk in one of those stores, like and just watch how it operates for an hour during that busy time, it's incredible. Like particularly the pizza.
Yeah,
if you've got the conveyor belt oven, like the Domino's, I think Domino's still does that, but at least that's how they used to do it with the conveyor belt ovens. It's just, and they have 2 of them. They're stacked on top of each other. It's nonstop, absolutely nonstop. Having worked there when I was much younger, it was I couldn't believe the volume that was coming out, and I'm like, oh, great, we have 20 drivers today, great. Oh yeah, well, all 20 of you, we're going to make money that night.
I would imagine it was a good night for some delivery guys.
Yeah, probably was very good.
Good morning. My champ is the Tigers for finally making a relevant move to an above-average player with some term. Chump, the Lions fans who are too blinded and unable to see that Goff is better than Darnold and we can win a Super Bowl with him.
I don't think we've had anybody say that Darnold's better than Goff, have we?
No. We still will get people that say, I know it came in the morning show. I don't know that we've gotten the Goff can't win game call yet today, but let's get back to your phone calls. Ted's in Ann Arbor and is on 97.1. Hello, Ted.
Good morning. You guys, I cannot believe all this talk about Sam Darnold. The guy is not the second coming, okay? The game was a lousy game, and maybe that's all we have to talk about. I agree with you, Doug. We should be talking more about the Seattle defense. Look, I'm 75 years old. I could have quarterbacked that team against New England yesterday.
No, you couldn't.
We had a 4 quarterback.
No, you wouldn't have survived the first play, but that's okay.
I don't think it would have been worth it.
I don't think – I've been talking mostly about the incompetence of New England's offense.
Well, yeah, but I just don't think Sam Darnold deserves all this talk. The guy –
I don't think we're giving him a ton of talk.
3 out of 4 quarterbacks in the National Football League could step into that team and do as good a job or better.
Obviously, the you quarterbacking them is hyperbole. Could 3 out of 4 quarterbacks? There are right now 24 quarterbacks that could have won with that team.
With that defense against the Patriots offense
on that day, because Darnold. I mean, remember they won the shootout with LA. They put up 41 against San Francisco. And this game, they ended up with 29 points, which is a lot, but they got a touchdown for their defense, and there was a ton of field goals.
Could Drake May with the Seattle offense beat Drake May and the Patriots?
Yeah, maybe.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
So I think you look at the whole team that Seattle's got, they've got offensive weapons. And look, the Patriots did an amazing job of shutting down. Really, they shut down Seattle's passing game. Darnold did nothing in passing.
I think my man's overstating a little bit how much praise Darnold is getting today, and maybe he's not talking about our show.
Darnold's not getting a ton of praise.
And I doubt we're going to sit down in the exercise and look at are there 24 quarterbacks that could have won yesterday with but that might be true.
Might be true.
Yep.
I would say that the reasons that Seattle won, defense number 1, I would say Kenneth Walker number 2, and then somewhere thereafter there is Sam Darnold, the kicker, and the punter. And I don't mean that to be like trashing Sam Darnold. Their punter was outstanding, and it was a field position game.
Yeah.
So when your punter pins him down to the 5-yard line, the 3-yard line, the 2-yard line, and then your defense holds up, and now you're getting the ball back at your own 40, and you only have to go 30 yards and kick a field goal. Mm-hmm. That's a pretty good job.
Helpful. 248-539-9797. Champ, Lindsey Vaughn. She tried. She failed spectacularly, but she tried. Chump, the Patriots. They sucked. That's from John in Lake Orion. Well, Lindsey Vaughn has both Champ and Chump votes today. That, I don't know how that Team USA is put together, and I don't know if they would have just given another skier that's already on the U.S. Olympic team her spot on the downhill. I always wonder if there's somebody out there that didn't make the U.S. Olympic team, that if Vaughn got hurt, and I suppose I could research this, if Vaughn got hurt, she would have got her chance. But Vaughn got hurt, decided to ski anyway, and this person didn't get their chance. I feel bad for that person if that's the case. Look, Lindsey Vaughn is an elite athlete. She put up incredible practice times with no ACL and then clipped a gate and broke her leg. I mean, I want an unbelievable effort.
Sure, great effort. And that's about it.
And if the team decides that even an injured Lindsey Vaughn is better than a healthy, first cut.
Well, that's the thing. If her practice runs were great, I don't know if it was that morning or the day before,
I think it was the day before. She had one of the fastest practices.
Yeah, then great. Then you're feeling, okay, this is incredible. What a great story. It would have been an amazing story if she ended up medaling. Would have been the story for the ages of a woman who tore her ACL a week ago, had to be, airlifted out, dangling from a helicopter to get to a hospital. Would have been an amazing story. Instead, it was the same story, airlifted out, dangling from a helicopter, and now this time, unfortunately, with a broken leg. But her teammate did well.
Let's go to T in Detroit. You're next. Hi, T.
Hey, man, good morning. How y'all doing?
We're great.
Listen, man, I'm not going to rag on Sam Darnold. Matter of fact, he's my champ. I feel the same thing with Jim Plunkett. Remember how it ain't where you start, it's where you finish. So right now, he got some Lamar Jackson. He got something that Josh Allen did. And again, I think this is great news for the Lions. Let's work on, and my chump is Brad Holmes. Let's work on our defense. Because if you have a defense and just manage the game as a quarterback, you are capable of winning the Super Bowl.
You know what's crazy, T, is we've all seen how the Lions have come close, and it was with an elite offense and a defense that they needed to improve. And yet, if they create cap space and can get Tyler Linderbaum, a great center, to be brought in to anchor this offensive line and get it closer to what it was, I'm not sure that's not what they should do. And that's not improving the defense at all.
I think the problem with it is I actually kind of agree with you, T, with if you could find a way to just improve the defense, then if your offense should be good enough, and the offense is good enough, but the defense has to step up big time. You either do that or you just try to make the offensive elite, which is easier to do, though. Because if you're going to, let's say if you get Linderbaum and you give him $20 million, okay? And then you're not going to have much cap space left to spread around elsewhere, but that one move might make your offense elite and give you a chance. That move isn't there on defense because you can't – it's different to pay an edge rusher who you're going to have to pay in excess of $35 million for one of those free agent edge rushers if they become available, or if you're going to try to trade, and then there goes your draft capital if you try to trade for Max Crosby. It might make more sense to add the big piece on defense. It's harder to do because of the cap restrictions.
Now, let me ask you, Gator, if we took Lawrence instead of the other D tackle
from Cleveland, do you think we would have been a better defense?
They took who?
Lawrence, the tackle who played for Seattle?
Yeah, DeMarcus Lawrence that left the Cowboys that went to Seattle. And this is all I'm saying.
Instead of having DJ Reader is what you're saying.
Yeah, what I'm saying, and I'm just going to cut it short. Sometimes Brad go to the market, he don't have to buy the clearance items. That's all I'm saying. He can.
Brad's got to do
buy
better.
the clearance items.
Let's be clear here, T. And Brad's got to do better, and he has a massive challenge this offseason. He's done really well, but he's got to do better.
It's such a challenge because the guys you thought were going to be stalwarts and be here forever and develop and continue to make it work, they're stalled right now. Branch, Joseph, Arnold, Rakestraw, Lee McNeil to an extent. You put your eggs in a basket of Levi Onwuzurike and Josh Paschal and all these guys that you thought were going to be better players than what they are, or players that were going to be great and then they got hurt. It's devastating because it almost feels like you're going back to square one, and then you have to pinch yourself and say, wait a minute, they're not back at square one. Mm-hmm. This is still a team that was a game away from making the playoffs this year.
There are other good centers that will be available if they decide that their big ticket item is on defense, and you walk away with a Connor McGovern from Buffalo or Cade Mays from Carolina. If any of these guys don't get re-signed franchise or end up, there's other guys that you can get. Ethan Pocic is a free agent from Cleveland, and some of those guys are probably going to end up back with their old teams. But the ones that don't, you don't have to bargain basement shop that center spot to improve.
And go back to the last game of the season when the Lions played the Bears, and the Bears everybody's talking about how great that offense is, and the Lions held the Bears to less than 300 yards in offense in the last game of the season, despite the fact that all these guys were hurt. Is the defense really that bad?
I mean, they can. I would say they need some personnel improvements. But
yes,
a challenging offseason. 97-1.
Turn up the heat this winter with DraftKings Casino. You can get cozy while you play with more than 1,000 slots. And we're talking everything from classics like Cash Eruption to exclusives like Fire Buffalo. New players can wager $5 and get 500 spins over 10 days on your choice of Cash Eruption slots. Download the DraftKings Casino app and sign up with code WXYTFM. Then choose from 10 different Cash Eruption slots daily and start spinning. The crown is yours. In partnership with DraftKings Casino. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus, physically present in Michigan. Eligibility restrictions apply. Non-withdrawable casino spins issued as 50 spins per day for 10 days. Valid for featured games only and expire each day after 24 hours. See terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Ends March 15th, 2026 at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time.
Doug Hart, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Watching the Super Bowl yesterday, putting in the context with the Lions, it's one of the things that happens after every championship. You go, okay, how did that team do it, and can our team mimic that? It's probably a bit of a flawed way of doing things because there's so many different ways you can get to said mountaintop. But the Lions, I almost throw out yesterday because I thought Seattle went into a game knowing that they could shut down New England's offense because New England, they did a great job of handling the schedule that was given to them and the playoff path to the Super Bowl, and they deserve credit for that. But, I really think yesterday was about we so outclass them when they have the football that we just don't make the big mistake offensively, and we should be fine, and that's exactly the way it played itself out. Philadelphia made a great case for defense wins championships, I thought, last year. But they've got, Seattle was a very well-balanced team. They had a top 10 offense along with their defense. But their defense ruled the day. Their defense absolutely ruled the day. 248-539-9797. Does it have any context for the Lions? I'm still trying to build up the offense and improve the defense, and it's going to be tricky. In a cap league, you got to figure out where you can maybe get away with not spending the money. What I mean by that is, okay, we're not going to sign a big-name safety because we think eventually Brian Branch will be back. Kirby Joseph, it's starting to get real touchy, real sketchy. Where are we going to roll with a rookie? What position can we roll with a rookie? That first draft pick. That's another way where you get a cheaper alternative.
Yeah, and that first draft pick is going to be really interesting, and it's I would like to think that we'd be able to glean something from free agency, and yet you probably shouldn't bank on that because Brad Holmes just doesn't operate that way. He just takes best player available. But I'm hoping that whoever they take in the first round is somebody that can start from day one.
248. But after an era of seeing a lot of high-flying offenses throw it all over the place, put up big point totals and win Super Bowls, the last two haven't quite been that. But I'm not moving off my position that offense wins championships just yet.
Well, I think it can. I think both things are true. Offense wins championships and defense.
Well, if you're going to be elite in one or the other, you got a good shot. But I would, if I'm building a team from scratch, I'm focusing on the offense first. Still.
Well, yeah, there's a reason why the quarterback's the most important position in football. I mean, it controls so much of the game. The Lions got to get lucky a little bit too. Like a bonus would be at this point. I call it a bonus if Ennis Raystraw was a player, right? Like I can't even say like he's bad because we haven't seen him play.
Yeah, and that's another example of is this a position we can get away with maybe not spending money and relying on Ennis Rakestraw and Terrion Arnold becoming real players?
That just came to my mind, so this is one of these stupid thoughts that probably doesn't matter, but I'm going to ask anyway. Do you think it's at all possible that they put Vaki back on defense and try him out at safety? Because that's what he played in college.
Yeah, I hope not, because then we're really digging deep.
Sounds like a bit of a Hail Mary,
yeah.
But sometimes Hail Marys work.
Bodies, and I'm just wondering, because it's not like he sucked at safety in college.
No, but I'll be pretty shocked if they did that. But, like, for example, talk about getting lucky with Rakestraw, and then they got to sign, like, kind of under-the-radar guys that become players, right? Like, Julian Love signed by the Seattle Seahawks wasn't something like was heralded, like, by everyone when he signed, but he became a player for this team, and then they extended him because he became good. Like Brad Holmes, he's got to go out and get these guys now.
Got to find his Danish Jenkins.
Dude, that would be amazing. Like what he's done, he should be champ of the weekend if you ask me. But yes.
Let's go to Greg in Detroit. You're on 97.1. Hi, Greg.
Hey guys, great show as always.
Thank you.
I'm watching it. You're welcome. I'm watching the game with just a frown on my face, and every time something happened, I swear Gary Goff would have did this, or Jalen would have did that, or Davis would have did that.
Yeah.
And as I'm doing all this pondering and thinking, my Josh Reynolds wounds began to massively bleed, and then it goes back to what Dan Campbell said. You know, it's hard to get back, and if you look at it and start thinking of the things that has to happen and has to fall in place. For you to get into the Super Bowl, not only on the field, but behind the scenes. I mean, a call here, a call there. Look at Bo Nix. Breaks his ankle in the last play of the game, and now you're playing against a backup quarterback to get to the Super Bowl. And now it seems like, I don't know, maybe you guys can explain it. It seems like we're rebuilding now. because we have to fix what got us there, but still have to fix the defense. You know, because Jared Goff was offense and the defense, as far as I'm concerned, and that's what makes him so great.
You know, it's interesting. You bring up something that is, it's almost not worth talking about because you don't know what's going to happen. But luck plays a role. Luck absolutely plays a role. And how do you know what your lucky break is going to be? How do you know when your lucky break is going to come, or how when you know that unlucky break is going to end your season? And so it's almost not worth talking about. But you're right. Luck is a big part of getting there.
Yeah, well, ask the Colts if luck had anything to happen. They got off to an amazing start. Quarterback gets hurt.
Miss the playoff.
You know, they trade for Sauce Gardner. He gets hurt.
Nick in Shelby Township. Hi, Nick.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up?
Hey, so I'm just listening to all the callers call in and everything. And look, this is to me, I want to see, because I know St. Brown came on the radio on this talk show talking about, like, I want to see what's going to happen, and he wants something done. I want to see what him and Jared Goff are going to do to restructure their contracts.
Mm-hmm.
To me, we need money under the cap. Obviously, we need to fill a center spot. And to me, this is something that we need to go on the free agency and pay whatever we need to pay to get the best center here from Baltimore. We got our two guards, maybe get a left tackle in the draft, and then see what we can do on the defensive line. And, if it's Crosby, let's go after it. Because to me, you got to win on the front.
Well, hold on.
They're
not going to have a draft if you go trade for Crosby.
And you're not going to get Linderbaum and Crosby.
Well, how much? The thing is, what is the cap space and looking at
negative.
How much can we?
Right now, it's negative. But restructuring is a big part of this offseason, yes.
Correct. That's what I want to see. That's what I really want to see is how committed our guys obviously are to want to win, is what they're going to do to try to free up money.
Well, it's not unusual, and I suspect that they will.
Look, some guys are really open to it because they get paid more up front, and it's guaranteeing money down the road too. So because it adds the years to the contract, but they're not going to be able to add both. You can't trade for Max Crosby and sign. Yeah.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans of Shelby Township. The Pistons will play the red-hot Charlotte Hornets tonight in their second-to-last game before this weekend's All-Star break. Detroit could be without Jalen Duren tonight, who's listed as probable with right knee soreness after leaving the game early against the Wizards 4 days ago. Duren did not play in Friday's win over the Knicks and withdrew from the dunk contest this weekend due to his injury. Ron Holland will also miss tonight for personal reasons. The Hornets traded for Bulls guard Kobe White last week, but he's dealing with a calf strain. He won't play tonight. Everyone else is healthy for a Charlotte team that has won 9 straight games in 10 of its last 11. In that time, Hornets leading scorer Brandon Miller is averaging 21 points and 6 rebounds on 39% shooting from deep at a rate of 7 3-point attempts per game. Charlotte as a team is posting 117 points tonight during their winning streak. They've also shot 40% from deep and out-rebounded their opponents by an average of 14 boards in those 9 games. Pistons are favored by 3 points tonight as Detroit gets closer to the best record in basketball. Both the Pistons and Thunder each have 13 losses this year, the first time they've been equal since the beginning of the season. However, the Thunder have 40 wins to the Pistons' 38. OKC plays again tonight against the Lakers. The Pistons will start right here on 97.1 at 7 o'clock. Our pregame show begins at 6:35. Team USA women's hockey also hits the ice at 2:40 today. The Americans have 2 Michiganders on their squad, in Kristen Sims from Plymouth and Megan Keller from Farmington. At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Thank you, Update Kid. So, up against the break there with the previous caller. His offseason plan is awesome. His plan is awesome. Restructure contracts, create $60 million in cap space, trade for Crosby, Max Crosby, the edge rusher from the Vegas Raiders, sign Tyler Linderbaum, the center from the Ravens, and crush the draft. And I don't disagree with any of that. Would all be fantastic.
Flaws?
I'm not sure it's mathematically possible to create that much cap space.
Mm-hmm.
You then would have to still sign some other things, but crushing the draft when you'd have to give up basically
your draft,
a draft, or probably your first 2 picks. You already don't have a third to get Crosby to make it worth Vegas's while to make this move. I would list it as virtually impossible. But Gator, quoting George Blaha, there are calls and then there are calls. That call stood out. It's an aggressive plan. It's a plan that I would shade towards the unrealistic plan, more unrealistic plan. I love it. And if they can do that, then they will have crushed the offseason. Absolutely crushed the offseason. Is it impossible? I don't know if it's impossible, but I think it's pretty close to it.
No, I'll say it's that's impossible. You would be taking on what, $55 million in salary, something like that. Mm-hmm. Although I guess I had to look at what the number really is for Max Crosby, because if he gets traded, that number gets accelerated.
It's
for
still
the trading
it's still
team.
pretty big.
Is it over $30 million?
I don't think it is, but it's close. Let me go look it up. But as I'm doing that,
so they're trying to. If you're going to free up $60 million in cap space, great. You know what that does? That creates $53 million or $52 million of cap space because you're already in the hole. So you haven't created as the full 60 that you think.
30 this coming season for Crosby, 29 next year. Then there's a potential out. Then it's 26.5, 27.43.
Okay. So roughly $30 million a year. So if you do that, if you trade for him and then also sign Linderbaum at close to $20 million a year, you're looking, like I said, at $50 million. Now you have literally $2 million left in cap space to sign anybody else that you have to sign, and you do not have a draft.
No, and I mean that's a lot of cap space to create with restructures. If it can be done,
and it might be able to be done with 2 restructures, with having Amon-Ra and Goff restructure the deals. You might get there.
I don't know that,
but then you're going to have other pain too.
Yeah. Don't disagree with how great it would be, but
love to add those guys.
248-539-9797. All right, so Super Bowl in the books. I mean, it's not the most entertaining of football games if you want a shootout or a close game or you want fireworks. There was some good defense played. There was elite strategy put together by Seattle and execution. And on that day, their defense dominated. There's no question that their defense was the star of that day. I think their secondary, Drake May would hit the back foot of his 5 or 7 step drop and have nowhere to go with the football. The struggles of Will Campbell. Remember when I did the 25 dropbacks for 37 yards?
Yeah.
New England had 25 dropbacks through 3 quarters that produced a net total of 37 yards. That's when you have the positive yards throwing minus the sack yards plus scramble yards. And remember, that was 25 dropbacks for 37 yards. And on the day, Will Campbell, the left tackle for New England, allowed 14 pressures. Now, I'd have to go through and get the fourth quarter numbers, but basically he was giving up a pressure every other snap when it was all said and done. And there was a lot of passing yards put together late in what
I guess they were playing
time.
Prevent defense, and they were rushing 3 or 4 instead of blitzing every other play. And it was garbage. Those were garbage stats that I think everybody watching would acknowledge. Those were garbage stats at the end of the game.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Seattle's defense was stifling for 3.5 quarters. And the Patriots' defense was awfully good throughout the game. They give up 1 offensive touchdown, and they give up 5 field goals because of shorter fields or whatever. There were a handful of really good plays turned in from Kenneth Walker, and maybe 2 pass plays the whole game. I mean, there just wasn't much there from Seattle's offense. Seattle's defense and Seattle's special teams were able to flip the field and keep it a field position game and take the points where they were. We went through it earlier. The 5 field goals, out of 5 field goals, you thought there was 1 maybe that they could have gone for it on 4th down. That would have been the first one. And it was a 4th and 7.
Yep.
I thought the only one was maybe the last one when it was 4th and 4. But at that point, you already have a 19-point lead. It's a 3-score lead there. It's still a 3-score lead if you kick the field goal. So why not go for the touchdown? And they didn't do that either. So it's not like going for the 4th down play was going to make any kind of difference because it wouldn't have.
No, look, Seattle was a better football team. And New England, you had a fine season. And they took care of the schedules in front of them. But
New England couldn't run the ball when they couldn't pass the ball. Seattle was able to run the ball a little bit when they couldn't throw the ball.
And they played great special teams. Won the battle of field position. 248-539-9797.
And the other thing they won the battle of was turnovers. They got 2 major turnovers, monster turnovers. So you had a fumble from Drake May when he got hit, and then he had the pick 6, which looked like it was another sack fumble, but they called it an interception.
Classic arm punt mixed in as well.
Yeah, and the arm terrible pass.
Champ of the weekend, I went to John Schneider, the GM of Seattle. The trade of Russell Wilson really paved the way for this, where you got 2 firsts, 2 seconds, and a 5th, and some players. They didn't hit with all the draft picks and the players. Some of them got cut. Some of them were useful, but at the end of the day, maximized trading a quarterback who had started the decline for market value, which was for prime Russell Wilson market value. It was the architect of this thing, my champ of the weekend.
I went with Scott Harris, president of baseball operations with the Tigers. He changed the narrative overnight by signing Framber Valdez before they knew what the Scooble outcome was going to be in arbitration. So I give him credit for that, and I think a lot of Tiger fans are smiling a little bit more today.
My chump of the weekend is the possibility of this new TV setup for the Tigers, which might be hidden behind 2 paywalls, according to Awful Announcing, a MLB TV subscription and an ESPN Unlimited subscription.
My chump of the week is the Patriots offensive line that was just absolutely pathetic. They gave Drake May no time to throw. He was sacked 6 times, really should have been 7 times. And particularly Will Campbell, the left tackle, was pathetic in the game.
248-539-9797. Get your champ and chump votes in. We go to Dale on a cell. You're on 97.1. Hi, Dale.
How you doing?
What's up?
Yeah, I got a quick question. I think we should possibly consider utilizing the value that the Lions have in Montgomery to improve the offensive front line and their defense.
How so?
Well, if I don't know the dynamics of what it would take to trade him or to utilize his value and get rid of him. I really like him, But I think if we keep Gibbs, we could utilize the value he's got as a running back to be able to maybe leverage that in a better front line on offense and a better defense with various players.
I just don't know how much you're going to get for David Montgomery. I mean, I don't think you're going to get back such a return. You're going to create a need at another running back, and I think Seattle, who had 2 running backs, one got hurt and basically made it through the playoffs with their K9, who did a great job, but they had no other running back had more than 6 carries. You need a second back, and if you get rid of David Montgomery, you create a hole. Now maybe you can get one in the draft, but in the trade market, I don't think you're getting much for David Montgomery. At best, a third-round pick?
Oh, I don't know if you'd be that high. I think maybe 4th, but I don't know. Maybe we look at it differently.
That's not a game changer.
No, it's not, but it frees up cap space.
Even though I would not like to see it happen, but because the front line, the offensive front line needs to be improved and the defense needs to be improved or tweaked, do you consider getting rid of Gibbs and keeping Montgomery and trying to get another younger
So Gibbs, as far as what they're paying him, you want to do something bold, you start shopping around Jahmyr Gibbs. Okay? Say we're going to roll with Montgomery.
Well, that would get you draft picks.
That would get you draft picks back. But he is on one of the most team-friendly contracts for the amount of production that they get. It feels like it would be counterproductive to move him. How many touchdowns and yards has he had the last 2 years?
4,000 yards and 38 touchdowns.
So you're moving a player that you're paying $5.6 million, which is like just over 1% of the cap, that you're getting all that production for. Now you get resources back, and the idea is to be the best football team possible. And if you take those resources and spin them into dramatically improving the defense and adding the center you need, but that would be painful. That would be painful. I just don't know that it is a smart move.
No. Probably is not, and I think that's why if you're going to look at something, what they could do to free up cap space, it's David Montgomery. It's not Jahmyr Gibbs. Jahmyr Gibbs gets you draft capital, but doesn't free up enough space where it makes sense.
Yeah, I just think he's so hard to replace.
He's not the entire offense, but the offense, it seems like it starts with him. And certainly the receivers are really good, and Goff is great at distributing the football, but you're not going to win games if Jahmyr Gibbs is not involved.
It's the second Gibbs call we've gotten today. Move Gibbs. At least they're coming up with something with that value. At least, I wouldn't do it, but the listeners, no question, or if you're trying to get something back in a trade, Gibbs would do it. 248-539-9797. Get your phone calls in. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Hey, it's Doug Carson here to tell you that Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights wants you to bank your tax refund and pay no money down on a brand new Silverado. Pay just $348 a month for 24 months on a Silverado Crew Cab LT 4x4 with zero down. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. With GM employee discount through GM Financial, 10,000 miles per year plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends March 2nd. let's get right down to brass tacks here. Where the rubber meets the road.
Oh, boy, here we go. Any
more cliches? Yeah, what else do we got? When it's all said and done.
When the going gets tough.
Yeah. We just went to an NBA trade deadline. And at that NBA trade deadline, you can look at the tea leaves, you can look at cap situations, you can look at your team's position, and you can make a prediction as to what's going to happen. What we said over and over and over and over again for the literally 2-month time span leading up to the NBA trade deadline, as the Pistons were clearly becoming more and more of a legitimate contender in the Eastern Conference, we were asked, what do we think is going to happen? We said over and over and over and over again, we think there's going to be a secondary move, not a big splash. We talked about all the big splash rumors because when they're out there, we're going to discuss them. And always in the end, we'd say, I still expect it to be a Dennis Schroeder type of move. And that's exactly what they did in the Kevin Huerter trade. And we'll see how much of an impact it makes. What do you think happens this offseason?
With the Lions?
With the Lions.
No splashes. I don't know. I think there's ripples at best because they just don't have the space. And I think that they're going to have to – they're relying on guys getting better because they don't have the space right now. There's some space created. If Taylor Decker lets them know that he's retiring, that creates some space. There's $11 million plus in space if Decker calls it quits. But then now you've got a hole at tackle, which you can try to fill on the cheap or with a draft pick, and that might be your solution. But beyond that, there's not a whole lot you can do. There's nickel and diming. Lots of guys are making – you would have $1 million in savings.
Here and there.
Yeah, but those are guys you have to replace in your roster that'll cost you, almost the same just to get them. Sam Laporta is a possibility to be traded because they did that with Hawkinson in his last year of his deal. That would save you $5 million if you traded Sam Laporta, but Sam Laporta is a huge part of this offense. I don't think there's going to be a big splash move made by the Lions. I don't think they can do it. I think at best they can get an offensive lineman in free agency, and it's not going to be Linderbaum.
I think they're going to get one of those secondary centers. This is my early prediction. Not Linderbaum, but a veteran center to come in. The game changers are on offense and defense. They both have game changers. The game changer on offense is Taylor Decker's decision. The game changer on defense is the kind of bottom line analysis of Kirby Joseph's health. And I expect you're right. I don't think there's going to be this massive, oh my God, I can't believe they just pulled it off. That doesn't mean there won't be changes, but the cap restrictions make it kind of tough.
Cap restrictions are really horrible for this team. And yes, they can restructure some deals, and I'm sure they probably will to free up some space, but I don't think it's to free up space to get that other edge rusher, that difference maker in the secondary. I don't think that happens. I think they're going to have to go into the season with what they have and hope that those guys can come back healthier, that Terry Arnold and Ennis Rakestraw can finally see the field, that you're going to see, Hassanen make some kind of impact as a defensive end on this team. I don't know if Pascal and Unzarika, I thought those guys were long gone, and apparently they're not. So are either one of these, can they take any kind of step forward? I mean, they haven't in the 4 years they've been here, so I don't expect it. It's going to be a lot of hoping, I think, right now, and maybe one impact player that they can add to the offensive line that would be an upgrade over what they had last year.
If you look at Seattle's offseason, probably the biggest splash move they made was they moved on from DK Metcalf. Sam Darnold didn't exactly come with fanfare when they signed him. They had a good draft with Gray Zabel and Nick Immanwariye. They brought in DeMarcus Lawrence, but that kind of offseason. It wasn't a big splash offseason for Seattle. They made some moves prior to it.
They drafted so well, and their guys have stayed healthy. And so it's huge.
What that means, it doesn't mean you can't get it done having an offseason that is a little bit less. Well, it comes with a little bit less fanfare, but you and I both, when you get right down to it, we'll talk about all the big trade rumors. But my early read is probably none of that stuff's going to happen.
I mean, we've talked a little bit about luck, and with me, the luck, a big part of it is health. My God, Seattle got lucky. They were so lucky with health on their defense in the secondary in particular that a guy like Reek Woolen is expendable.
Yeah.
And Reek Woolen's a really good cornerback in this league, but he's expendable because they have a wealth of riches there. And they've drafted even better than they thought they would have. Lions, they're stuck at square one because their guys are always hurt.
Yeah, and I as from my point of view, I don't want to hope they get better with the current
Don't
guys
want to do that
in-house.
either. It's not really a good strategy.
No, it's not at all. So I think they're going to go out and make some moves, and they're not going to be splash moves. They're not going to be big moves, but they got to go out and find more Roy Lopez's. You know what I mean? They got to find more Meek Robertsons. They got to find guys that fit their style and start putting some competition on the team to compete with Mahogany and whoever, because you're not handing him a spot anymore. You know what I mean? You're not handing Rakestraw a spot. They got to go out and find their type of players. Like I said, it's not going to be splashy names, but they're going to be guys that can compete and play above what their pay grade is and play above what they've been shown in the league. Like Alexander Zalone, I know he's in the very beginning of this. When they got him, I think they saw him as one of the pillars of this team, and no one thought that.
No one thought that here. You're right.
I think they got to go back to, when they said go back to what got them where they are, I think that's what they're talking about.
So then that's 3 for 3. We'll talk about Max Crosby. We'll talk about Linderbaum. And if the Lions start getting associated with some of these teams, some of these players rather, we'll discuss them. But I think all three of us are expecting more subtle moves. And Lopez is a great example of a player that Lopez and Anzalone are great examples of players that can that might not come with as much fanfare, but can help you out. 248-539-9797. All right, here's feedback. Champ K9 for the best running back performance at a Super Bowl since the 90s. Finally getting an award he deserves. Chump, the rest of the Super Bowl, that was the absolutely worst Super Bowl ever. That game was turned off in the third. Well, I don't know if you lived through some of the Super Bowls of our youth. I don't know how old this person is. Super Bowls sucked when we were kids.
Yeah, but they sucked because there was a lot of offense for one team. They were lopsided.
They were lopsided, boring games. Not competitive.
Last night there was no offense through the entire game, really. I mean, you had a few running plays by K9. Beyond that, there was not a ton of offense. But the defense was on full display. Both teams are very good defensively. I didn't find it terribly boring. I didn't think it was great, but I'm watching it going, I wish the Lions could stay healthy. Their defense, I mean, Brian Branch and Kirby Joseph are as good as it gets from the safety position. And when you're watching that, and you're watching Devin Witherspoon and Nick Emanwari play their game, and I'm thinking, I've seen this done before. We've seen it where Brian Branch is lined up at the line of scrimmage, and he shoots into the backfield, and either he sacks the quarterback or he makes a tackle on the running back. It's a tackle for loss. We've seen him do that time and time again. We've seen other guys be able to do that at times on this team, but they're never able to stay healthy for this team.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Matt in Sterling Heights. You're on 97.1. Hello, Matt.
Hey, guys. I just had a question for you. When is this Max Crosby talk gonna end? Do you think right now in Green Bay, where they just have Micah Parsons, in Green Bay, are they saying what we really need is Max Crosby? There's no way. We already have Hodge.
Well, Green Bay does have Rashawn Gary.
Okay, they have Rashawn Gary. We have how many sacks did Gary have compared to Muhammad? The main point.
Would you rather have Muhammad or Rashawn Gary? Come on, man.
Well, I'd rather have Rashawn. I'd rather have Gary.
All right, thank you.
The big thing is there are so much. Considering who played the offensive line for this team the last year, basically, or certainly the last half year, there are so many bigger issues. We have no safeties. We have one cornerback. Max Crosby is about number 12 on the list of things that we need.
I agree with we agree with you, Matt. I just wanted to kind of calm it down a little bit. But
Matt, I will tell you that if any, there's Max Crosby news today, which is he told Tom Brady, according to, who was it? Was it Schefter?
Jason Lockhart said that he had a GM tell him that that's what he said.
Yeah, that he told Tom Brady, there's no way I'm playing for Vegas next year, which might not mean anything. And as long as people in Detroit have interest in it, we will discuss it. And also add the caveat that it just is not likely. And you could get him, but you probably have to dismantle the team, mortgage the future, and they will have collected two great edge rushers. But there's a really good chance that they won't be a better football team.
Right. They would have 2 great edge rushers, maybe add a few sacks from last year, and they would, they still have no safeties, no offensive line. I don't understand the obsession with that position. Last year it was Hendrickson and Crosby. Now it's Crosby. It's got to stop. There's so many more important things.
Yeah, well, I understand where you're coming from. Understand it. It's just, if it's a hot button issue, we're going to be discussing it, and always adding the caveat doesn't seem likely.
Well, and it's going to be tough when you look at next year and next season, because it's okay. You're starting back again. Got to find another edge rusher opposite of Hutch, because El-Kadim Muhammad probably priced himself out of the Lions' range with having a good season last year. So if you don't have him, now what? Now it's, okay, we're going to rely on Hassanin or somebody they draft and with their first couple of picks that you think is somebody that can step in, which is a real possibility. I mean, we don't know what the Lions are going to draft. We haven't seen what they've done in free agency yet. But, Akeem Mesidor from Miami, if they drafted him with their first-round pick, I mean, that's a guy you expected hits the ground running. He's an older player. He's a powerful player, and he's a damn good pass rusher. Is that the answer? Is that simple? But it doesn't solve the problems in the secondary. It doesn't solve the problems in the offensive line.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. All right, so one of the stories that's percolating here a little bit, when you get through the Super Bowl, you get into the what's going to happen next phase. And the story that Clint Kubiak is headed to Vegas, the offensive coordinator, Seattle could lose their OC. And Jeremy Fowler speculating on what's going to happen next. Their quarterback coach, Andrew Janocko, is a natural candidate, according to this story. But he writes later, some people I've talked to here in San Francisco think Seattle coach Mike Macdonald will want to keep a similar Kubiak-style system in place. One back pocket item to store away. Seattle was very impressed with Mike Kafka during the head coaching interviews 2 years ago. He is now a senior assistant in Detroit and could be a name to watch. So Kafka, when did we get news of that? Like 8 days ago?
Yeah, something like that. Oh, not yet. He's not gone yet. Oh, boy.
The Kafka era in Detroit I'll have fond memories. Actually, it's not over. It's probably premature for this, but Kafka,
I don't like the way he used Montgomery. I don't. More touches, man. Demo.
Could Kafka be on his way to Seattle to replace the departing Clint Kubiak? He could be. But that's just something to keep an eye out on. And it does seem, I find the Kafka thing for a guy who's that coveted to come here when there's already an OC to still be a bit curious. But, we'll see how it plays out.
Using the Lions as a stepping stone.
Yep. Champ and Chump, get your votes in. Champ and Chump on the weekend. Pistons off on Saturday and Sunday after annihilating the New York Knicks, holding them to 80 points. 80 points. Now, they didn't have Karl Anthony Towns, and they didn't have Anunoby.
There you go.
But they beat him up nonetheless. And how about Danis Jenkins? Give it a new contract. And you'd have to think that his emergence didn't help the Jaden Ivey era in Detroit.
I think
in terms
it
of
made it
him
easier.
making him expendable.
Yeah, I think it made it easier for them to say, okay, if we're not likely to sign him in the offseason, why don't we move him? And what are we doing? I mean, Jaden Ivey didn't have he wasn't much of a contributor this year for this team because of injuries and coming off the injuries, kind of slow to come off that. Danis Jenkins has done a great job, and they reward him with an extended contract. I think it's great news for the Pistons. And I feel like we've moved on from the Ivy era here. Who knows? Maybe down the road they can revisit that years down the road. But for right now, it makes sense for them to give the guy minutes who's actually contributing in those minutes.
It's not a bad job, though, winning that game on Friday for a nice, cute little basketball team, as that one host at WFAN in New York referred to the Pistons as, who have now taken it to the Knicks a couple times this year.
Didn't they beat them by like 60 points in 2 games this year?
Well, this one was by 38, and the one they played earlier in the year, they won 121-90. So, yeah.
Is that good?
Yeah. Looking at the Knicks point totals here. Are those the 2 lowest point totals they've had this season?
I don't know. The Knicks went out and beat Boston right after they got thumped by the Pistons. So,
yep. Pistons banged up a little bit. I mean, look, is this for this stretch run for the Pistons? We're not in the stretch run yet. We still got 30-something games here to go. But I feel like one of the biggest goals of these last 30-ish, one is stay healthy. 2 is, maybe be able to rest some guys a little bit. 3 is crash course Kevin Huerter. Right? I mean, over the course of this, figure out his role, what he's going to be able to do. It's probably not going to happen right away. All that matters is that you have him up to speed and figuring out how to use his skill set with this group of players as best you can come postseason. That is a primary goal of these last 30-ish games.
well, it made it seem with the press conferences we've seen with JB Bickerstaff that they just really like his basketball IQ. He's a guy who understands where you're supposed to be and what you're supposed to do when you're on the floor, and that matters to them. It helps to create some spacing, but that he can also distribute the basketball when necessary and hopefully knock down a shot when it's open. We haven't really seen him knock down the three-point shot in a couple games. He's gotten a look here, but like you said, as long as he's ready to go by the playoffs, that's all that matters. You know, it could be a slow roll up until that point, but they've got plenty of games to work it out.
Yeah, I wanted a little bit of a bigger move, but you know, they felt like this squad could do it with just a little tweak, and I'm hoping Huerter is the guy, so I'm rooting for all of them, especially even the guys that were already here, like Javonte Green, your boy, Doug. That game was so out of hand against the Knicks. They're up like 40 points at one point in the fourth quarter. He had his kid on the bench with him. That's like the most disrespectful thing I've ever seen. Like, bring the kids onto the bench. There's like 5 minutes left in the game. What do we do? I mean, I know, like you said, they didn't have Cat and they didn't have OG, but still, man.
It was kind of good for the Pistons' soul.
Yeah, because after that Wizards loss, where like that was the biggest upset in the NBA this year.
Watching the Wizards beat the Pistons, and I'm looking at who's on the floor for the Wizards, and I'm like, they're losing to a bunch of walk-ons.
Dude, no Anthony Davis, no Trae Young.
Yeah. And you can see even the Wizards bench, they were like having the time of their lives. Like, they were asking, who are these guys? With all their backups lighting the Pistons up. It was bizarre. and they wouldn't miss big shots. But yes, coming off that a day later to take it to the Knicks. Now, coming out of the All-Star break, they will play in New York in 10 days. And I suspect both teams will be closer to healthy. And unfortunately, that'll probably be more indicative of what's to come. And if the Pistons beat a healthy Knicks team in New York in 10 days, yeah, I think we're talking about, okay, message sent. Clear message sent.
Well, yeah. I think they're the best team in the Eastern Conference. Even after
think they
all
probably
the smoke
are,
is cleared on the
but-
trade deadline, I still think they're the best team in the Eastern Conference.
I think they probably are.
James Harden had a nice first game with Cleveland. But you would expect him to because he's a stat filler. He does what he does.
That's something to monitor. Could change who Cleveland is, and Cleveland could be a second-round matchup if Detroit is so fortunate to get to the second round. But nice little basketball team this Piston team has here. And no one can attest to that more than the New York Knicks, who have two of their worst offensive outputs of the season against Detroit. Charlotte tonight, not final word on Jalen Duren and whether or not he is going to play. But look forward to how this team does come down the stretch. 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump. Get those in as Mondays mean Champ and Chump of the weekend. Here are some votes coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. My champ is Lindsey Vaughn. My chump is Hideki Matsuyama. I didn't see what he did. Did you?
He got to a play. I think he bogeyed the 18th hole to force a playoff. And then he lost in a playoff because he dunked his tee shot in the water and allowed Goddard up to Goddard drained a birdie putt on the first playoff hole. So, I mean, he earned the win, but Matsuyama kind of backed into that playoff hole.
Champ Arts Pub in East Lansing. Super Trooper Pizza, a legit 20-inch pie. Chump, the New England offense.
Let me tell you something about Arts Pizza in East Lansing or in Lansing. Outstanding. One of my all-time favorite pies. Did you ever go to Arts Bar and Grill?
I did not.
Back in the day?
No.
I did.
Sounds like it.
Man, you get a slice of pizza and a super of beer back in the day. It was like $5, and it was this giant slice of pizza that was so cheesy, so delicious. And on top of it, to get this big, 20-ounce super of beer. I loved it back then, man. We'd go to Arts all the time.
Quick Google search on the Super Trooper Pizza. Heavy-duty pie loaded with barbecue sauce, smoked pork, ham, bacon, and mozzarella, often featuring mac and cheese as a topping.
Oh, I didn't know that about that. I was just talking about regular, pepperoni
Sounds like
pizza.
the anti-Doug Karsh pizza.
That is the anti-Karsh pizza. Doug's not going anywhere near
that. No, not even close. But here's the question for you. You don't like over-the-top
No,
things.
I don't need the mac and cheese on top of it. But every once in a while to indulge on like a meat lover's pizza like that. I would.
Hold on. The smoked pork, ham, bacon, mozzarella, barbecue sauce, that's not over the top.
No.
The mac and cheese is what puts it over the
It's
top.
a 3-topping pizza.
Okay.
I agree with you, Gator.
Mac and cheese is totally different.
Yeah, that's different.
That's
like a side.
I would never do that to a pizza. I would never do that to a pizza.
But you always, whenever you talk about bacon, you say you like bacon on itself, but not included with other
occasionally
things.
I say on pizza I can handle it
The
in
meat lovers.
moderation. Like a meat lovers thing. It's got its place for it. Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
Just looking for definition here.
No, and I mean that sounds delicious. I mean the pulled pork on a pizza is very good.
And they're like it's shredded, Doug. It's not like just to glop it on there like a hamburger or something. No, it's like spread like toppings throughout a pizza.
There have been times, man, that bacon on pizza can be real. I mean, look, most people love it.
Yes.
Me, it has to be the right situation. I remember years ago.
The right situation for bacon pizza.
My brother went to undergrad at Alma College, and there was a place up there called Pizza Sam's. And my brother would get a pie from Pizza Sam's, bring it down to East Lansing when I was at Michigan State, or I would go up to Alma to see him, and we would just enjoy the hell out of this pizza. It was so damn good, and it had bacon. It was like a meat lover's. It was a real tasty.
Just now I've got you as defined by Gator. It's got to be the right situation, and apparently the right situation is when you're in Alma.
100%.
Okay.
100%.
Then you get bacon on your pizza.
Then I would absolutely get bacon on
Do
my
you want to
pizza
even
on
keep
Alma.
taking votes for Champ of the Weekend, or are you?
I mean, I just got so nostalgic when he said Arts in East Lansing. So great.
248-539-9797. More Champ and Chump votes rolling in on a Monday.
I watched the UNLV Arkansas basketball game there back in the day. Lee Mayberry, and who's the other guy for Arkansas?
Well, was
Todd Day.
Was that Todd Day,
Yeah.
Corliss Williamson?
No, Williamson.
No,
wasn't
Williams. It was just Mayberry and Day, and then you had
Corey Beck.
all those great guys for UNLV.
Was Corey Beck on that team?
May have been.
Yeah.
That was the incredible Stacey Augman, Larry Johnson, Anderson Hunt.
Gator knows his college basketball, man.
Well, there's no
Thanks, buddy.
question.
Thanks, buddy.
Yep. I defer to him when it's bacon on pizza and college basketball.
Jarred something loose there, Tiger.
He even remembered the players from the college game. That's how much he loved that area.
You want to know how good Art's pizza is? There you go. Yep. That just happened.
We're still got an hour and 17 minutes left of the show if you want to keep talking about
Takes
it.
about that long to drive to East Lansing.
97.1. Gator spent much of the commercial break on Google looking up the Super Trooper pizza, looking at pictures. I was walking past the studio and I saw Gator's computer with the pictures of the of the Super Trooper pizza from Arts, and I opened up the door behind the glass and I said, you know what's on Gator's computer? And then Gator piped in the talk back and said to Kang, I'm looking at the menu right now. Kang turns to me and says,
Gator loves stuff from his past, right? He loves reliving the past.
This is true. Well, they show there's on their website, there's a picture of pizza by the slice, and that's what I remember. These giant slices of tons of cheese on the pizza. So good. And the wings and salads. And
he has such a sense memory that he can remember the college basketball game he was watching 30 years ago when he last had the pizza.
Yep. Well, it was also, it was like 1 versus 2. It was a classic matchup.
Yeah, that's why you were there.
We went there to watch the game and eat the pizza. For sure.
It was UNLV versus Arkansas. Todd Day, Lee Mayberry, Oliver Miller.
There you go.
Do you have this box score up, Doug? Because we can get the date that Gator was there.
Yeah, it was February 10th, 1991.
It's almost the anniversary.
So tomorrow will be 35 years. It'll be a 35-year anniversary.
How about that?
How are you going to celebrate,
yeah.
Gator?
So I wasn't 21 at the time.
I think there's only one thing you could do. I think you got to make a trek.
I'm not against it. Happy Valentine's Day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they'll give you a heart-shaped slice.
They should.
Hysterical.
It was so good.
All right. Well, that champ vote is noted. The unauthorized fan running onto the field gained more rushing yards than the New England Patriots. That's from Steve. Champ, Seattle special teams, Chump, Will Campbell. It's a rough day for Will Campbell.
It was a rough day for Will Campbell.
Yeah. Almost like pity kind of watch. I'm like, oh, this poor guy is struggling. Seattle special teams, coached by Jay Harbaugh. Had a good game. Champ Budweiser for their Super Bowl ad. Very awesome. Chump the Patriots. That's from Sherry in Florida.
Is that the one with the eagle riding the horse?
When the horse takes off and the guy says, I'm looking at the sun. He's starting to cry.
That was pretty good. That was a pretty good commercial.
At first, I wasn't into it. I'm like, all right. And then I was at the end. I'm like, oh, that's pretty cool.
And then they come to the live shot and they show the eagle on the perch of the horse at the stadium. Did you see
I didn't
that?
know. I didn't even notice that. Did they really?
Yeah.
That's kind of badass.
Yeah, that was badass.
So the advertisement carried into the actual game coverage?
Yeah.
All right.
That's placement. That's product placement right there.
Nathan Clausen. What about Trey Hendrickson? Not as good as Crosby. Wouldn't cost picks and less annual salary. 3 years, $70 million.
Oh, you're not getting him for 3 years and $70 million. I can't imagine he'd go for less than $30 million a year. And I saw a report over the weekend. Cincinnati is thinking about franchising.
His market value, according to Spot Track, is 25.4. So maybe you could get him for less than 30, but
good luck.
I don't want a 32-year-old edge rusher coming off an injury. He could be different, but when the Lions were really sounded like when the edge rusher opposite of Hutch talk was at its peak, and apparently it's never going to die.
No.
But when it was at its peak, I sat down and looked at contracts that edge rushers had signed. Most of them start to decline at the age of 30. I would not be interested in Trey Hendrickson at this age and at the price it would cost. And maybe he's different, but honestly, and I don't believe in hard and fast rules, you know that, but that is a real warning sign. And I think the money might be better invested in another player or elsewhere. But the El Quadin Muhammad thing is interesting. Like the Lions they did not have a bad pass rush this year. Do not think for 1 second that they had a bad pass rush. They had a top 10 pressure rate, and they finished 5th or 6th in the NFL in sacks. So let's not overstate the need. But if they lose El Quadin Muhammad to free agency, and El Quadin Muhammad's another example of a player that the Lions brought in on the cheap and produced to them, and they need more guys like that.
Yeah, the Lions need to get a healthy secondary, whether that's bringing in healthy guys or the guys they have getting healthy. They just need to stay healthy in the secondary. If they can somehow find a way to that path, I will guarantee the defense is improved. Forget about the talk about the shiny thing, which is the edge rusher opposite of Hutch. Forget about that. Improve the secondary, and they'll be fine.
248-539-9797. Let me just double check this. 2025 regular season. The Lions finished the NFL, kind of bad at this, 4th in quarterback sacks in the regular season. So, again, always looking to improve everything. And Muhammad was a big part of that, but you got to make sure that, don't overstate the need. 248-539-9797. My champ, Christian Gonzalez. My chump, Will Campbell. If Max ends up in Chicago, the Lions are in big trouble. Well, you can't control where he goes. And that's where the Crosby story, we said it earlier, whoever sent this over, we said it earlier, that's how it impacts the Lions more than anything else. Is where does, most likely, it's just where does Crosby end up? If he's refusing to go back to the Vegas Raiders, and that's a report today, okay, who's going to pull the trigger on a trade? And that team will have a player that they'll have to give some stuff up for. So they're going to have to either give up a ton of future assets or they're going to have to give up guys on their roster, and he will become a problem. But are they a better football team? And what's the cost financially? Champ, the Waste Management Classic for making news about golf and not a bunch of drunk guys taking off their shirts and sliding down hills. Chump, Levi Stadium for having a $180 hamburger. That's from Mark in Grand Rapids.
I'm sorry, what's that?
Oh, you didn't see this? It went viral yesterday.
No.
They had a $180 hamburger. I actually had sent it to do an Are You Going to Eat That? But
did it pulled pork and bacon and barbecue sauce on it? Or?
I'm going to guess here that if you go Google search $180 hamburger, do it on Twitter and you'll see it. It's got like a giant, literally a bone sticking out of it through the bun on top.
Like the meat's supposed to be so tender, Gator, you probably just slide that bone right off.
All right,
through the bun, through the top
I got
bun.
you. I'm
It's like
God.
It's like Flintstone,
It kind of is. It's a Flintstone burger. It's a total good way to
So you
put
get the marrow, one of these marrow things. What the hell is that? What is it?
It's a braised bone and beef shank, roasted demi-glaze Point Reyes blue cheese fondue.
Yeah,
blue cheese fondue. That's what that is.
I'm good in passing on that one.
Yeah.
Well, you don't like messy foods. I don't know if I've ever seen anything
that might be the
is
messiest thing I've seen. Yeah.
Yep. And they sell out. They sold out. Orlovsky said you couldn't walk through the stands without seeing one of those everywhere.
Well, he must have been in the highfalutin area because according to Ravel, they only made 200 of them.
Well, there's only look, if you have the money to pay for a Super Bowl ticket for that game, you're probably not caring so much about how much you're spending on concessions either.
So you make it in a chump. You do realize nobody's required to buy those.
This is true.
You can just not get one. Jacob in Minnesota, I may have made a trip back to Lansing just to get an Arts Pizza. I haven't had one in at least 5 years. Gator may bring the streak to an end tomorrow. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Pistons action coming up tonight as the team has 2 more road games before getting a few days off for the All-Star break this weekend. Of course, a number of Pistons will be working over the All-Star break. Cade Cunningham will start for the East All-Stars, while Jalen Duren will wait for the nod from East head coach J.B. Bickerstaff to come off the bench and play in his first All-Star game. However, his status for the game remains in question as Duren withdrew from the dunk contest over the weekend. He accepted an invite to the event last week, but with his latest knee injury that kept him sidelined for the last game and a half, Duren decided not to participate in the dunk contest this Saturday. Former MSU guard and Magic rookie Jace Richardson will take his place. It's unclear if Duren will suit up for the All-Star game or not. Tonight's game between the Pistons and Hornets is set to start right here on 97.1 at 7 o'clock. Chris Villar will host your pregame coverage at 6:35. The Tigers will not have Chris Paddock back next season after the trade deadline acquisition became a free agent this offseason. Today, Jeff Passan reported that Paddock re-signed back with the original franchise that drafted him in 2015 in the Miami Marlins. Despite the NHL being on a break, there is still plenty of hockey going on this week in Italy. The women's ice hockey preliminaries are already underway, and Team USA is rolling right now after a 5-1 win over Czechia and a 5-0 win over Finland. Americans hit the ice again today at 2:40 as they will face Switzerland. Men's preliminary games start Wednesday this week. Team USA won't skate until Thursday when Dylan Larkin and the Americans go against Latvia for their first game. That one is scheduled for 3:10 on Thursday. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabat. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Really satisfying weekend for Michigan and Michigan State basketball. Wolverines go down to Columbus and take it to the Ohio State Buckeyes yesterday. Michigan State with a much-needed feel-good win on Saturday night over Illinois. An exceptionally good Illini team, and they really did a job on the Wagler kid, the freshman, who is incredible.
Yeah, Jordan Scott was given a task, and he was up to the task. Michigan State playing without Ukuchukwu as well, who's done for the year, it looks like. So it was a gutty win for the Spartans to get it to overtime and then win in overtime. Great game from Jeremy Fears again. He got 26 points, ton of assists again in the game. He's been pretty impressive this year with, I believe it's 7 double-doubles this year.
Mm-hmm.
10 times this year he's had 10 assists or more in a single game.
Okay. The other thing that happened over the weekend was the Olympics. Winter Olympics really kicked it into high gear. Yesterday, if you're just joining the show, we had a college visit out east. So flying back out of Boston, Patriots home, flying out of Boston last night, spent the first half of the NFL's championship Sunday on a plane. And so at one point during a commercial break, I had to go to the restroom, got up, and it was funny just walking through the plane and seeing all the TVs on the Super Bowl.
Right.
But I did notice one TV, the row in front of us, somebody was watching curling. So Super Bowl was going on, and a person in front of us had the curling on.
Well, the game wasn't so great.
Well, it was the first half. We didn't know that the game wasn't going to be great. When we were out east, we were with our 18-year-old son, and Olympics are on multiple channels, and there was there was snowboard racing where the two side by side go through the gates from top to bottom. There's 30 gates, and they race against each other, and one advances and one is out. And my son asked me, "Is there curling on anywhere?" And I'm like, wow, he'd rather watch the curling than this. He snowboards. But how do you feel about curling? You don't care. Kang, do you like curling?
I actually just tweeted out today that curling is just a backyard game if your backyard was all ice.
Yeah.
This made it to the Olympics. With all due respect. So I said with all due respect.
Yeah.
What the hell is this? This is an actual...
It's shuffleboard.
Right?
It's essentially a shuffleboard on ice.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when's shuffleboard going to be an Olympic event in the summer?
I don't know, but I can't get enough of the curling.
I absolutely love it. You can't get enough of it?
I watch a ton of it during the Olympics. During the Olympics. Every 4 years. That's it. I'm not watching, Duluth versus Fargo on a Tuesday night in the...
You know why they're the best at this, Doug?
That's your fault.
Yeah. They're the best at this because they're the only ones doing it.
Well, I'm sure it's bigger than you're aware of, but yes, it is not a huge sport.
I have to admit, I did watch a little bit the other day, and it was U.S. taking on Great Britain. And maybe it was because it was on in the studio, and I turned my head over to see some of it. Oh, hey, here it is. It was U.S. versus Great Britain, and the United States was trailing to Great Britain. And all I could think was, really?
The Corys. It's the Corys.
But how could the Corys be trailing against Great Britain? You're Great Britain.
What's wrong with Great Britain?
Come on, they're not curling?
You're trashing their curling program?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
You tell me they should hang. People from Great Britain should hang with people from Duluth when it comes to curling.
Gator thinks we should hang a 50 burger on Great Britain in curling.
Well, you don't hang a 50 burger, but you can shut them out.
It's hard to shut anybody out in curling.
Well,
when you don't have a
Duluth,
hammer,
it ain't
how are you
that
going to do that when you don't have the hammer? If you did every end, then maybe. Lindsey Vaughn, what do you make of that story? I mean, is this brave and it was a hell of a try and awesome?
Absolutely, it was brave, and it would have been the most amazing story if she was able to survive the fall and continue on. Or let's say she didn't even fall. If she just had a clean run, would she have medaled? If she had medaled, it would have been an amazing story based on the visuals that we had from just a week ago when she was airlifted off the mountain because she fell and tore her ACL. And then a couple days later, you're watching a video montage of her working out, doing squats and all types of other exercises. I'm like, how on earth is she able to do this? Oh, well, she's got a knee brace. Got it. But at some point, I couldn't possibly fathom she'd be able to ski with this. So I thought the story was going to be great. And I knew that she was going to have a practice run. And I thought, okay, maybe I'll watch the practice run, but I forgot about it. And then when I woke up on Sunday, I'm like, oh, I wonder if she's skied already. And I went to ESPN.com, and, of course, the top story, Lindsey Vonn crashes. And then I went out and did some more research on that, and you find out that she broke her leg. And I'm like, I mean, is it predictable? Maybe it shouldn't have been, because I guess that some people are saying that the ACL injury had nothing to do with her crash, because she just kind of clipped the gate, whatever.
Had nothing to do with the ACL.
But I don't know. I still think it was kind of predictable that she was not going to. It was unrealistic in my mind to think that she was going to be able to medal.
Men's hockey starts soon. The women
Thursday, yeah,
and the women play Canada.
I think is it tomorrow?
And that's a huge rivalry. That is a huge rivalry, and it's fun to watch.
Let me just make sure. Yes, U.S. and Canada tomorrow at 2:10.
Everything
in, women's hockey.
The proliferation of drone coverage for these sports. Now, it was funny because I watched some of the practice sessions, and in the practice sessions, there's not a lot of fans there. You don't hear much, not a lot of cheering, and you can hear the drones everywhere. When I watch the actual events, you can hear them a little bit, but not nearly as much. But the drone coverage, where it really got me is the downhill skiing and some of the sliding events. It's pretty crazy to be right behind the sled as it goes down the hill.
I love you're calling it sliding events.
No, it's, Lou Skeleton.
Sliding center. Yeah, right.
Yeah. But anyway.
Something you probably never used in your life until today.
Might have been the first time. Until 45 seconds ago. You don't need drones for curling. But it's in some of those events, the drone coverage.
I've already got the camera on top.
You got the camera right on top. Yeah. It's one of the unique features of curling is there's a fixed camera right over the house.
Yes. I will say that when I was watching some of the luge last night, and that was my first time seeing the drones. And it was really just on the first 15 seconds they have the drone, and the drone follows the luger going down the first couple turns.
Mm-hmm.
I started laughing out loud because you see this little thing just trailing the guy who's getting up to 79 miles an hour. And I was laughing watching it, and then my next thought went to the movie Phantasm. There was a horror movie called Phantasm, PH, Phantasm. They had a couple sequels as well. In that movie, as an implement of horror and death, is an orb that travels around a mortuary and will have the ability to have a drill bit in it to find people and kill them with it, or a spear of some kind of projectile. But it travels around. It's wild, and I'm like, that's what it looks like. Looks like this loser is being chased by the orb from Phantasm. He's gonna die if he doesn't get down this hill. Maybe I was the only one that had that thought.
You might be.
97% of the people have not seen the movie Phantasm or even heard of it. So.
By the way, congratulations to Breezy Johnson, who actually won the downhill women's.
I'm glad that you came up with an because I couldn't remember who. I knew it was something Johnson.
Yeah.
And it was a wild name to begin with. He's a Buzzy.
No, this is what we do. Our downhill females are named Peekaboo or Breezy.
Right. And good for her because she deserves
she won.
it. She should get all the accolades. Yet all anybody's talking about is, Lindsey Vonn fell. Yeah, and somebody else medaled.
Breezy was awesome and got the dub. And Diggins means a lot to this show, okay? Because Diggins won the first, it was a part of the relay team that won the first ever medal for us, gold medal for us in cross-country skiing, and one of the greatest calls in the history of sport.
4 years ago, yeah.
Yep. When Diggins got it done on the Klobelbakken.
Yes.
And did you see Diggins compete?
I was watching the women's cross-country, the 10K, a little bit of it, and the Swedes were 1-2. Carlson and Anderson were 1-2. And they were way ahead of the pack. And then somewhere in the distance, they mentioned Diggins, the top competitor for the United States, checking in at like 11 or 12 at this point when I was watching it. So I thought, Diggins from the Klobelbakken.
Yep.
Too bad.
She overcame the Klobelbakken and won our first gold. 248-539-9796. That was 4 years ago.
Right. Your groin has to hurt like crazy after cross country, right? I mean, everything's going to hurt because it's like the greatest exercise you could do is cross country skiing.
It's absolutely draining from a cardio perspective.
Watching these people do the cross country event, it just looks like you better stretch your groin for like 6 months straight before you even get on skis. It looks like it's painful as hell.
Well, it's not. The little bit of cross country skiing I did as a kid. I mean, when I was a kid, nothing hurt, but it was cardio. That's where it leaves its mark is cardio.
And leave a mark.
Jason on a cell. You're on 97.1. Hi, Jason.
Hey, I just tuned in and I heard about the curling and I had to call. I am all over it. I grew up in the area and CBC is a local network that we get. So, I would watch a tournament on the weekends. It'd be Newfoundland against Manitoba or whatever on the weekend. And I would watch it, but I was looking at some of the numbers as I was on hold and center to center, it's 124 feet and they're getting a 40-pound stone into a 4-foot circle from 124 feet away, sliding it down the ice. And the precision and the accuracy is insane. The American woman in the mixed doubles is hitting her shots over 90%, and they're saying 80% is elite. So the precision and the variables on the ice are just wild to me.
I watch way more curling than I ever imagined I would. All right, Kang. Yeah, we like ourselves some curling, but tell you what. Let's get back to mainstream. I'm going to say something. Wednesday, you know what's Wednesday for Detroit?
Is it pitchers and catchers?
Pitchers and catchers are Wednesday, and Scott Harris will speak.
Okay.
We'll get to that next here on 97.1. Hey, it's Doug Karsh for Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights, and they want you to bank your tax refund and pay no money down on a brand new Silverado. Pay just $348 a month for 24 months on a Silverado Crew Cab LT 4x4 with zero down. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights, 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. With GM employee discount through GM Financial, 10,000 miles per year, plus tax and fees. With approved credit, offer ends March 2nd. George in Berkeley, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, George.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
George. Okay.
Yeah, I just want to let you know that I believe curling was invented in Scotland. And by the way, I curl. And the high-end stones all come from one of two quarries in the UK. So I think that's why Great Britain probably has a pretty good team.
Yeah, Gator.
They're pretty familiar with curling.
Gator just believes so much in Duluth.
Well, who wouldn't believe in Duluth?
Yeah, well, I'm going to be probably in a curling tournament 2 hours west of Duluth at the beginning of April.
Are there going to be anybody from Duluth that's going to be there?
No, this is just a bunch of.
I was about to say because you have no shot against Duluth, George.
Yeah, but I did go to the Duluth Curling Club, and they used to have the silver medal lounge there. But when they won the gold medal, the guys were from the Duluth Curling Club. So
I remember. That was Then they didn't qualify this year. But if you want to see something special, go watch Dropkin and the 3-stone takeout he had when Great Britain had shot rock, second rock, and third rock. Just Google search it. It's unbelievable. Fantastic shot. Okay, that concludes the curling talk for today. Pitchers and catchers Wednesday.
I mean, we didn't get to talk about Michigan State hockey, but we're going to talk curling.
Well, they two teams split this weekend in exciting fashion. They sold out LCA, which was great.
Get-in price, I heard Saturday night watching the game.
Mm-hmm.
They said was $150 for the get-in price at LCA, and for lower bowl seats, they started at $300. It was quite a ticket to have in the secondary market.
1 and 2 in the country. I think they flip-flop spots. I think Michigan State is now 1. Michigan is 2. Wolverines 1. And come from behind fashion on Friday night, down 1-0, then 3-1. I listened to that game as I was driving out east, and Wolverines won in overtime.
Well, it was 3-1. Then it was Michigan State went up 4-2, and the goal was disallowed. Or it wasn't disallowed. It was
they had a shot they thought went in. Play
it did
continued,
not.
And the Wolverines scored. So then they had to go back and review to see if the shot went in, and they determined it did not. And so Michigan's goal counted. Had the shot gone in, Michigan's goal to tie it, it would have been 4-2 State. Instead, it was 3-3, and Michigan won in overtime.
Great games both nights.
I was in New York City actually on Saturday night, and State jumped out to a big lead. By the time I tuned in, they had 3-0, 4-0 lead, I think.
4-0. Yeah.
Michigan got a couple goals, but State closed out that win. The big news there is that Detroit is selling out for college hockey, Michigan and Michigan State. And we do all this, and of course, always need to mention Western Michigan's damn good, coming off a national championship. So. It's weird because I feel like I grew up my entire life. Michigan and Michigan State were always good, but I'm not going to lie. I probably had just some inherent inferiority complex about BC, BU, and like Minnesota. And not anymore. Not anymore.
Yeah, no, I haven't felt that way in a long, long time.
No, college hockey's gotten really weird because it feels like the big programs put together the best 18U teams in the country, and then out of nowhere, Quinnipiac's got a bunch of 23-year-olds who played in juniors that can beat our unbelievable 18U teams that have all the draft picks.
Now the rules have changed.
Rules have changed. But whatever's going on, it's been good for the state of Michigan and college puck. Pitchers and catchers report, which is an exciting time because the pitchers now include Framber Valdez. What a big story that was last week. And people are talking about the Tigers as being a legitimate World Series contender.
A lot of people say they have the best 1-2 punch in rotation in Major League Baseball, and they might. It's certainly arguable that they do. Valdez has been very consistent, very good. He's not as good as Tarek Skubal by any means, but he's pretty good. Another left-hander, and this gives the Tigers an excellent start with the rotation, and whatever else shakes out in the rotation would be interesting. Whether or not Reese Olson is going to be healthy enough to be in that rotation. If he's not, what do they do with Troy Melton? Would they still entertain the thought of signing another free agent pitcher to join the rotation? I doubt it, but we shall see. I mean, their payroll is now up around the top 10 of baseball with this signing, and of course with the losing arbitration case with Skubal, but they've got a lot of money committed to the top 3 pitchers on their team right now. It's over $90 million, I think, for the top 3 pitchers when you throw Flaherty in the mix. and their payroll is pretty high right now, as high as it's ever been. But that'll change dramatically after next season. So I think it shows the Tigers are going for it this year.
They are going for it.
Are they going to add a bat to the mix in spring training? They could make a trade of some kind. They've got assets to make for a trade if they want to do it now, or do they want to wait until the trade deadline?
Well, there are
we'll
variables like the ESPN did had their insiders. What's the thing you're most excited about with spring training? The first name mentioned by Buster Olney, the first name, all of Major League Baseball. What are you most excited about in spring training? The first name he mentions is Kevin McGonigal. And he writes that he will make an impact this year, but when?
Yeah.
And then there was another story on ESPN.com. Each team's big question as they head to spring training. And the big question for the Tigers is, will Kevin McGonigal make the club out of spring training? He might be good and a Rookie of the Year candidate, and it might be a bit of a slow burn like Cole Keith. Like Cole Keith, you can see him ramping up, and it's still early in his career, but the jump isn't easy. And it's not easy for everybody. But McGonigal is one of those variables that I don't think there's any question he's going to make an impact with the Tigers this year. It's just a matter of when. And really, it feels to me, based upon everything that is said about him, it's a matter of, does he have a position more of whether or not he can do it at the plate? And they may roll with him anyway because he could be that bat that they're looking for. And then I swear people in the game like Howie Lee way more than we talk about him.
Yeah.
People in the game always bring up Howie Lee, and I don't think we take calls on Howie Lee. We don't get texts on Howie Lee.
Well, they love McGonigal's presence to the plate, recognizing his strike zone, draws a ton of walks. He's very disciplined there and can hit it to anywhere in the field, has some decent power as well to boot, and all that is very exciting. But a guy is yet to play a single inning of AAA baseball. And you go back to Colt Keith as a comp. Colt Keith in 2023 as a 21-year-old played 59 games at AA Erie at the time and hit 325 with a 977 OPS. Got promoted to AAA Toledo, played 67 games there, hit 287 with an 890 OPS, and then went to the Tigers in 2024, started out of spring training.
Step by step,
but he at least made the step to AAA. McGonigal, last year was high A ball, then double A ball, didn't get to AAA. It'd be a big jump, but yet if he's got all the skills, the bat-to-ball skills that they say he does, and if he's competent enough defensively where you could play him at shortstop, okay, I'd like to see it because the upside of him at the plate seems to be pretty impressive. But no, I wouldn't expect this guy to be an all-star from day one. Nobody is. It's very rare that they are anyway.
Well,
and yet, here's this guy that is being heralded as the number 2 prospect in all of baseball, and he's gotten so many accolades over the last season and a half. It's hard not to recognize this or get excited about what he could be with the Tigers.
Could he win Rookie of the Year?
If he makes the team out of spring training, yeah.
Last year's Rookie of the Year, Nick Kurtz.
He was so good.
He had 290 with 36 home runs, 86 RBIs, and a 1,002 OPS.
In how many games?
He played 117 games.
He didn't even make the team.
If that happens, or anything close to that happens, do you realize how much of a game changer that is? And when people talk about Buster Olney, the first thing he mentioned, what excites him the most is McGonigal. So this isn't wishful, hopeful thinking in Detroit. We're looking at a best case scenario.
Yeah.
But this guy's a candidate. He's a candidate to go out and have a Rookie of the Year type season.
A different player than Nick Kurtz, for sure.
First baseman, power hitting. Yeah.
But you're talking about a guy that can make that impact on a team. And I'm just thinking, like, if he gets on base anywhere close to what he has in his career as a minor leaguer at this point, it'd be pretty good. You got a guy who get on base in the high 300s. If he does that at the major league level, that's incredible. You'll take it.
Mm-hmm.
And he makes contact. And it's good contact. Sharp contact.
Yeah. Well, considered a loaded system, and we might start to see, some of the returns on this. And look, there's a lot to be excited about. How good will he be? McGonigal. There's no telling, but it's also, there's a reason why eyeballs are on him. why national people mention him first. And yes, pitchers and catchers on Wednesday. How about this? We're sending the Birchie kid down there.
Really?
And we are going to have updates every day this week.
Wow.
From spring training.
Nice.
So put a reporter on the ground. We'll have people on the ground. Boots on the ground in Lakeland.
Person on the ground.
No. The Birchie. 248-539-9797.
I think Birchie's wife feels about that.
Yeah, the station didn't even send him. Will just went by himself.
Right. Will's like, I'm driving. I'll leave now.
What are you doing, sir?
Overwhelmed.
supposed to go
kids
get
in the
diapers.
house. Yeah.
I'm like, hey, man, how's the little one doing? He's great. Great. Sleeping a ton. No problems at all. I'm like, and the older one? Oh, man. It's like, yeah, right around 2 years old. I'm like, well, they call them the terrible twos for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
And he's, got the dog, too. It's a lot to handle.
It's open lines. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Let's get back to your open line calls. JP in Sterling Heights. You're on 97.1. Hello, JP.
Hi, guys. How are you?
Great.
Great. Hey, I just wanted to mention, I'm a snowboard coach, and I coach the racing aspect of snowboarding, which is the giant slalom, which you had mentioned before. We had two athletes from the U.S. in that, in the women and the men, a gal out of Minnesota, Iris Plume, and then Cody Winter out of Colorado. And they took 21st and 30th, but, it's a really popular sport in Europe. Mm-hmm. But even more so, heading into this week, we've got two athletes from Michigan in the cross events.
The Vetter kid.
And Jake Vetter, correct.
Yeah. And the cross events, to me, are the most exciting ones to watch because that's like just a pack racing to the bottom, and there's contact. It's fun to watch.
Correct. It's got its roots from, motorcycle,
Yeah.
When they send the bikes around the track and, you got four guys bumping and, they're going up to 60 miles an hour. It's pretty awesome.
JP, I'm a big fan. If you've not watched the cross events, and they have a snowboard, and they have skis, and they have men, and they have women, those are fun. Those are fun to watch. I've really enjoyed those. Is that the one where Lindsay Jacobellis was winning and she tried to do a trick on her last jump and fell and lost the gold?
Yes, that's correct. I mean, she's redeemed herself and won plenty of after that. But cross snowboarding wasn't even in the Olympics till the 90s, so it's still pretty young.
Yeah.
And but it's such a great sport. I coach a team here in Michigan and just love it.
Thank God she redeemed herself, right?
Jacobellis?
Yeah.
It was humiliating. I mean, I'm glad she did.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't a good look for sure.
No, it's terrible look.
Yeah. Do you really remember that?
I actually do.
Okay, good.
Were you having great pizza at the time or something? Is that why
He
you
associated with what food he was eating at the moment?
Best wet burrito I ever had.
Now it makes sense.
Hysterical.
Could you imagine how much more information you could retain if they let you eat in class?
You're right.
That's a hell of a good point.
A whole different world right now.
Gator would be like
Gator
Mensa.
knows exactly what he was doing on February 10th, 35 years ago. He knows exactly what he was doing because he associates with Art's Super Trooper Pizza.
Well, it's just a slice of Art's Bar and Grill Pizza
Okay.
in Lansing on Kalamazoo Street. They had a great deal then. And it's a pizza by the slicer was amazing. It was a big old slice of cheese and pepperoni pizza.
And he completely associates with Arkansas versus UNLV, number 1 versus number 2, college basketball, at a game that happened 35 years ago tomorrow. That's why there's a food reference mixed in. All right, so we mentioned pitchers and catchers report.
Was there a fight that broke out in that game?
I don't think so.
One of the Mayberry or Day just threw this weak punch.
Really? I don't remember, but hey, YouTube.
I trust Gator.
Yes, I have no idea what I was eating for that game. Pitchers and catchers report on Wednesday. AJ Hinch, recently on the Foul Territory podcast, was asked, how did conversations with Scooble go in terms of what to expect this season following the arbitration hearing? And here's what AJ Hinch said. I'm really happy that it appears that the person I talked to was correct in their assumption that Scooble will not be bothered by this arbitration case. That was my concern.
Yeah, well, I didn't think it would because he shouldn't be. He has the right attitude about it. You're letting your agent do all the work, and your agent's telling you, look, we're probably going to win this case. I can't imagine the Tigers are trashing him at all during the arbitration hearing. I know they can argue the other side of it, but they're not going to trash him.
Their arguments are all about, hey, in previous arbitration cases, this is how much raise the players got. They're not saying Scooble sucks. Scooble didn't go out for the 7th. None of that is coming up.
The reason Scooble won the arbitration case, or Scott Boras won it, is because it's a different kind of precedent, because he's the player that had the 5 years of service time, and it allowed him to be compared to anybody in baseball, not just limited to arbitration players in baseball. So that's why he won the case, because there's this back-to-back Cy Young Award winner that's put up the same numbers, or better numbers, than guys that are making $30 million. So you can compare him to those players instead of just being relegated to arbitration numbers. It was an easy decision for the arbitrator.
There's been zero indication that Scooble's bothered by this at all, and he wants nothing more than to win. And if he does and goes elsewhere, I mean, bravo, thank you.
Well,
but let's win.
I'm assuming the Tigers aren't trading him, and they're going for it. You know, this is a Scott Harris move by signing Framber Valdez. That's a go-for-it move. Absolutely, it's a go-for-it move. And now, kind of like the Lions, you're also expecting guys from within to step up and be better and be more consistent. And they're going to need that because a lot of guys tailed off in the second half. The entire team basically tailed off in the second half of the season, or at least after the All-Star break and after the trade deadline for sure. So those guys are going to have to be better.
All right, more from the Foul Territory podcast. AJ Hinch, what's the expectation for this team? Here's what he said. You know, it's crazy. I think even the last 2 years, they made the playoffs 2 years ago. I don't know that Detroit was fully bought in with full belief. He used the term energy. I think people were hopeful about last year's team, but I don't think they were like, because from about 2006 to 2000, like there's a decade there where I feel like every year Tiger fans went into the season thinking they could win the World Series. I don't think they felt that last year. They certainly didn't feel it the year before. I think the energy is completely different this year. I think he thinks they can win it all. I think the fan base thinks they can win it all. And they still aren't a complete team. Don't fool that. And I'm not saying they are. But isn't the energy different this year? What we're going to hear is going to be different this year?
I think so. And it's a team that's been to the playoffs 2 years in a row, and now that they've added this big pitcher to the mix as well, yeah, I think you're going to hear a lot of excitement about the players and the fact that you've invited to spring training Max Clark and Kevin McGonigal. That these guys, the young players, getting their opportunity.
All right, one more from the Foul Territory podcast. AJ Hinch, what is Framber Valdez bringing to this team? Oh, there it is. And I mean, Valdez is so good from a standpoint of changing the perception. In one signing, I feel like everything changed.
The narrative completely changed.
Yeah.
Now, it's changed for now. If they end up trading Skubal, then that's a different whole.
I just can't see that happening now.
I can't see it either. And I think if you're the Tigers, okay, you've spent this money now to add the guy, but you're also understanding that next year you're probably not having Skubal and you're going to have contracts come off the books and you're going from a payroll that might be over $200 million now, that'll go down to like $100 million after the season. So it's just for the remainder of this season that you're going to have to endure that. But enduring what? You're going to hopefully be winning baseball, getting 30,000 people plus to the ballpark every night, and you're going to be making money because the team's good. So it's a good business plan.
Pitchers and catchers report on Wednesday. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1. All right, so Super Bowl champ, another season in the books. And now we're going to get all the build-up for free agency, which is a month from today. So on the to-do list for the Detroit Lions, I think sort out any player that they think they're going to move on from. Where are they going to save money against the cap? Probably the first thing they need to do is get as best an answer as they can for Taylor Decker. You can't, if Taylor Decker says, yeah, I'm planning on coming back, even though I'm still banged up from the season, and then his body doesn't respond the same way Ragnow's body, I guess, didn't respond. And when it was time to get back to work, he was like, I can't do this anymore. But you kind of got to force the issue given the fact that what just happened a year ago.
Yeah, and I think it goes with the timeline. Taylor Decker said going to take maybe a month or two. Well, we're looking at just past a month now. So if you get to March 1st, it'd be 2 months, roughly. By his own timeline, that seems to be the amount of time he needs to let them know by. And they should. I would expect we hear something in the next couple weeks. I'm not sure which way I'm pulling for because he's a pretty good left tackle in this league, and the offensive line does look good with him, and he knows it and knows the playbook and everything else, although they're going to change the playbook. But they know the coverages and everything else they're supposed to do, protections and everything else. I'd love to have him back, but at the same time, it's diminishing returns at this point. He's not the same guy that he was. He's still a very good left tackle in the league, but it's stacking injury on injury on injury, and he's had surgery after surgery. I can see him walking away from it, and that's okay too. But then they have to figure out who's going to play left tackle. Is it going to be Penei Sewell? Fine. Then who's going to play right tackle? Is it going to be draft pick that you take at 17 or that you get in the second round? Or is that an area that you've earmarked for free agency and you're going to find somebody there? Because I don't think that's a position that I don't think they have in-house right now. They got a lot of guards. They don't seem to have a lot of tackles, particularly Dan Skipper retiring as well. That's a position that they're going to have to find a solution. It might come in the draft, and there are guys that can start right away at right tackle in the draft.
Then they got to decide on other players on their roster. Graham Glasgow, is he, there could be some savings there if they move on from him. They can move on from David Montgomery, which I'm not a huge fan of. But I'm not a huge fan of moving on from David Montgomery. I love David Montgomery. I want him to be back, but that could be a cap casualty. Then there's lesser guys,
Well, you'll save $5 million by cutting $5.5 million by cutting Glasgow.
Yeah, and he could be one of their best options at guard. The center thing they probably want to upgrade, but you got to make sure that doesn't mean you don't repurpose Graham Glasgow, because the point isn't necessarily to save money. The point is to get the offensive line back to where it was,
right?
And then pour a ton of resources into the defense. Alex Anzalone's another one.
Well, yeah. And Anzalone's a free agent, right?
Are they trying to bring him back? Are they trying to bring back El-Quadim Muhammad?
Who's another free agent? With Decker, and let's assume that Decker's going to retire and Glasgow they let go. That frees up $16 million, over $16 million in cap space for a team that is, $8 million over the cap right now. So now you're starting to get on the positive side before you have to restructure.
Right.
And then it starts to look a little bit more visible of how you can free up and manipulate the cap and create some space to sign somebody. But it doesn't mean that you're going to create enough space to go out and trade for Max Crosby and take on his $30 million a year contract, or to sign Trey Hendrickson as a free agent if he goes below $30 million. It's just, you don't have that kind of money. You don't have that kind of space. You probably don't have that kind of money in your space for Tyler Linderbaum, the center from Baltimore, if he hits the free agent market, because he's looking to be somewhere in the $18 to $20 million a year range.
Here's an interesting player. If they decide to move on from Alex Anzalone, do you try and bring back Malcolm Rodriguez, who's a free agent? Does Malcolm Rodriguez do a payday? Malcolm Rodriguez feels to me like the kind of player that if you are looking for somebody's young, talented player that has been stuck behind veterans, that given more opportunity could be a good signing by another team, I think he's the kind of guy that could get an offer that would surprise us.
He might. Or
these are the kind of guys I look for from other teams.
Yeah, exactly. And you signed Derek Barnes, and he's, I think, $9 million a year, roughly.
Derek Barnes and Jack Campbell are going to be it, but I'm not sure. Are there any other linebackers under contract?
I don't think they have other linebackers under contract.
So there's some guys that need to be signed.
Correct.
Is that the case? Yeah, it is. Campbell and Barnes are the only two they have under contract for the coming season. Anyway, point being, how much they want to hang on to Malcolm Rodriguez.
Well, I don't know how much Malcolm Rodriguez gets in the open market. Is he a guy that's going to get north of $5 million a year?
I think somebody will offer him that. Yeah,
I don't know.
That's my prediction. I don't know. It's a bold prediction.
Another guy coming off injury,
could be,
or had injuries last year anyway.
Yeah, got healthy, but at the end of the day, yeah. But you know what I mean? He was kind of been buried behind veterans, and if I were another team, I'd be like, that guy. If we give him a starter's role, we'll be happy.
Yeah, and because you're not asking him to be Jack Campbell. You're asking whoever it is to be the third linebacker on his team. I mean, Jack Campbell is kind of taking over the Alexander Zanloni's role. What you're really asking is for Derek Barnes to step up his game. Or does this open it up for the Lions to select a linebacker in the draft in one of their first several picks? Because there's some good linebackers available in the draft.
Yep. So all that stuff has to get sorted out. They got to balance against what's available in the draft and who on their team they think can come back and help them, even if they didn't help this past year. Candidates like that are guys like Ennis Rakestraw. Can Ennis Rakestraw help them? Can Ahmed Hassanin help them?
Yep.
Can
a full year of Ali McNeil, healthier, moved away from his injury?
What do they think Christian Mahogany is going to be long term? Is Tyleek Williams going to be a long-term answer, more of a playmaker moving forward? These are questions that they have to ask themselves that could determine.
And Miles Frazier.
Yep. There's a bunch of guys, and you got to save money somewhere. You'd love to be able to fill every position with an established veteran, but you got to save money somewhere. So who are the guys that on the cheap, and you don't want to be cheap anywhere, but in a cap space, you got to find it somewhere, right? Is Thomas Harper going to be able to hold down a safety spot while Brian Branch gets healthy, or do they need to go out of house?
Was Harper the one that got hurt at the end of the year?
I can't remember.
I think one of the safeties, another safety or defensive back, had gotten hurt at the end.
I think Harper had concussion issues at the end of the year.
Yeah. So, these are the decisions that are being made right now. Free agency a month away. And it's going to be interesting. If you are just joining us, we had a chance to make predictions earlier in the show about what we think is going to happen this offseason, and we're not expecting the big splash. There's going to be a lot of big names available. That doesn't mean smart signings can't be made. I don't expect Linderbaum. I do expect a Pochich or somebody of that ilk, a established player that's good, that gets out there in the open market and costs, $7 million and not closer to $20 million. But it'd be good to bring in a veteran center, sort out which guards are worth keeping around. That's kind of it for the offense. I guess maybe the only other decision is, do you move on from one of the tight ends, and do you move on from David Montgomery? But
tight end is going to be a question, what they're going to have to do moving forward, because you've got Sam Laporta, who's entering year 4, and he was a second-round pick, so he's entering his last year. So do you give him an extension or not? Or do you trade him like they do with Hawkinson? Brock Wright's making some money, but you could save a little bit if you were to let him go. But, I think they really like their tight ends, and there's reason to like their tight ends. But it doesn't mean they don't have other options.
Here's Rico Beard. What's up, man?
You're Doug Karsh.
How are you doing?
I'm good, man. How are you doing?
I'm much better. Last week, kind of touch and go health-wise.
Okay.
Touch and go? What?
Well, I wasn't going to die. I could have, if necessary, I could have worked.
We had T-shirts ready for you, Doug.
I was told to not come in.
Yeah, you were told to stay home.
Yeah, so I was going to come in, but they said, no, stay home. I'm like, all right. What do you guys got planned coming up next?
A couple things. One, the game. What was the best part? What was the worst part? Was it the game, Bad Bunny, the commercials? Where you at with that? And then a lot of people talking about a Goff issue. I say you got a Lions issue.
All right, there it is. That is coming up next. Thanks for being with us. Stay safe. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Happy Monday, brought to you by Northville Lumber. Michigan basketball remained the number 2 team in the latest AP poll. Michigan State also stood pat at number 10. The Pistons start their 4-game road trip in Charlotte tonight. They just picked up their 9th win in a row Saturday. Trade deadline acquisition Kobe White is out with a calf strain. Jalen Duren probable after missing the team's last game against the Knicks. He was seen at shoot-around, though. Ron Holland is out for personal reasons. Hear the 6:35 pregame right here on 97.1. Lions running back Jahmyr Gibbs told Dave Burkett of the Free Press over the weekend about his running mate's David Montgomery's future. Quote, "Of course I want David back. The whole team would want David back, but it's ultimately up to him. He's going to do what's best for him and his family, and whatever he decides to do, I'm going to support 100%, end quote. According to ESPN, Falcons pass rusher James Pierce allegedly intentionally crashed into the vehicle of WNBA player Rakia Jackson and also struck a police officer after he was attempting to flee from them. He was released on bond over the weekend. According to Front Office Sports, Indiana coach Kurt Cignetti's national championship headset is being auctioned off for over $110,000. The Twins have signed ex-Tiger Gio Urshela to a minor league deal. At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hi. Can't wait to talk about that dazzling Super Bowl last night. Rico, how you doing?
Well, Mike,
I already know the answer. So why don't we just get started today? I'm not doing fake banter with you. That pregame yesterday, I wanted to set fire to my television. Why do they have to do all the fake damn banter? Can't you just talk football?
No, because of this game, they had to make you want to watch this game. They had to give you some storyline. You're like, oh, wait, I go to that garage too. Maybe I'll go there and watch this guy. Because it didn't have, this wasn't like Rams Bills where you wouldn't have to pump it up. It would just be.
It would be a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
This was a bowl that was not super.
This was, no. Trust me, guys.
This was awful.
This is going to be good, but hey, shout out Gingers.
He didn't play well. So, well, if that's your flex. Rico, hey, listen. Ayande, could you get him some wet wipes? He's already reached a rival because Sam Darnold won, even though I had Seattle in a romp.
I know.
And handed you A.J. Barner, plus 250.
You did.
Yeah, okay. So let's just keep it on the level. Hold on. When when the winning quarterback doesn't win MVP.
It just means that the running back just had an outstanding day, Mike.
He completed 50% of his passes, Rico. He was not good. This was the worst quarterback play in Super Bowl history. As far as comprehensively passing games, that game was, I'm being serious. At least blowouts feature points.
I would have to look at that Rams Patriots Super Bowl, but no, you saw a glimpse of this Super Bowl. It was called the AFC Championship game.
It was
except
horrible.
Minus the snow.
But here's the problem. Bad as the game was, commercials stunk. Bad Bunny stunk. Sorry, I don't speak Spanish. So I don't speak Spanish, Baxter. So I don't know what to tell you there. I just sat there and I'm like, well, maybe he'll eventually break into English. Nope. I mean, it was, as you put it, it was energetic. Don't know who he is. I don't speak Spanish. I closed my eyes at halftime, went to the bathroom, and then I just listened to the melody and waited for it to mercifully end so we could then get to the atrocious halftime show of attempting to break down an atrocious game so that we could then watch more of said atrocious game. It was a never-ending hellscape last night. The commercials didn't even provide a remote escape. The commercials were horrific. The advertisers would have been better spending the money and offering you dead air with a static logo of their product.
I feel like some of them actually did that. As far as the Bad Bunny, I'm watching it. I thought, okay, maybe there's a song that he does in English.
No.
Okay, he's got some rhythm. He's walking through a cornfield or walking through something. Maybe it was sugarcane. I don't know. But
okay.
There
and
were
they're
old men playing cards.
Right. It was somebody has tried to sell him a ring. He gave it away. It was a taco vendor. I'm like, I don't know what this is. I don't know what he's saying, but he had energy. So I'm like, it reminded me, you're on a trip. You're in Mexico and you walk into a club. You don't know. He's like, this feels good. And you just start dancing, like bobbing your head. And then all of a sudden, wait, there's Lady Gaga. And then I felt like Steve Rogers in the Avengers movie. Wait, I understand that. I understand what she's saying. And then it was gone and it was Ricky. I was like, is that Ricky Martin? Wow, where'd you find him? And then it was over. And I was like, wow, okay. That was Roger Goodell saying, we're going international.
100%.
Like it or not.
Well, that's the thing I don't
and
understand.
I don't care if you don't. Because
Why are
you know
so
what?
many people angry, though? Why can't something just suck without being angry? Why you got to be angry about it? Yeah. People get angry if you didn't like the halftime. Or, like, then you get the other side where it's like, well, I'm not going to watch it. Grumble, grumble. It's like, okay, wait, are you such a man baby? You find Bad Bunny so, offensive to your sensibilities? You're going to go to an alternate cast of halftime? Like, dude, just go take a dump. It's halftime. Give yourself 7 minutes, relax, restock the plate. Like, if it bothers you that much. I wanted to watch it to see what the hell a Bad Bunny was.
I've never seen it.
Definitely not for me.
Right, I've never seen it. So I was like, you know how sometimes when the halftime act plays, and then it's like, oh, I didn't know they made that song.
Nope. Not here.
No, I was like,
no,
oh,
and then you've got. I mean, I'm sorry. I can't wait to talk to him. But you hear Cookies this morning? Oh dear God.
Which?
Oh golly gee, man. Yeah, I don't know who he is, and I didn't understand a word, but it was electric. I'm like, oh Jim, what are you afraid people are going to critique you if you didn't like it? Come on. It wasn't. If you don't know the musical artist and you can't understand a word they're saying, don't label it great. Okay, Jim, why was it great? Come on.
Yeah, like I said, to me, it was
everything sucked last night. There's your headline, okay? Everything sucked.
Everything did not suck.
Everything sucked. Commercials, halftime game. Suck a
You didn't like the Dunkin' Donut commercial? That was funny.
In the aggregate.
Okay.
You
yes,
pulled one commercial out of how many?
You said everything sucked.
99.9 with a bar over it. That was the worst Super Bowl Sunday ever. Argue it. Argue it, anybody.
Every commercial.
I dare you.
Yeah, every commercial wanted to play on your heartstrings and say, well, here, this just reminds you of your granddad or your grandma.
Yeah, they've been dead a long time. Not interested. 248-539-9797.
What about the horse who found the eagle?
That was terrible, too. Give me a break.
But it had horses.
It didn't. Even that couldn't save it. The Clydesdale?
Wow.
Yeah, no. I want you to power rank it.
Somebody get this man a rainbow.
No, just get me a football game that was remotely watchable, or commercials that were remotely entertaining, or a halftime show I could remotely understand. It was the worst Super Bowl Sunday of my life.
Okay,
and I got the game right. I got the total right. I got A.J. Barner right. Still couldn't save it. I would rather watch QVC and have them hawk fake cubic zirconias.
Well, you knew the game was going to be that way 2 weeks ago, and that's what they've been trying to hype it up for the last 2 weeks, telling you, no, guys, you really need to watch this thing.
And look.
Really? No, trust us. This is going to be good. And it's like.
No, it's not.
At first, I was like, okay, if you like good defense, but it boiled down to.
That was bad offense.
That
wasn't good defense.
No,
it was bad offense.
It was the AFC Championship game. Don't make a mistake. When the coach just grabs you by the face mask, just don't make a mistake. It's okay to run the ball 3 times into the line. We'll punt it and force them to make it a mistake.
The only thing that would have made last night worse is if Mark Ryan showed up at my door. Okay? That's the only way last night would have got worse.
That would have been great.
Yeah, one difference. It wouldn't open. 248-539-9797. So rank it. Tell me, it's like a different version of F, Marry, Kill, okay? This is just rank them in order of awful. The game, which was egregiously bad. Halftime, which I just thought it sucked. I'm not angry about it. I don't care. I wish Bad Bunny all the success, and clearly he has plenty of it. And then the commercials. Nothing was redeeming.
I'm going to go, if I had to place them in order.
You are. You're going to power rank this in orders of awful.
At 3, the commercials.
Okay, least awful of the awful.
Because, no. They were the awful of the awful. So
commercials are worse than the game.
Yes, because
fascinating.
You know why? The game, at least in the fourth quarter,
got interesting. Like, okay, it took a while. And when Drake May is going down the field, I'm like, wait, if they score here, it'll be 19-14. And then he threw the pick. But at least for about 6 minutes, it became a game all of a sudden.
How big of a reach is that? Okay, fine. What was number 2?
2 was probably, it was Bad Bunny.
So he was not as good as the commercials, but better than the game.
Yeah.
So the game was actually the worst part of last night for you.
No. Reverse.
Okay.
The commercials.
Commercials worst.
The worst.
Bad Bunny. Bad.
Bunny, and
Game.
The game.
Least bad.
Because at least now, for a second, it was just going to be a tie, but the game in the fourth quarter got interesting. And then it wasn't. But, okay, it looked like right after the streaker came out there, Drake May caught fire, and he started to move the ball down.
I wish they would have just shown the person running on the field. That absolutely would have outdone. Probably that guy could have played receiver for the Patriots, the way that game went.
He got hit hard.
Yeah, but he made a couple people miss. I saw a video.
Yeah, he did, yeah.
He did more than Steph Diggs. Are we sure Steph Diggs didn't go streaking on the field? Did he play?
He played.
248-539-9797. Kenny, in order from worst to least egregious, game, commercials, halftime.
Worst would be game for me because it lasted, the length of a football game and was largely terrible. Second was halftime. I'm kind of with you. It's not my flavor of ice cream, man. I couldn't understand. Obviously, I don't speak Spanish. Didn't understand it. I'm not mad about it. A lot of people on social media are turning this into a weird political vehicle, which is odd.
I know. I just seen people triggered both ways. It's the funniest damn thing in the world.
Absolutely absurd. Not my flavor of ice cream, so that's number 2. Commercials have always been largely background noise, so that's the least of my problems with that.
Okay, but the game for you was absolutely, yeah. The game was horrible.
The game, like all the way at the very top, a big old gap, and then halftime in the commercials.
Like what we always like to do is label something, well, this is great defense. No, it was horrific quarterback play. First of all, Sam Darnold's job last night, be less awful than Drake May. It's your only job. And Sam almost screwed it up 4 times. He threw 4 passes that could easily have been intercepted. They didn't.
Almost.
That's why you saw Vrabel do what he did to start the game. Do you notice how he started the game with these hurricane pressures?
Yeah, jumped every route.
They knew.
Yeah.
Our only hope to win this game, we got to turn them over. Then once it became like 6-0, that's where Vrabel went, because if they gave up one more score, they were dead.
Though it was funny, I did not know the stat until after the game. He led the league in turnovers, Sam Darnold.
Yes.
0 in the playoffs.
Played a corpse in San Francisco, played the game of his life against the Rams, and played one of the worst teams to ever make a Super Bowl in the Patriots. Congratulations.
He beat the 2 Super Bowl. I mean, the MVP.
The Rams game was his opus.
The MVP and the runner-up to the MVP.
The Rams game was the one where you have to respect it. I have to respect it. But last night, I was cackling. I'm going, look at this goofball. He's going to barely throw for 50%, and he's going to just get totally carried by special teams, defense, and K9 having the game of his life, which, by the way, I hated the holding call in that last run.
That cost me so much money.
Why?
I had K9 over 150 yards in an anytime touchdown. That would have put him at 200 and a touchdoam.
Noted. You've got a right to pout.
Okay. You know what? I was Jalen Naylor shaking hands with him all the way down to the end zone. I'm like, yes, we're rich. We're not.
And look, we're going to get into what we can take out of said game from a Lions perspective, but wanted to put it at 3:00 just so we could talk kind of more openly. And look, if you liked halftime, God bless, enjoy it. Listen. After today, I'll never talk about the halftime again. Why? Because I don't care. Yeah. I just was kind of puzzled start to finish last night. I would love to sit in those rooms where the ad budget gets decided on, and they go, okay, here's the deal. We are going to spend $6 million on a Super Bowl ad. Here's our pitch. Mm-hmm. It's like the scene in Elf when they bring in Peter Dinklage. So a tomato's feeling vulnerable. And like, these are the ads they approve. Mm-hmm. Like,
wait. What if we get the 2 polar bears to choose Pepsi, and then we put them up on the camera like the couple at the Coldplay
Get it up
concert.
On a storyboard.
Wait.
Huge.
You see, right here, this guy, he's going places. Love it.
Does this make Mike the angry little elf in this situation, or?
You're an angry little elf, aren't you?
No, because he was tired of being insulted. No, the commercials are just bad.
No, they were terrible. None of them were funny. None of them were entertaining. None of them seemed to provide any sort of, when you were watching that game, you're like, it's got to get better now.
Here's what I think, and then I know we gotta move forward here. The whole event has jumped the shark. Call it what it is. The Super Bowl is actually a has-been. It's just people haven't caught up yet. 248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone calls. We'll get some of the text communications. And then kind of lionize this whole deal at 3 o'clock, because there are things I think we could take away from last night. 97.1. All right, Kenny, text communication. Get to the people momentarily, but rank in order of awful last night. Game, commercials, halftime. And again, if you like something, well, great, then that's going to be top of the pops. But that was probably the saddest Super Bowl Sunday ever. The game, at least in blowouts, they usually involve points. This was atrocious, where your kicker is the MVP. And both quarterbacks, it's not about anyone being good. Just be less bad than the other guy. And you saw it in the way the game was coached. Seattle knew once they were up 9-0. Here, we'll run the damn ball on third down. We don't even want Sam to make a play. And for New England, they played like they were Kent State facing prime Saban, Alabama, and just trying to cover the under.
Brother, you're not kidding, because in the day and age of going forward and the analytics went out the window. Late in the game, it's like, hey, guys, this is 4-1. This is a Super Bowl. If you don't have a play ready for right now, fire your entire staff.
Right.
Now let's go ahead and punt.
And Drake May will be fine, but he was in a blender last night. And you know it's bad when Collinsworth actually said the quiet part out loud. I mean, he just was like, look, he's not ready. They broke glass in case of emergency, commentary-wise. They never say stuff like that. Yeah. Kenny, what do you got on the text, buddy?
You know it's bad when even betting can't save it for Mike. That's from
It's terrible. My God.
And see, that's what saved the game for me, because all of a sudden, because it was right there with that Rams Patriots. It's like, is anybody going to score
in a serious manner in modern football? Don't go back to like 1970. That's a bottom 3 Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Fair?
Yeah.
You want to throw Rams and Pats, the Jared Goff game?
Yeah.
Where Sonny Michel scored with like 8 minutes to go to kind of ice it and get to double figures? Yeah. Fine. Outside of that, I mean, dude, at least the blowouts feature touchdowns. Kenny?
The only thing that saved it was the halftime show. I really enjoyed it. Everything else was terrible.
All right, point for Bad Bunny on the text line. Go ahead, Kenny.
If Darnold had a pulse, it would have been 35-0 by halftime. Terrible game.
Amen. Hey, look, if Darnold had a pulse, he's the MVP.
Bro, Christian Gonzalez was about to be the MVP on a losing team. If he would have won it, I wouldn't have been angry, because he balled out. If it wasn't for him, it would have been 35-0.
Yes, Kenny.
I'm with Mike. Everything sucked.
I'm being honest.
There's a lot of everything sucked texts coming in. I think people are like you.
You know what? Nona appreciates your support. It's not broad-based negativity if it's true. And again, I'm not mad in the least if you like any portion. I don't think we're going to get anybody calling up going, last night in totality was fabulous. No. There's no way.
No, I mean, each thing had their own, like the commercials, it was just really one that I cared for. That's why it's dead last. Bad Bunny, it was entertaining. It was fun.
Bad Bunny was mass appealing. It just wasn't designed for me. And that's okay. It's Roger Goodell saying, I want a global audience. I respect the hustle. Yeah. One problem, Bunny, Booby, baby. I need you to mix in a few things in English here. You gotta, come on, help me out. Help me help you. Help me help you. Like, I want to like you. I also want to understand what was the shoulder pads in the blazer routine. I didn't know what was happening.
I thought that was like a big reveal at the end where he was going to have a Bad Bunny jersey on. Hey, look, man, at least he had talented dancers. So there's that.
Oh, I see what Rico's doing. All right, let's go to the people.
I'm just saying the quiet part out.
We'll go to Derek. He bats lead off. Derek, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, I'm doing great. Thanks for having me.
Yes.
I didn't watch the halftime, not because I hated it or whatever. I didn't know who Bad Bunny was until November, and I don't really like the One Kid Rock song. But I would rank the Super Bowl as pretty boring, but I'm a Seattle fan, so I'll take boring.
Absolutely, you will. You would have taken a 3-0 game if Darnold completed 1 out of 21 passes. You don't need it any other way than just win. No question.
If it's 3-0, I would be happy.
Amen.
And the ads, those are so odd. Especially that robot one. I don't know what's going on. But
Derek, I don't understand any of it. Commercials used to be funny. I don't know what the hell these are.
But if you don't mind, I also want to talk about the game for a second.
Sure.
Yeah. So I just want to point out, and you did mention it, Sam Darnold. You know, I like him a lot. He had 0 turnovers, and I think we got to know him as a Super Bowl winning quarterback.
Yes, you're right. He's right there with Trent Dilfer and Eli Manning and all the other duds that have won one. Yes.
And he won it before Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Baker Mayfield, and the city savior Jared Goff.
But Derek, hold on. Now let's be fair about something. Part of it is your surroundings. Football is not a game based in fairness.
The defense did it.
Yeah, and look, he was asked to do something very specific. He was asked to protect the football. Yeah. And in the 2 biggest games of the season, he did that.
He did his job, and this is the blueprint for to how to win to how to win a Super Bowl. You don't need a stellar quarterback. It helps, but you just need an average QB with a great defense. Do not turn the ball over.
Little deeper than that, though. Derek, you can't be... Sure. To get to the Super Bowl, you can't be average. And you have to have... Okay, we're going to get to this in about 30 minutes. But, you have to have a passer. The Seattle Seahawks, no one hit the quarterback more. No one pressured the quarterback more. That's not just having a great defense. That's having specifically lockdown corners. That's having a fierce...
Bro, that's rushing 4, dropping 7. And playing the ultimate zone where the second somebody crosses your path, you pick them up. So
and you got 200 yards rushing out of that. You know,
riding high, man.
And that's why I'm being gentle. But he knows what I know, and America knows. I will refer to him as Super Bowl winning ginger Sam Darnold. But was he good last
we were
night?
Losing the ginger.
No,
you said he wins. He's no longer a ginger.
He's a ginger.
You said
he's
if he
UV
wins,
challenged.
You said if he wins, you were dropping that.
Okay.
You're a man of your word.
Blank-faced idiot wins Super Bowl. Fine. Is that better? Whatever. He got it done, just like Trent Dilfer did. Want to build a statue of him? Let's go over to Andrew, 97.1. Andrew, how you doing, buddy?
What's going on, fellas?
You tell me.
Personally, so first off, I hated the commercials. They were downright trash.
That's the worst for you. What was second worst?
The halftime show.
Okay.
Now, yes, I don't speak Spanish, but I like music. So when the music came on, it had a good vibe. You know, I like to dance a little bit. So people who like to dance and so forth, it was a good vibe.
And the production was interesting. I mean, the production, they kept it moving. I understood the visual of it. You know, Rico was really, really into it. But as far as the music goes, I can't understand what you're saying.
But you got to understand, it's kind of like when we have artists up there and we play our stuff and they watch it internationally, they don't always know the words or whatever, but they pick up, you know, the music, the vibe, or whatever the case may be. So yes, and I see that they're reaching out to the national audience, international audience, and I got one topic on that. But get to the game. The game was good for me. First and foremost, because I hate everything Massachusetts. So whenever a team from Massachusetts loses, it's a joy for me. It makes me feel better inside.
I like that.
But the fact is the Seahawks defense, even when the Patriots players didn't have the ball, they were still getting hit. The Seahawks came out there and set a tone. It was like, all right, we gonna big dog and y'all gonna sit around and be here. And that's what it was. Sam didn't have to do much. But, hey, it's been few quarterbacks in the league where they didn't have to do much and they allowed their running game and defense to win it. And it is what it is. When it comes
100%. Listen, no one is denying that. I mean, let me be very clear here. Both things can be true. We talked about going into the game, all he had to do was play clean. Look, I was of the opinion he was winning the Super Bowl and they were going to win in a blowout. There's no taking away. All I'm trying to say is if anyone wants to do some victory lap as if he rolled in and played well, he didn't.
That was the NFC Championship game.
He was fabulous, and I can tip my cap.
And in this game, but you know what? I think the game plan changed. That once they saw New England can't move the ball.
The game plan was Sam, don't poop.
Right.
Sam, no diaper.
We're just going to turn around, hand it off to number 9.
That's it.
and will play action off of that.
Yep.
And if you don't see anybody,
Don't
throw
poop.
it out of bounds.
That's right.
JSN gets hurt, and once he went down, you're like, yeah, you're not throwing the ball anymore.
There
Once
you
he
go.
went out.
That's a good confidence boost for your QB.
No, but Mike, it was when you look and say, wait, we could win this game 12-0.
Just don't bleep yourself, Sammy. 248-539-90.
Sam, just go out there and play well, play smart. I think that's what they said.
Sam. All right, 97.1. All right, Ionda has a bit of information because I was wondering. I'm going, what is with the shoulder pads in the suit jacket for Bad Bunny? Now, Hyundai, is this a theory or is this a report? Because there is a difference now. Now, I need to know.
Right, because the whole time he had the shoulder pads on, I thought, like, on the last song, he was going to take off his jacket.
Like a reveal.
It was going to say, go football. I don't know.
Sports.
Right. I thought I was going to say something.
Hyundai, but he's got it. Now, theory or report?
Well, from what I read on a couple of sources, that he actually was wearing bulletproof vests, like bulletproof armor underneath it, as suits and everything, because of all the threats on his life that he's been receiving ever since the Grammys. Also,
but how could someone be so triggered because the guy's a Puerto Rican artist? I can say I didn't like Halftime because I didn't understand it. How on earth could you be so triggered that guy, if what Hyundai is saying is true? I mean, that is, like, insane.
Hi, I'd like to welcome you to 2000.
You know what I'm saying. You can be right.
No,
I can be right.
No, I understand.
It's insanity.
But are you serious? We're a society, we argue over the dumbest things.
But how could you care enough to threaten somebody because they sing in Spanish?
Because it's not like what I like. So therefore, it's wrong. If I don't know it, if I don't understand it, it's wrong.
And again, this is also why he sat by himself at the Grammys.
Really? Oh, my goodness.
So, yes.
Oh, my. I mean, we're living in a simulation. Okay, let's go to, thank you, Hyundai. Because, again, I went from a fashion standpoint. I'm going, where's this guy buying his suits? It's ridiculous. What is this?
I was like, this doesn't make any sense. Because I was like, wow, he really skips leg day. But then it was like, oh, okay, those are football pads.
Kenny, please. You know the game's bad. We're busy talking about this dude's shoulder pads, and Hyundai telling us it might be body armor. What a world. Kenny, go ahead, buddy.
Everything sucked, and hey, look, another commercial for AI. There was a lot of that going around.
Yeah, a ton of it. I mean, the commercials used to be funny, used to be redeeming. It's awful now. Absolutely awful.
Well, I take that back. That was funny when Chris Hemsworth had the AI, like, I don't trust you. You're going to kill me one day. You're going to do this. It's like, well, how can I do that? And then he did like the whole Hollywood movie plot. So I'm going to go out to the garage and you're going to decapitate me in front of the neighbors. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to need a translator for everything he just said. Go ahead, Kenny.
No, it's funny because do you remember back like maybe 20 years ago where the Super Bowl commercials were actually something that you're like, all right, maybe I'll skip this bathroom break to see what's going on over here.
Correct.
It's now terrible.
Kenny,
also true.
I remember we used to bet on, what was going to be the first commercial. Was it a car commercial? Was it a food commercial? Like, right. We really got into that stuff. And now it's just, yeah. Hey,
are we out of ideas?
We
are. Have commercials gone the way of movies? Is that why we're dealing with Scream 7 or Fast and the Furious 26?
Mike.
Or Avengers? This time, it's the end game. No, seriously.
No, this time, it's Doomsday.
Got it. Sorry.
No, but Mike, when the commercials now have the prequels and they have sequels where you have the Clydesdale horse and you bring him back and you bring back all of these things. Because remember when people used to love these commercials before? How about we bring them back again?
Why have we never brought back Terry Tate, office linebacker? Why?
Too violent.
No. See, right there. You're being a Costa. Being a little bitch.
You know what?
You got to stop.
I'm done.
That hurt. Didn't that hurt?
That was
good.
Hurtful.
You deserve it.
You know what? You're just being mean and you're projecting.
I'm making a point.
You're projecting.
All the fun commercials, what, people get too offended? Well, actually, after the conversation we just had about Bad Bunny and potential security, yeah, you know what? People would be too offended.
I don't even. Is Reebok still around? Because they did the Terry Tate.
No, you're the recruiting guru.
No, I'm saying I think they did the Terry Tate. So yeah, it would be something new. You're right. There's certain commercials that I like, but you now are seeing generations of commercials where they're bringing back the old commercial.
Where's the Bud Bowl?
The new commercial.
Bring back the Bud Bowl. Remember the beer bottles with the football helmets? I mean, something, for God's sake. Let me go over to...
That was a great pull by you.
I love Bud Bowl. Let's go to Martin and A Squared. He's up next. Martin, how you been, buddy?
Not too bad about yourself, guys.
Good. What's on your mind?
First of all, great point pointing out the dancers. They were very talented. Shout out Rico.
Rico was very careful how he pointed that out. Okay.
No, I just to you guys' point, it sucks. The commercials usually I used to, growing up, I'd only watch it for the commercials. Now I can't wait to get my phone out when the commercials come on. The halftime show was fine. Wasn't for me. The game was horrible. The only reason I watched the game is because I tailed you and cookies on that crazy parlay you guys put together the other day. And
my brother,
did it hit?
We came up 9 yards short.
Tell me about it.
Martin, we were all pulling, man. We were right there. We needed one more catch for 9 yards from Butte. And Drake May turned into Zoolander, where he's not an ambi turner. Like he couldn't look to the right. And it's like he was lining up on the right every time. It's like, Drake, one time, look right.
I didn't know what his number was until last night. And that's the only guy I watched after halftime.
Martin, we got real close, buddy.
We sure did. But one quick thing, and I'm sure you guys are out of time, Chris. I want to bring this up.
Yeah. With
Sam Darnold now being a Super Bowl champion against almost in spite of himself, I have a feeling what you guys are going to talk about come 3 o'clock hour, and I'm curious what your preliminary thoughts are here in Detroit about our chances with Goff. I've always been a guy who said you can win with him if you do it right.
Yes.
And, we just watched the blueprint of how you can last night.
I'll tell you what it's going to be. Your GM needs to get serious about building a real front four, a real pass rush. Something that you can rush for effectively. His cornerback evaluations have not been great. His defensive line evaluations, if you look at the draft and you look at free agency, hey, Aiden was a no-brainer. My dog would have drafted Aiden number 2 overall. So what about everything else? No, we're going to get into it, Martin. 100%.
And Martin, I would say this. I don't think it was it's not a Goff problem. It's a bigger problem than that. So for everybody who wants to say, well, if Sam Darnold could do it, Goff can't, I need you to look and go bigger picture, and then you'll understand. But yeah, you do wonder, how in the world did you just throw away $7 million for this commercial? Like today, there are a bunch of CEOs saying, I need to know who okayed this. Who said yes? Because you're fired.
Rico wants to run ad executive Squid Games.
Right.
Jesus.
Who said yes?
It's pretty bad. 248-539-9797. And we will. What your kind of takeaways as a Lions fan from that game last night? What can we here learn from last night? And there's something I think very specific. I can't be serious about what I'm about to read to you. I'm just going to do it because I'm contractually obligated. If you want to bet the Winter Olympics on FanDuel, I would encourage you to call the number. But go ahead and do whatever the hell you want. It's not North Korea. You won't get thrown in the gulag. The Winter Games are on, and, FanDuel's going to provide ways to bet on things like luge and others. Speed skating. Sure, if you're betting speed skating, once again, I'm going to refer you to that number. FanDuel, play your game. It's FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 97.1 The Ticket. 21 and up, present in Michigan. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, it is Monday, day after the Super Bowl. We're going to have some fun. Can we say that?
All right, gentlemen.
Yes.
Can we say that defense still wins championships? When you look at both of these teams, it was about who could force the other quarterback to make a mistake.
Yes, but it's a specific type of defense. You must have a pass rush and a good one that is quick, time to pressure. You must have 7 or 8 guys. You must be able to have interior pressure. It can't just be, well, we have Aiden Hutchinson. You need a real front four.
We're good.
That can dominate. If you have that, I'll listen to all of it. I mean, we've seen San Francisco get back multiple times. Base 4, drop 7, and they go to town. Seattle, a lot of it last night, same thing. Sure, they brought occasional pressure, but they had a lot of base 4 rush, and they knew. And by the way, I don't want to write a kid off as a rookie. I'm willing to put lunch on this. Will Campbell will be a guard next year. He can't be a left tackle.
Save that thought.
Okay.
Save that thought.
Can we say?
Kenny?
Can I counter your can we say that bad offenses lose championships because the Patriots, bad O-line, bad quarterback play, bad across the board, bad. So defense, yes, still wins championships. I agree with Mike, but also in conjunction with a bad offense and things that just aren't working.
Well, see, here's the thing, though. And then before I get to the next one, I think that Seattle's defense made a lot of offenses look bad. It's why Matthew Stafford deserved the MVP, because for some reason – he looked really good in that NFC title game. They muffed a punt, and that's how they ended up losing. But it wasn't like Stafford just went out there. Like, he figured out the defense, so I get what you're saying. No,
you're not wrong in any of that. I'm just saying that offense looked – in the Super Bowl, you can't look like that. You just can't.
Drake May was in over his head. Let's just call it what it is. Can we say – Mike, I'm going to skip to the end one. Can we say that Will Campbell needs to switch his position from tackle to guard, or is this simply just – he'll learn over time and get better?
No. He gets bullied right into the quarterback. He just doesn't have the strength. He doesn't have the arm length. And I don't know technically. I mean, it would be something we could bring TJ into.
Well, TJ said it's arm length. There's a lazy argument. It's all about footwork.
Well, then explain how he allows people to get into his chest so conveniently. He doesn't have the reach. I just think he could be a guard. He would get help from the center. But again, it's just something you saw all year long from him. I'd be very concerned if I'm New England. Maybe you kick him to the right side at some point, take some pressure off there too. I don't know. But to me, that is a disaster performance by him.
Yeah, it looked bad the whole time. I'm completely with Mike here. There's nothing else to add there.
Can we say that the Pats were more lucky than good this year?
Yeah. Played the easiest schedule since the 1970 merger. That's factual. Had the easiest pathway to the Super Bowl. They played a backup quarterback in the AFC title game. They played a quarterback who owed the mob money in the divisional round. And then they played a Charger team who didn't have an offensive line. Don't believe me? 4 of their 5 linemen are bottom 2 at their position amongst all qualified players, according to your blessed PFF. And if you want to distill it down to one factoid that you could turn into a bumper sticker, they played one team with a winning record during the regular season. And they couldn't protect Drake May all playoff long with everything I just said, 19 sacks. That tied a record that Joe Burrow, unfortunately, had in 2021.
Yeah, I think the over-under for Seattle was 3.5 sacks. They had that in the first quarter. Just to put things in perspective. Go ahead, Kenny.
Yeah, luck is – I'm on the luck side, too. Drake May didn't have a clean pocket basically the entire night. You look at their schedule. You look at who they played. Like Mike said, only one team with a winning record. Yeah, no, I think it's luck.
You know what that means? 4th place schedule. Super Bowl in the making right here.
Oh, that's it.
Can we say –
What do you got, cookies texting in?
Hey, can we say that K9 is about to get paid?
Not by me, but sure. I mean, I'm not paying a running back. Let's go draft another one. But yeah, somebody will pay. And look, durability is still a concern with him. He gets dinged up constantly. But the best thing they did was pair him with Charbonnet and allow him to be preserved a little bit more. Now, last night was his night. Last night was the vintage moment. He couldn't do that every week. He'd be dead in 6 weeks.
Right.
But yes, you would pay him. But like,
is he going to go out? What was it? Larry Brown, the corner that got paid. He was the Raider.
Yeah, but I mean, look, you got to pay him in concert. You got to be willing to have a 2-back system like the Lions did, where you're gonna pay a David Montgomery like a top 10 back, but then you got a rookie back in Gibbs. Mm-hmm. You're gonna pay K9. The other guy can't make no money, but you got to have both. There's no world where K9's gonna do a Saquon and have 4 billion touches. He can't. He can't hold up. No. But yes, someone will pay him. Yes.
Someone will not just pay him, but they'll overpay him after that performance. He definitely helped out his pocketbook. Now, whether it works out wherever he ends up, might be a different story. I'm with Mike. I'm not going to be the guy that pays him, but he will get a handsome reward.
Guys, can we say that Mike Vrabel made some poor decisions in this Super Bowl where I don't know why you just don't go for it if you're down.
I also didn't understand why didn't he go for 2?
Yes.
What was he doing? You finally scored. You have to go down 11 there. And when Borregales was coming out, I'm going,
why?
The hell's happening here? Yeah, it just awful performance by everyone not associated with the defense of New England. Everybody else there faltered big time. Their defense did the best they could.
They did. I still say Christian Gonzalez, if he would have won the MVP,
he was fabulous.
I would not have been angry.
Fabulous.
So, can we say Drake may pull a Dan Marino and never get back?
No. Laces out, Dan. I'm not going to put that evil on Drake May. He's in his 2nd season. He's a really nice player. But, yeah, man, he got put in a car wash last night.
The reason why I say because of everything that lined up for the Patriots, I don't know if everything will line up like that again.
It's true, but he'll get better. The team, remember, okay, here's what I'll offer. Kenny, you can shoot this down if you think I'm caping up for my boy Drake. The Patriots are still rebuilding, yet they happen to make a Super Bowl. They're not a finished product.
Okay.
This will get better.
All right.
He will get better. But for a night, he looked like Bambi. He was in trouble yesterday.
Last
that was
one,
terrible.
Really quickly. Can we say the Super Bowl will be an international game within the next 10 years?
Yes. And especially, look, Goodell was appealing to an international audience with Bad Bunny. He's already made the announcement. They're going to try to have every team go to Europe every year for one game. And I've said to you with a straight face, in the next decade, do I think the NFL would have a team overseas? Yes. So I have to say yes to what you're
Super Bowl
advocating. Yeah.
In London.
I wouldn't be shocked. It's a corporate event. It's not for people anymore.
Can we say that 97-1?
Brought to you by the Michigan Lottery. It's the Pistons and Hornets tonight in Charlotte. Hornets red hot and boast a 9-game winning streak. Their main deadline acquisition, Kobe White, is out with a calf strain. Pistons big man Jalen Duren is likely to return after missing the last 1.5 games as well. Ron Holland is out for personal reasons. Hear that 7 o'clock tip right here on 97.1. Just a few minutes ago, the Pistons confirmed the news of Dennis Jenkins' new standard contract. He spoke after the game Friday, which marked the last game of his two-way. Michigan basketball remained the number 2 team in the latest AP poll. Michigan State also stood pat at number 10. Lions running back Jahmyr Gibbs told Dave Burkett of the Free Press the whole team wants David Montgomery back next season, but whatever he decides to do, Gibbs will be behind 100%. The Seattle Seahawks announced they'll host the championship parade Wednesday at 10 o'clock Pacific time as well. NFL insider Adam Schefter said, there's a push for the league to extend trade limits from 3 years to 5 years on future draft picks. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hour 2, nice to have you. We have appropriately thrown Super Bowl Sunday in the garbage disposal, whether it's the commercials, the halftime show, or the game. It wasn't a good time yesterday. But while we still have people who want to rap about that stuff, we can do it. But it's also, what the hell can we learn from it here in Detroit? Let's face it, some of you decided probably not to watch because you're angry at your football team or the game was bad. You turn the channel. It's no problem. But what can you learn about these teams and relate it to your Lions? Now, the obvious and the one I don't think we need to go down this road. Yes, you can win a Super Bowl with Jared Goff. You just watched noted ginger Sam Darnold game manage his way to greatness. It don't tell me Jared Goff can't do that for you. So let's just put that to the side.
Yes.
Shall we?
No, I'm 100% with you, Mike, because if you put Jared Goff in that same situation, he could win. This is more of a Lions problem, not a Goff problem.
Okay, so why don't we just jump right in then? You clearly have something you took out of that game, and it's Lions related. Let's hear it. And I have a bad feeling we're going to be on the same page, which doesn't make for great radio, but you know what? Maybe you've said something intelligent, so this is exciting for me.
Well, I will simply say this, Mike. This isn't a Jared Goff thing. This is a Lions thing because when you look at what you saw last night, you saw defense. When you look at the Seattle Seahawks or whether it was the New England Patriots, you saw a dominant defense and you saw a team out there offensively who can rely and sit back and say, you know what, we're going to let our defense win this thing for us. When I look at this Lions team, it's almost like the focus isn't on defense because we talked about earlier in the show, the players that they've drafted on defense, especially on the defensive line or the corners, haven't panned out. You're going into next year and your defensive line still needs to be upgraded. But when you have your GM saying, well, we got an Aiden, it tells me the priority's not there. When you have your coach saying we're good, tells me your priority's not there. When you have a chance to make a trade like Seattle did in the middle of the season and you don't, you pass. That tells me that's not where your priorities are. And then you look at this in the secondary, look, you need to improve your offensive line. You need to improve your defensive line. And you, unfortunately, because of injuries, you got to improve your secondary next year. So people saying, well, because I heard the morning show, well, we could just, next year we could go from worst place in the division to winning the Super Bowl. And I'm like, you don't have the players. You don't have the personnel to do that. You have, you're very cash strapped.
Well, hold on.
And you have limited draft picks.
I got to challenge the cash strap. No, we did this, and I don't remember if you were here for it, so shame on me. Rico, they could create like $105 million in cap space.
Yeah, I wasn't here for that one.
Okay, so all they got to do You restructure Goff's deal. You restructure ASB. Glasgow and Decker retire. And if you wanted, you can get rid of Montgomery and save maybe 3.5. You want to keep him, keep him. You can have $100 million. The draft thing, you're spot bang on. Some of the guys you've invested money in, I can't move them. Totally get it. They can. I think it calls into question, okay, they had the number 2 pick. Aiden was a layup. Fine. Put him over here. You moved up to get Broderick Martin. Hold on. Where's my sound effect here? You moved up to get, what is it? You got Onzarike. Josh Pascal. Like, you want me to keep going? Hey, Pete Wingo. Like, I mean, your D-line evaluations are suboptimal. Hey, how about that DJ Reader contract?
Right.
Like, you want me to keep going?
And then they sold us last year on
Marcus Davenport, part 3. This time, it's for real.
No, the rookie that they drafted in the 6th
El
round.
Hassamin.
Right.
So my point is, if I distill it down to one thing, it would be the defensive line. Whether it's an incapability to have the quality evaluations that Brad Holmes had other places, or it's, I think what you're alluding to, the unwillingness. Look, he's thrown resources at it. He just hasn't been very good at it. The other one we could start to call into question would be corner.
Yeah.
If we really, can we have an honest conversation here? The DJ Reed deal does not look good. The decision to let Carlton Davis go doesn't look great. Rakestraw's a myth, not a real person. Terrion Arnold stinks and or is hurt. You know, again, you want to give him credit for a meek, you can. Who's the standout corner that you're kind of anchoring this thing around? You don't have it.
Your best corner is probably Brian Branch, who plays in the slot.
Right,
the
and
nickel.
safety is a different thing where he has nailed those evaluations. If I take one thing out of this, it is you must get, like TJ, we've talked about it when he's here with us, they don't have enough interior disruption. And I know Aleem's the one success story I could point to, but I don't know what he's going to be anymore. So that is what I would take out of it, that if we are going to do this, they have got to double, triple, and quadruple down on getting a front four that can carry the mail for this team in known passing downs quickly and effectively. Time to pressure.
And that's why we talked about it. I think you may have done it while I was gone. But this is why it's almost like a gap year where, okay, let's focus on one side of the ball this year, another side of the ball the next. Kind of like what Chicago did, where they said offense this year, defense next year, because we still haven't talked about what are you going to do for that offensive line. So let's say when you go out and you hit home runs on your defense and you nail it and you get some, first-year all-pro players as rookies, you still can't block anybody. And Goff is still going to be running for his life. So
yeah, they have to thread a needle. I'm leaving open the possibility. Look, all I looked at yesterday was with regret for 2 franchises. 3, actually. The Texans, the Bills, and the Lions. And you go, how could you look at it that way? The Lions didn't make the playoffs. Because if the Lions would have just not lost to Bob Brosmer and 9, you're in the playoffs. And I'm sorry, I think the Lions missed the greatest opportunity they'll ever have. The other one was Texans or Bills for just not getting rid of the Patriots, so America would have got a better game.
I see the Texans or Bill. I think, man, they would have played that Seattle team in Seattle for the NFC Championship game.
Maybe.
It would have been. The one that I still feel bad about, and maybe I shouldn't, is still Minnesota. You could have just kept the quarterback, and maybe you would be playing and winning a Super Bowl finally. Just saying.
But what did you guys take? Give me the thing the Lions can learn or take out of the Super Bowl yesterday. And yes, if you still want to power rank levels of awful, game, commercials, halftime, go for it. And if you like the commercials or halftime, I don't care. Go for it. I understand if some people liked halftime. I just was confused, and I'm like, all right, well, this isn't for me. I'm just going to sit here and watch. I don't know. Things, people. Is that a man selling coconuts? Yep. Is that my dad playing cards? Yes, it is. I'm okay. Let's go.
Right.
It's just not for me. But overall, the game, nah. If you call in and tell me you enjoyed the game, you might need to be drug tested.
Did Bad Bunny crash through a house?
Yes.
Okay.
Look, the production was good. Can't hate on that.
No, it was. Like I said, I was just like.
But you see what Goodell is doing. That's why it doesn't upset me. I laugh at the people so upset. I'm turning the channel. I'm going to stream Hillbilly halftime. Okay, you do that. But you know what Goodell, Raj is peacocking right now because the next move is they're going to have an international Super Bowl. They're going to have an international team. And guess what? Every year, every team is going to go over to Europe for a single game.
I can see it. It will be in London. That first non-American Super Bowl.
But that's what upsets me, though, about teams going over is it hurts the fans. You're taking home games away for a league initiative.
Yeah, now that is bad. But we've said before, the Super Bowl is not for the fans.
No, you
can't afford it.
And that's where the Bad Bunny thing, I don't know why people would be upset. I could say something sucks, but like if you're upset that this guy is there, give me a break. Look at the amount of people who've played Super Bowl halftime. Like, who cares? Honestly, we're out of ideas. We don't even have huge rock stars anymore. Like, who the hell's supposed to play this thing? Bad Bunny's one of the most popular artists in the world. That's great. I don't speak Spanish. So that hurts my ability.
Now, you want to talk about throwback? I'd love for Goodell to bring back the Wayans brothers and have them
bring back a Prince hologram.
No,
make you happy.
Do the Wayans brothers Men on Football right there live.
Good luck. 2-4. Are you kidding me? If people are triggered over the fact that Bad Bunny played halftime, what the hell would happen if you did an In Living Color skit? What are you kidding me?
Okay, Cookies.
People are continually aggrieved. You can't win.
But you know what? Let's push the boundaries. At this point, Roger Goodell feels like he could do whatever.
Pretty much.
So I can see him saying, hey, Damon, I need you, and you guys could get the little hat. Come on back out here.
What year did they do the In Living Color halftime where they competed against the Super Bowl? Because I know what you're referring to.
Yeah,
what year was that?
I want to say it was in the 90s. And because
had to be early,
that,
though, right?
I think it was early 90s, and it was because of that is why we have Super Bowl halftime shows now, because they stole the audience.
Right.
Everybody flipped over to Fox. They watched that and came back, and they were like, yeah, we got to fix this. So
my favorite one is
they brought Michael Jackson out.
My favorite one was Dre, Snoop, and 50 Cent. The production of it, the way it was awesome. And it was music that, I'm sorry.
Hit from the 90s.
Well, and it was in English. So also a positive for me.
Well, then you would have loved Prince. English.
Listen, I would. How about this? I would have taken Prince hologram over Bad Bunny. And I don't even like Prince, but at least I would have understood the words.
Gotcha.
Shoot the J. Shoot it. Still one of my favorite skits.
It is.
248-53.
Game.
Okay.
Blouses.
Exactly. All right. We'll get to your phone calls in a second. 97.1. Stop ignoring the cold. It's Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They'll do a complete furnace checkup to make sure it's running properly and safely. And right now, it's only $79. That's $30 off the regular price. You can call today. Spots fill up quick. And don't forget, Mastercraft, they do plumbing, electrical, generators, all at discounted prices. So do it now. It's mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com. Straight to the people. Super Bowl thoughts. What can you take out of it if you are the Lions? And rating, honestly, levels of bad. I mean, the game, that's tough watch. Commercials, tough watch. Halftime, I could see it both ways for me. Yeah, that ain't for me. I just sat there. I stared blankly at the TV like my dogs do. I was just like, all right, well, this will be over shortly.
The game for me picked up in the fourth quarter when all of a sudden it looked like it was going to be a game, when all of a sudden Drake May started throwing the ball down the field.
And then
he threw a pick.
To no one. Let's go to Thomas, 97.1. Tommy, what's good, buddy?
Hey, what's up, guys? Mike, you're going to mess with me because you're going to say I need to be drug tested. We're going to leave that one alone.
What happened? You liked the game?
I did. Let's be real. We know how the Super Bowl is. A lot of those guys play tight within those first two quarters.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the plays usually are kind of scripted anyway because you want to kind of see what the defense is going to give you. Both teams did have two good defensive teams, and I like defensive footballs. I don't like boring, blown-out Super Bowls like the Ravens and the Giants that year. Kansas City and the Eagles. I think Sam Darnold left a few plays out on the field. I think two of those passes, I don't think Gonzalez jumped them. Those were short passes. But it's like every time they got in the end zone, they just could not get in the end zone. Because I kept telling my cousin they need to work the middle of the field because that was there for them all day with their tight end. But I enjoyed the game because I said it was going to loosen up between the third and the fourth quarter. Now, what the Lions can take out of this, and I said this last night too, they should have kept Carlton Davis. You should have kept Zadarius Smith. And
the problem with Zadarius is the man quit in the middle of the season. I hear you. Maybe it would have been different here, but I just want to say it before people start slandering you. The dude did show up to Philadelphia for 10 minutes and then quit. So I don't know.
Because I know for a fact he really wanted to come back here. And I think Brad Johnson just kind of he overthunk himself. I don't think he looked at the bigger picture, and he needs to take a lesson from the general manager at Seattle. That front seven, the way they confused Drake May.
Yeah.
When he thought pressure was coming, it wasn't coming. But when pressure was coming, it was coming from that secondary. It was coming off the edges.
So what do you think the biggest need is for the Lions defense to get to that level? Do you agree with me?
You have to invest in that defense, man. I don't know why I don't know why he continues to ignore the damn defense. It's just me off.
Thomas, I know that feeling. It's you could go out and find receivers you got too many of them. Get some D linemen.
Yes, but you need some dog D linemen. I forget number 98 for Seattle. The left tackle, man, he sat back. He had his hand right on my man's throat, right in his chest, just pushed him back. My man couldn't even prepare himself for that. No. I was like, man, you need to get in the gym and do some squats or some foot slides because my man is killing you right now.
Thomas, I think the biggest thing we have to be honest about it. That if we're gonna sit here and talk about how wonderful Brad Holmes has done with certain position groups, man, you got to have a conversation. He's kind of swung and missed on the defensive line. Call it like it is.
And I'm gonna say one more thing too, Mike, because you talked about the Bad Bunny.
Yeah.
And I know you're from New York. You cannot be from New York, man, and don't know a little bit of Spanish.
I don't. Listen, Thomas.
No, Thomas,
guilty as charged.
He's from Upper New York.
Like my cousin tell me, you can't live in Florida, New York, or California and don't know a little bit of Spanish.
It's a weakness.
I don't know. I'm out here in Southwest Detroit. I pick it up all the time. But I too.
Thomas,
he didn't too because I had Spanish in high school and middle school, but I haven't spoken in a long time. I just really got back into it.
Yeah, I don't think Mike was growing up in one of the boroughs. So
no,
yeah,
no. My town was basically Saginaw. Real pleasure. Kenny, text communications before we go back to the phones.
I hate to agree with Rico, but he's spot on about the defense. It was clear watching last night.
I love when people say that. It personally pains them to agree with you.
I know.
As if you're like a dictator. Like you're agreeing with Putin on something.
Well, because I'm not a Lions fan. So that's why.
So why is that bad that you can't have an outside perspective that still could make sense?
Right. Look, I told you, man, 2 years ago, grab Chase Young. That was the whole chair drop. And, he didn't help. Well, he ended your season. And then last year, guys, yes, you need to make a trade, and they didn't. Now we're good at 15. We're going to run this thing. All right, regular season is different than the playoffs.
Crazy note, too. I mean, Chase Young's playing awesome football for New Orleans, and Tank Lawrence was out there. He went to Seattle, and Tank Lawrence really elevated that D-line room. So, like, those are the moves. Like, they don't have to be blockbuster, but you have to be active, and it can't just be Davenport and Bob O'Connor and
Darius Smith.
He's got to do a better job in the front, to me. Go ahead, Kenny.
I personally think we don't have the coaching/scheme to be an elite defense either.
Okay, listen. After you miss the playoffs as a presumed Super Bowl favorite, it's okay to call into question a lot of things. I'm not telling you you're right, but I'm also not going to attack that texter. You can ask about the scheme. You can ask about Kelvin Shepard. You can ask about how the front seven was primarily healthy down the stretch, yet got gutted routinely on the ground.
I mean, because, if it's about the defense and you want to make some changes, another thing that you can do, I talked to Rieger about this over the weekend. You find a spot for Jim Schwartz and you bring him back here. And you try to get this defense as great as possible. And right now, it just doesn't seem like it's a high priority for them.
Let's go over to John, 97.1. Johnny, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, Mike. How's it going?
Good.
Hey, so I have this buddy named Scotty P, right? And we've been going back and forth for months because he's been dreading the halftime show of Bad Bunny, and he doesn't speak English and he's not from America, blah blah blah. And I'm just like, dude, this is legit. He was losing sleep over this.
Yeah, see, your buddy needs some help.
Wait, he lost sleep over this?
Your buddy needs some help, Johnny.
He listens all the time, so I hope he's hearing this. But,
I'm just saying, me saying it ain't for me. That's way different than some guy losing sleep or being personally aggrieved over. I mean, come on now, Scotty. We need you. We need you back in reality, Scotty. Join us.
Because guess what? The sun rose this morning. And
yeah, my life is fine, and I got pretty good odds on FanDuel. I don't have to worry about Bad Bunny no more. Like Scotty, join us in reality if you're listening, pal. Listen to your buddy John.
And Mike, I was telling him, I'm like, dude, you rather have some white trash, trailer trash hillbilly playing halftime, playing songs nobody knows. This dude's old as can be, instead of some young dude who's bringing the community together rather than dividing it. Like, this guy has on the jumbotron nothing strong. The only thing stronger than hate is love. It's like, dude, you rather have some dude, like, you rather have Kid Rock playing instead of this guy who's like bringing people together.
No, and John, here's what it comes down to. This is the ultimate folly. You can't get 10 people to agree that pizza's good. You're never going to pick a halftime act that everyone will love. What the NFL did, and again, this is coming from someone who I looked like a confused dog watching the screen. I understood what they were doing. The man is a global icon. The man has an unbelievable reach. Goodell is catering globally. That's why they're going to Europe for these games that none of us want. It's why there's going to be a team in Europe. And yesterday, on their biggest stage, he decided, to hell with the home front. I'm expanding our footprint. Why? Because as Rico Lamar Beard said in an illustrious pre-show interview he was doing with another media outlet, you're going to watch the damn game anyways, and guilty.
Yeah.
So it worked. Scotty, you got to join us in reality. You can't be losing sleep over crap like that. Come on, Scotty.
Yeah, that first half had more punts than completions. And you didn't turn
That's
away.
what you should be offended by.
Right. You didn't turn away.
You can say Bad Bunny ain't for me.
Right.
You know what else ain't for me? Ginger quarterback.
What about Drake May?
Not for me. I love Drake May, but
he's not ginger, though.
Yeah, but he wasn't ready for that. You knew it. I knew it. Everybody. Come on,
You know who
man.
was ready? Sam Darnold.
Not really.
He probably picked up the phone and said, hey, Lamar, where's your Super Bowl?
Rico, he went 19 of 38 for barely 200 yards. That's a bad game in today's NFL.
But you know where he's going today?
Disneyland.
All right.
So did Trent Dilfer. I'm just making a point. 248-539-9797. We'll get more of your phone calls, more text communications as well. 97.1.
Hey, when Team USA is on, you can almost see the moment it happens. It's that spark when a kid starts believing they could be next. Now with Xfinity, they can't guarantee that, but they can guarantee something just as important. Your internet price won't change for 5 years. No contracts, no commitments. So while your kids are ordering new gear online, streaming highlight reels, or video chatting with coaches, your Xfinity internet price won't budge. And who knows, by the time the next Olympic Winter Games roll around, your kid could be getting fitted for their very own Team USA uniform. And guess what? You'll still be paying the same price for reliable Wi-Fi. And there's even more to enjoy with the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration now through February 22nd. Get their best price on gig Wi-Fi. 5 years, guaranteed just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years, a $10.99 a month value. Xfinity, imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. To get started, visit Xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply, requires paperless billing and auto pay with store bank account. Taxes and fees extra, actual speeds vary.
All right, to the people. Multiple topics in play.
Hey.
Yeah.
I got some news for you.
Sorry,
as well.
Rico's going to sidetrack us. Yes, Rico.
No, just some news for you as well, Mike.
Okay, here.
No, it's not breaking news, but The new Super Bowl logo is out. So for the conspiracy theorists,
We get to see who's going to be in the game next year?
yes.
What quarterbacks are walking into the light?
Well, it's just a color scheme. So, you like to see who has these team colors. So, unfortunately, there's no blue in there. So, it's in L.A. It's in L.A., so it's some like a greenish color, like water.
Seattle's
it's
back.
Orange, it's red, and it's some yellow in there as well.
Orange, red, yellow. Chiefs in Seattle. Mark it on your calendar. So,
yeah.
This is one thing I will say, and then I promise we're going to go to our callers. My dad even texted me last night, and he's like, is it me or is this just awful? And I said, well, Dad, part of your problem is it's essentially mid-February. Football has been around since late July of actual games on the field and news. And I go, I said, Dad, there's a fatigue to it. Mm-hmm. The season's too long. It's the same thing with college football. You arrive at a point where we are in, and here's what's going to happen. They are going to go to an 18-game schedule. They are going to add a second bye week for the teams. This thing is now going to be extended out another 2 weeks.
Yeah.
The game will be played February 23rd or whatever it is.
Yeah. Think of it like this. I think we would be either in the bye week or this would have been championship weekend last.
Then a 2 week straight. Yes. Rico, you can see what they're doing, and it's going to sync up with, President's Day and a day off after the Super Bowl.
Here's what people need to do, and I don't think the NFL even thought about this, but so that you're not burnt out and fatigued like your father, in the bye week, unplug that week. You take the bye week off as well.
There shouldn't be a bye week.
But 2 bye weeks? Yeah, because now, after a while, you just start seeing all of these matchups, and then you start thinking, all right, well, this team beat this other team, but that was in September.
Yeah.
Does that game even count anymore?
The other thing we're talking about is what can you take away as a Lions fan? What can the Lions as an organization learn from that game last night? I'll tell you one thing. Stop saying we're good. Stop pimping Aiden. Stop talking as if you have Reggie White. Tell you the first call I make this offseason. Let's just bring Max Crosby home. Oh, but the salary cap. I've already pathwayed. You can create $100 million of space, and it's not hard. Go all in on it. Because the evals on the D-line and the lack of draft capital, not great, Bob. Let's go to Will, 97.1. Will, what's good, buddy?
Hi. So I talked to y'all on Friday as a Pats fan. This was bad. Just every aspect was bad.
Yeah.
I said some things that were definitely not FCC compliant yesterday when I was hanging out with the buddies watching this game. The game was bad. The commercials were meh at best. And the halftime show, I'm a country music listener. This is not for me. And then one thing for the Lions.
Yeah.
Stop relying on Josh Aiden Hutchinson. Build a defense.
Yeah.
Holy Moses.
Well, and I think what happens too, Will, they fall in love with this idea of, we were 8th in sacks. And you're like, okay, strip that away now for a second. Where were you in time to pressure and where were you in 4-man pressures? You were basically dead last in football.
But Bobby Muhammad.
Yeah.
Okay, I see what he did there, Will. No, I'm with you. I'm with you.
Oh no! I'm saying, but that's what you be told. Like, but look at this. So no, I'm with you. You got to improve the defense if you really want to make a case for winning a Super Bowl. You can't just roll out there and say, "Hey, we can score more points than you." And look, our receivers stand on their heads when they score touchdowns. You got to be able to stop the other team.
And then, as a Pats fan, I think we're a couple of years too early.
You are.
Because if Jalen Hurts can get to a Super Bowl, lose the first time, and then go back a couple of years later, we can most certainly go back and win.
Will, 100%, man. I said this to Rico earlier in the show, and I'm a Drake May truther. You're still rebuilding, and you made a Super Bowl.
For sure.
So give it some time. It ain't going to be easy to get back, but no, you have got multiple seasons left of a rookie scale deal for Drake May. You're going to get that offensive line better. And I think the biggest thing New England's got to do, you've got to go out and acquire more skill. There needs to be
Receivers.
more skill players on that roster because look,
And move Will Campbell to the guard,
It's
either
gonna
guard
happen.
or the right side.
it's going to happen.
Yeah, they need to. All right.
Again, it's no shot at the kid. It's just you just see the signs of failed tackle.
Yeah, that was a big knock on him in the draft, and I thought so. But like I said, TJ it's footwork, and
It's more than just like it's not like look, Penei Sewell has short arms, right? But Penei, here's the difference. Penei Sewell could compete with Magnus Ver Magnusson, the world's strongest man. He can anchor himself to where you're not. Oh, you got to Penei Sewell's chest? What's that? You may as well slam your head off a wall. Will Campbell doesn't possess the strength.
it looked bad for him from play one, and then they were like, "Oh, that worked. Keep trying it." And yeah, it was bad.
Let's go over to Matt, 97.1. Matt, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing well, gentlemen. How are you?
Good.
Well, I got to celebrate, first of all, because I had 3-0 for the first quarter squares, although I got to be really mad at New England for going for 2 on that last one, because I also had 9-4 for the final. So I couldn't
dear.
take it 2 quarters.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, that was unpleasant. What I called in to say is, you were talking about the Living Color alternative halftime show. That was 1992, right?
Okay.
The headliner for that year at the Super Bowl halftime show, when they weren't really putting anything into it, was Gloria Estefan and the University of Minnesota Marching Band. So they got 20 million viewers on Fox. And then the next year, all of a sudden, the NFL comes out and goes, oh, halftime show matters. Let's get Michael Jackson.
Yep.
So, I mean, the channel flip can have an impact. We've got that proven in history. I did flip last night. There was no animosity or hatred in the other broadcast. It was, yay Jesus, yay God, yay America, yay family, along with a bad rendition of Ba with the Ba. But, that goes without saying. But yeah, it can happen.
Matt, I have no concept of like what the other halftime was. Like I was happy to just I had a little cleanup to do from cooking and made a little trip to the men's room, and then I'm gonna sit here and see what this Bad Bunny stuff's all about. All I heard from the morning show, the other halftime show, was a debacle.
I don't know if I was having streaming issues or YouTube TV was out of sync or something like that, because honestly, on my broadcast, it looked like he was lip syncing that song really poorly.
Yikes.
But it's the rest of the artists were decent, and it was just a really stripped down show with stuff I was more interested in.
Yeah, Matt, I don't think that makes you some terrible human. Just like I don't think people are bad if they like Bad Bunny. Matt, the people triggered over stuff that has no impact on their life, I marvel at it.
I just didn't. I was trying to find it. I didn't know where it was at, so I'm flipping channels. Like, well, where? I didn't realize it was on YouTube. So
I just sat there. I said, you know what? We're just gonna lock into Bad Bunny and let's see what happens.
I'm like, let me see what's on the other one. So Oh, okay. Okay. Thanks, Tony.
I heard it was terrible. That's all I can tell you.
And it was like, I heard it was long too. Like, it was like an hour. They were telling on the J side, they were like, it's an hour-long show. Like, it's a halftime.
You know how much I hate streaming anyways? I'm the last person on earth. They could have had a Prince tribute band for Super Bowl halftime. I would have stayed right with the Prince tribute band. I'm watching the Super Bowl.
You know what?
No musical artist could offend me enough to be like, I'm not watching.
That's the last stray Prince is going to get today.
Well, you're right. He's dead. 248-539-9797. Hyundai not comfortable with that.
No, he's agreeing with me. That's the last stray.
Are you?
I just want to say Prince was the last best, greatest Super Bowl performance ever.
Come on, Hyundai. Really? So hold on. You didn't think that the group effort of Dre, Snoop, 50, the whole that halftime show was great.
That appears nothing to Prince playing Purple Rain as it starts raining.
God was on his
side. Oh, yeah. You know what we wished for that night? Lightning. 248-539.
Because you're a mean, hateful man. Hey, Mike, why don't you go over there and unplug that cord and stand in that puddle?
Shoot the J. Shoot it. All right, let's get to business. Distracted driving's become an epidemic. Look around. We see it all the time. These people are maniacs on the road. They're texting. They're playing Sudoku. You know what they're not doing? Looking to see if they're about to kill you. So if you need life insurance, I suggest you get it. Otherwise, you're screwing your family over. Get with Mike Papura, National Benefit Plans. He will shop over 70 different life insurance carriers nationwide. He will guarantee you the best possible rate. And you're not going to deal with a phone jockey 6 dates over. You're going to do real business. You're going to get an affordable deal, and you're going to get the security your family deserves. NBPHealth.com. That's NBPHealth.com. It's Mike Papura.
Cut his board off.
All right.
Not even listening.
All right, let's get to the people. We got a lot of people who want to talk. And again, whether it's ranking levels of bad from Super Bowl Sunday to what could the Detroit Football Lions organization learn from that game yesterday in your mind? I think there's a pretty good majority of people who go pass rush, pass rush, pass rush, pass rush, time to pressure, interior disruption, having true waves of pressure. And again, part of this, it has to be said, it's not a shot. For all the good Holmes has done, he's thrown a lot of resources at that D-line, and he's coming up empty. His evaluations, the moves he has or has not made, it's not good enough.
Yeah, it's like, man, when he goes in on the skill players, whether it's wide receiver, running backs, they work. Tight ends, they work.
Yeah.
And on the flip side, on the defensive side of the ball, it's the other side of the coin, man. It's cold outside. They don't work at all.
Right. You have Jack Campbell. You have your safeties. Aiden, I don't give him any credit for. My dog would have drafted Aiden number 2 that year. It wasn't even a decision. My dog doesn't even have thumbs.
And even if you missed Thibodeau, like you had a couple guys right there.
It was easy.
Yeah.
So what did you do that isn't easy? And your problem is just this stubborn refusal. Like, again, think about it, like, as we look back. They went and brought back Marcus Davenport. Mm-hmm. What the hell were you thinking?
No, you want to harken back? Oh, I go back to, what was it, the morning show, and when Brad was on, and he was just like, we got an Aiden. Like, why? You think other teams are saying we need more guys? Yes, Brad, they do. Yes, that's how they win titles, Brad. I can't believe he said that. No.
Let's go to Matt, 97.1. Matthew, what's good, buddy?
Yo, what's up, Mike? So for me, ranking commercials would be one because there was a couple I liked.
Okay.
I didn't watch the halftime show, not because I don't like Bad Bunny. It wasn't my thing. So for 2, I'm going to put the streaker, and then 3 was the game. So don't take this serious, Mike, but this is something that you said at the beginning of the show.
Yeah.
I'm going to paraphrase it because I might not get it right.
Okay.
You said if something sucks, what's the point of complaining about it? And so I'm a fellow Spartan like you, and my first thought was, well, the Spartans suck, and Mike, you complain about it all the time.
I don't talk about them much. We just bring it up for Rico once in a while.
No, don't drag me into this.
I said I was happy for you Saturday.
You don't have to be happy for me. I'm not a charity case. Oh, good for you.
Matt, if we comp this out, listen, I don't think they suck. I just don't think they're championship good. So I just kind of leave it alone.
No, I know. I'm just messing with you.
It's
and then
okay.
for the Lions, man, defense. You know, someone need. I hope Brad was watching yesterday. Defense is key. Like if our team was a woman, two women, you got offense and defense. The offensive woman, she's nice and fat. She's overfed. The other woman, she's anorexic, man. You got to feed her.
All right, I'm not sure that's the comparison I would make, but all right.
I was wondering where he was going with
No, I mean, look, you're right, is that the offense is a spoil of riches. Yeah. And look, that Tesla pick they're not going to live that down.
No, and the defense kind of gets the leftovers. And it's like, okay, well, we'll figure out the defense. But, we'll just blitz. How about that? Just keep blitzing. It's like, you can do other things. Nah, blitz.
And again, are there moments last night where obviously New England started with heavy, heavy blitz looks? They wanted to shake Darnold up. I think they knew it was their only way out.
Mm-hmm.
For Seattle, it was more pick your spots. Their base 4 rush was annihilating that team. I mean, at one point, you had one of the D tackles. He pushed the O lineman into Darnold, and the defender was like, well, the hell with it. I'm going to take both these. It was like, it has to be more than just, well, we have Aiden. Enough.
Yeah. You need to go out there and really focus on one side of the ball. But see, this year you got to look at the offensive line as well because
it can be done. It can be done if he does what needs to be done with the cap. Look, the cap's going up by about $25 million. Right. It's crossing $300 million. Right. They could open up $100 million on their own with two major restructures and with Decker and Glasgow going.
Point of order, Senator from New York.
Yes.
You also have people who are up for a new contract.
I don't care.
That they're going to try to re-sign.
Nope.
So that's going to eat up your cap
space. See, we're doing this again. I know what you're trying to do, and I'm not. You know what, sir? I'm not doing this. The senator from River Rouge. No. You're trying to get me into a Gibbs conversation. I'm not doing it.
No one said, who said Gibbs?
You did.
Nobody said oil.
You said people who are up to get paid.
Oil. Who said oil?
Okay. We'll go to John, 97.1. John, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, guys. Mike, you stole my thunder about that Seattle defensive line. They were just unbelievable. I don't know what the time to pressure they were putting on May, but he was not ready for it, man. No. You know, they just killed him. But, you know, that's what we need. I don't know how we can ever get it, but
no, you get it by trading for a Leonard Williams, by going out and signing a Tank Lawrence and being right. Remember, like John Schneider, when you look at John Schneider and player personnel, like John, if you were bored and I you could look back, they have a knack for being able to find pieces. And when you look at John Schneider has now built 2 Super Bowl caliber defenses, and he does it the same way. There are no Broderick Martins, there are no Josh Pascals or Onzariques. Like by and large, when Seattle goes out and builds a defense, it's really good. And yes, they needed to recalibrate the offense. Did they get a little bit lucky in even Darnold being available? Yes. But they committed to the run game. We're going to run it more than anybody in the league, factual, and we're going to play great defense, top 4 scoring defense.
You know what?
Special teams, immaculate.
Yeah, we're going to take points when they're there, meaning we'll kick field goals.
They go for it on 4th down the least.
Yes, they were safe, conservative, and it worked.
That would be my takeaway, John. Brad and staff have to be better because they are throwing resources at that D-line. It's just not good enough.
And I got to say one more thing.
Yes.
Sam Darnold,
Super Bowl champion.
Super Bowl quarterback.
I know, Johnny.
Champion quarterback.
I know. Yeah, what a time to be alive. I really view it like Trent Dilfer. That's all that yesterday was. It's just a redheaded Dilfer.
Look, in all fairness.
I'm kidding. Sam Darnold had a much better season than Trent did.
In all fairness, yes. Every now and then a quarterback wins that's not the quote-unquote superstar. But I do wonder, is this kind of the jump start where Darnold moves into that second tier of quarterbacks? No. I'm not saying that first tier, Mike. I'm not saying like he's not going to be like a top 8 quarterback. Okay. I'm saying between 9 and 15.
He's been doing drugs with Prince again. All right, we'll continue this. You're out of your mind. 97.1. 97.1, we're out of time.
Brought to you by Michigan Hair Restoration. The Red Wings and Tigers will soon have new TV homes officially. For the Tigers, it'll start with the new upcoming season here. The Red Wings expected to be carried on FanDuel Sports Network through the remainder of this season. Both teams will then transition into a partnership with Major League Baseball, who produce and distribute Tiger games, while Illich Sports and Entertainment will take over broadcast responsibility for the Wings. According to the team's release, quote, aside from games selected to be national broadcast, Tigers and Red Wings games will air throughout our market, available to everyone through either a cable or satellite package or streaming subscription, end quote. The Pistons officially announced that Danis Jenkins has been signed to a standard contract today. They start a 4-game road trip in Charlotte tonight. Just picked up their 9th win in a row as well. Trade deadline acquisition Kobe White is out with the calf strain. Jalen Duren looks like he'll come back after missing the last couple games. He was seen at shoot-around this morning. Ron Holland is out for personal reasons. Hear the game right here on the ticket at 7 o'clock. Michigan Hoops still ranked second in AP, MSU number 10, and after splitting last weekend's matchup, Michigan State overtook Michigan in the USCHO hockey poll. Spartans are now the number 1 team in the country. According to ESPN, Falcons pass rusher James Pierce allegedly intentionally crashed into the vehicle of WNBA player Rakia Jackson and also struck a police officer after he was attempting to flee from them. He was released on bond over the weekend. At the Cornwall Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Well, Rico has once again reinforced to me it's Black History Month. I don't know what that has to do with the NFL Blitz, but here we are.
It means I can have an attitude all month long. Let's go.
All righty then. Kenny Music. Remarkable.
All right, let's have some fun.
Okay.
Now, if you watched any of the 2 weeks of pregame, you knew that both teams last year started off as 60-1 odds to win the Super Bowl. So new odds are out. Let's have some fun. Let's take a look at the teams that are 60-1 or worse odds to win the Super Bowl. And Mike, you have to pick one out of this that you think could possibly
So this is mandatory and can't be used against us in a Rico Beard ego-boosting receipt segment.
No, it's not.
Then I'll play your game.
You guys are more than welcome to play as well.
No, you reminded me it's Black History Month, so I'm going to play this game with
Thank you.
even though you're going to use it against me later.
I'm not, because I know this first team. I know this is a no for you, but
What?
They are at 250-1 odds, the New York Jets.
Come on. Absolutely no shot. It's a terrible quarterback draft. What are they going to do? What are their outs? Aaron Glenn. I feel so bad for Aaron Glenn. Like,
He'll be back here next year.
It's terrible. Like, just give him time. I think he's a good football man. But then again, it's the Jets.
But then again, yeah, I like the way he struts up the sideline when they score a touchdown.
Oh, right. Why? Like a coach being excited was bad. Go ahead. Right.
The Miami Dolphins at 225-1 odds.
They might be stuck with Tua, which is a no-go.
Now, the Super Bowl colors has their colors in it. The logo.
I don't care.
Okay.
No, because then even if they get rid of Tua, they got to eat the dead cap. Quinn Ewers or Malik Willis going to lead you to the Super? No. The answer is no. Their offensive and defensive lines are a shipwreck.
Another team at 225-1, the Arizona Cardinals.
No. There's a height requirement for quarterback.
West Coast version of Miami?
No, it's the hardest division in football, though. You could make a case 3 of the top 5 coaches in football reside in the NFC West. You could make a case 3 of the top 5 odds to make the Super Bowl next year reside in the NFC West. Yeah. On divisional problems alone, I'll say no.
Here's one that maybe you think about. You put it in the maybe pile. 175-1 odds, the New Orleans Saints.
All right. They played hard for Kellen Moore. Tyler Shuck is kind of like Bernie Mac in Mr. 3000. He's just an old player. So you get the quarterback maturity there. So, and it's a crap division, so there'd be a pathway. We'll put him in a maybe pile.
Okay.
How disgusting.
150-1 odds, the Carolina Panthers.
No, I don't believe in Bryce Young. I don't. I love what Canales has done.
He is a true Tyra Banks meme. Like every time I want to believe in him,
yes,
he goes out there and has that game. It's like, Bryce, I believed in you, man. You
I
let me
just
down.
can't get there. I saw more from Tyler Shuck over the last 8 weeks of the season than maybe I've seen from Bryce Young in his whole career. And that's not a compliment. So I'm going to say no to it.
Okay. Also at 150 to 1 odds, the Tennessee Titans.
Yes.
They're going to maybe pile?
No, it's how is it really any different than the Patriots? Patriots lost 13 games last year, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they had the number 2 overall quarterback. It was year 1, baptism by fire. Now there's a new staff. They're going to go out and spend like crazy. They got another draft to put it together. Do we know what Cam Ward is?
No.
I don't. How do we know that Cam Ward isn't awesome? I have to allow for it.
Okay.
Like when you're asking me to pathway these long shots, there's got to be some source of like unicorn hope.
You know what? We'll put it into maybe. We'll let you pick your final one. So right now you
All right.
have 2 maybes.
All right.
At 125 to 1, the Las Vegas Raiders.
No.
Mendoza.
No, it's a rookie. No. And he's a weirdo. No.
It's just nice.
No, he's not. There's a dark side there.
There's no dark side. 125 to 1 odds as well. The Cleveland Browns.
No. It's the Browns. Automatically eliminated.
At least let me say the
yeah,
name.
just no.
The Cleveland, no.
Bruh, no.
All right. 100 to 1 odds. This is for you, David. The Pittsburgh Steelers. Aaron Rodgers saying he may want to come back.
No. It's still an aging, expensive defense that underperforms. Tough division on the bounce back. Ravens will be good again. I think the Bengals, as long as Burrow's upright, will present a problem there. No. I'm out.
75 to 1 odds. The New York Giants.
I mean, it's not impossible based on the Eagles feel like a wreck.
Go put that right up.
Put it into maybe. I have immense respect for John Harbaugh. The pieces are there. Now, if you can show me Malik Neighbors out of a wheelchair, you get Jackson Dart, you get a Pro Bowl left tackle, you get Neighbors, you get Scatterbo, you've got the pass rush necessary. Linderbaum would help. Yeah, give me a maybe on that.
Okay. Now, these aren't quite 55 to 1 odds.
This will be the cutoff.
No, I'm going to go to 51. 55 to 1 odds, the Minnesota Vikings.
Okay.
And at 50 to 1, the Tampa Bay Bucks and the Atlanta Falcons.
Atlanta, you can keep. That's out. Not just because of the James Pierce news. It's just I can't with the quarterback spot. Tampa, you got to bet on the pumpkin in a turtleneck Todd Bowles. I can't do that. What was the other one?
Minnesota.
Yeah.
55 to 1.
Okay, it's kind of similar to this Jackson Dart or Cam Ward or
We
Tyler
don't know who
Shuck.
JJ is.
Does JJ take a leap if we use this as the rookie year to have a Super Bowl level roster? I would say yes. Okay. There's a possibility there, especially if you're a person who believes the Bears are going to regress or the Lions might not be in that Super Bowl bounce back next year. I could understand if you said yes to that.
Okay. All right, you got 4 teams left. In the maybe pile, we're looking at the New Orleans Saints, 175 to 1.
Good God.
Tennessee Titans, 150 to 1. The New York Giants, 75 to 1. And the Minnesota Vikings, 55 to 1.
Mike, I hope you're ready for Rico to just start laughing at you once he keeps these receipts.
Yeah,
And
I know.
There's no receipts. I'm a man of my word. There's no receipts. Do you see? I'm not writing down anything.
Well, let's make it fun. If we're all going to lose together and get made fun of by him, you pick one then, Kenny, too. Join me.
Yeah, I'll jump into the fire.
The Giants, great pick.
No, it's not going to be the Giants.
I'm actually, that's not
They're
a bad
live if the offseason goes the way it needs to go, and if John Harbaugh is who we think he is, why not? In an NFC East that feels very open.
It is, because the Eagles are in shambles.
They're teetering.
The Cowboys, they just pull the Cowboys every year, and I don't know what the Commanders are. If we went one more step, the Commanders would be in that next step. But
give me the Giants and the Titans. Those are my 2.
Giants.
I was leaning Titans. You got one?
Ionde hated every pick. Every time I looked up, he was basically like, oh, this is terrible. Go ahead.
He's struggling back here.
Okay. All right. Listen.
Okay. I would say I'm looking at the Saints, just the division that they're in.
That one's fair too.
That could be winnable. Looks like they really are just starting to get their stuff together. And for me, it's the Giants. Like the Vikings have all the pieces, but I don't believe in JJ.
Jackson Dart can be that guy. You already saw flashes.
Between him and Scatterbo, you get Malik Neighbors back. Like you go into this draft and you pick up somebody with the 5th pick overall. So
Either Carnell Tate
or you get Bain.
Caleb Downs.
You don't want Bain?
No, I need my version of Kyle Hamilton to run the Ravens defense.
Okay. But yeah, you got the 5th pick overall.
All right.
I'm looking at those two teams. So if you're looking at two from out of nowhere, that's what we're doing. Since
I dig that.
These last two teams were 60-1 odds.
Can't wait until he brings us back a year later on a dinner napkin.
It's like Men in Black, Mike. We've already forgotten.
He'll put on his little glasses. He'll be like, now you're the idiot.
Exactly.
No, that's just every day. All right. That's your NFL Blitz 97-1. All right, guys, you've heard me talk about my Matrix basements. And look, they came in, they took a totally unfinished basement and finished it for me in about 7 or 8 weeks. They can do the exact same thing for you. I need you to head over to matrixbasements.com. Get the free consultation. They'll set up a design for you. And the next thing you know, you're going to be enjoying your brand new basement. And you don't need to wait. You can get it done right now. You've been thinking about it. Do it right now. Why? Build now, pay later. What is that? That's 0 interest and 0 payments until the year 2028. Matrix Basements is hooking you up. Go over to Matrix Basements right now. Stop dreaming and enjoy your new space. If you got a totally unfinished basement like I did, no problem. You're looking to add a room to your existing basement, no problem. With Matrix Basements, they can deliver your dream space and make your payments easy with Build Now, Pay Later, absolutely 0 interest and 0 payments until the year 2028. Build now, pay later, and enjoy a beautiful new basement a whole lot sooner.
All right. I have a critical question. We've been all Super Bowl and commercials and Bad Bunny and what can the Lions learn? But I have a question, a critical question. Can we say that? But I want to hear from the man to my left. I'm staying out of it. I don't care enough to be in it. But this weekend, Rico was at one of the more high-profile non-Super Bowl sporting events in all these United States of America. It was a top 10 showdown between Michigan State and Illinois. And no, I'm not interested in breaking the game down. I'm not interested State won or lost. It's immaterial to what I'm going to ask Rico. The Jeremy Fears either narrative or truth, either campaign or... Is Jeremy Fears modern Grayson Allen, or has this gone too far? Because I feel like Saturday when you tuned in, it was like every 5 seconds Jason Benetti wanted to tell you he hit a guy in the balls the other day. Now, I've been through this before with Draymond, who can be a dirty player.
Right.
I want to hear from you because it has been the Michigan game. It's been the Minnesota game.
Right.
Now it's, it started with Dusty May. Then it went into he hit a guy in the chandelier in Minnesota. Then you had the play they reviewed, but it wasn't a foul, but it looked like he tripped him, etc. I want your take because this is kind of brewing into something.
It is. I was there, so we didn't know what the holdup was, and they didn't play anything on the Jumbotron, so we were all wondering what just happened here because no one saw what happened. So when I got home, I saw, he stopped, and the guy came from behind him. And here's what I think, Mike. I think it's one of those, as we like to say, both things can be true. I think Jeremy Fears, he's kind of like the James Harden, can always find a foul and can always do stuff. Or how Steph Curry and some guys, some shooters like to kick their legs out to get that extra and one
That's
type
dirty
of thing.
play, though.
I'm saying I look at dirty play as more like Draymond, more like that type of thing.
So what Fears did against Minnesota?
When he kicked the guy in the butt?
He kicked him in the balls.
Kicked him in the butt, but
he was aiming for his balls and he hit his ass, okay? What do you want me to tell you? He kicked him in the balls.
Do you want to hear what I got to say?
I do. It was dirty play. Come on.
So, yeah, as I said, I just said both things can be true.
But which one is more true? This is the critical question of the day. You have a right to both opinions. I don't care if it's 51%, 49%. Right. What side of it are you on?
I'm on the side that, no, I don't think that he's this dirty, egregious player.
That's all I wanted to know.
I think that he does things to try to gain an advantage, to try to get a foul, to try to do stuff. Yes, that's been his game. Like, this isn't something new. It's just nobody's paid attention to it because he was Jeremy Fears. But now, all of a sudden, it got exposed to the light, and now everybody is seeing what he done. His brother played the same way. That's not to excuse him, but he played the exact same way in Oklahoma. It's like, yeah, that's what he does.
I don't know if Kenny's about to talk or what. Go ahead. You're jumping in on a college hoops question?
No, I have ticket texts ready if you guys want them. That's all I was doing.
Got it. He looked like he was ready to pound.
I'm a prepared producer, Michael.
So, okay. Look, I am asking because it has been a weird week where you're right. I think the thing you said was the light got shown on it.
Yeah.
And it's like I'm watching the game, and it's like now every time he touches the ball, and I'm like, okay.
Bro, if you get a flat tire, it's because Jeremy Fears,
that's why I was going to ask
your tires.
You. So,
it's like it's not that bad. Now, does he need to clean it up? Yeah, because Jeremy, everybody's watching you, and Mike, if there was a betting line on any website, there's going to be a reviewable play in every game that he plays in for the rest of the season. That he's going to do something, they're going to stop the game, and they're going to take a look at it, and they're going to say, okay, because he's lost the benefit of the doubt. Where, like, I saw the play against Illinois, and I was like, well, that's just two guys playing basketball. That I didn't consider that dirty.
When they reviewed it, and it wasn't a foul.
Right.
Look, there's a long lineage of...
Now, tripping somebody, yeah, that is. Like, when he kicked the guy, I was like, yeah, Jeremy, you did that. You did that. But now every little thing that happens, and unfortunately, it could be a mistake. Like, he could do one of the dumb fouls like Cam Ward when he just runs over people. But if Fears does that, well, it was malice and it was intent, and he tried to do all of these nefarious things.
Well, look, whether it's right or wrong, here's what it seems like, sounds like, feels like. Because, again, I'm not emotionally invested enough to care. Grayson Allen, Brad Davison, Aaron Kraft was a little scumbag. Look, that they're kind of putting him in that pile.
You know, it was funny. You know who was probably one of the dirtier players, but he never got the spotlight shined on him? Was your 2-time Defensive Player of the Year, Travis Walton. Travis, you know, he was the king of, he would grab your jersey, he would do all types of stuff, but nobody ever said anything, so he got that. He plays good defense. Aaron Kraft he plays good defense.
Aaron Kraft was such a little rat.
Right, but
he was such a good player.
Right, but because no one ever – now, Grayson Allen, on the other hand, he was dirty player all the way to this day in the NBA. He's still considered dirty player.
Okay, I had to ask because I saw it. I go, okay, here we go again. And look, the commentators are all over him.
Yeah, I had we were all sitting there like, why is the action –
Well, why are they not showing the replay? What is it with these schools?
I don't know because and then the announcer gets up. What?
They all sound like Charlie Brown's teacher.
Right. Like, what did you just say? Like, why did you stop the game? Show us on the Jumbotron. Hey, we're checking to see this out.
Look, the bottom line, and here's my take on this, and people are not going to like it. Okay, whether it's Michigan, Michigan State, Notre Dame, Ohio State. Okay, we broadcast in a town where one of the dirtiest players in the history of the NBA is lauded as a hero in Bill Laimbeer. We broadcast in a town where the team he played on was the dirtiest team in the history of the NBA in the Bad Boys, okay? Then you had the 04 Pistons busy bullying people around, winning 73-67. I am not going to do concern trolling here, okay?
Bruh.
If Fears is dirty, he's dirty. He's also arguably a top 3 player in the Big Ten, so it's kind of a conundrum here.
Right. It's one of those where you look at it, and if you like the guy, you look past what he done. If you don't like the guy, you say, no.
I look at the guy and I say, stop doing stupid crap. You're hurting the team and you're hurting yourself.
And that's where I'm at. I'm like, you're not going to get away with anything, so you're going to have to clean up your act. But I laugh because it's like, this is the same town that'll tell you, no, Brian Branch and Kirby Joseph, they don't do anything dirty, while the rest of the league is like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, that's the tribalism of sports.
Right.
No, I lean to what began with the Dusty May thing has been reinforced by Jeremy with what he did in Minnesota. But I tell you the other thing, I don't think Izzo helped him. The whole he's got to grow up. I don't know if I'm going to play it.
Yeah,
I would have handled that privately.
What Izzo did was he did the 1 day story into a 2 day story.
Exactly.
And the one thing that I'm going to say something good. Here's the one thing I like about the University of Michigan. They handle everything in house. What happened? Don't worry about it.
I looked in his eyes.
We took care of it.
I was raised by Chicago.
Right.
It's all one and done, baby.
Right. And that's it. But he came out there, and I don't know if I'm going to bench him.
Right. He made it worse.
Right.
He made it worse. You would have thought he was Michael Corleone when he killed the guy with the knife with the olive oil. Like, it's just ridiculous. So, again, I had to ask you the question. Everything else is Super Bowl today, but there was a big game on Saturday night.
He's very physical, and if he doesn't cut it out, every game is going to get stopped because of him. And if it's a close game, like the Minnesota game, they lost that game because of what he did. That was a 9-point swing. State was about to get 2 foul shots. Instead, Minnesota gets it and jacks up a 3 and then hits another 3. And before you know it, now they're up 10. And you could have cut the lead to 3.
I still just believe in my heart of hearts, State is not a title caliber team. They're good. They're going to win games. And that's a game that Vegas was telling you, you're supposed to win it. MSU was favored over Illinois. You're on back-to-back losses. You're at home. It's a night game, national TV. Yeah, they were supposed to win that game. P.S. Cohen Carr, what? 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 On the inbounds. What?
Yeah.
No.
Mike. The whole time you're thinking, you're celebrating, and Wagler hits this 3. That's okay. You're still up 3. All you got to do is inbounds, and you just threw it away. And now then I'm yelling, okay, just foul. You're up 3. Foul. It's math. It's math, people.
Tom doesn't like math.
And he shoots a three and bricks it, and it's like, wow, you escaped. That was one where
Okay, I just had to
they
throw that out
couldn't
there.
close out regulation, and they couldn't close out the overtime as well.
And for Michigan, they put a roll of dynamite inside a piñata dressed as Brutus Buckeye, and they lit the fuse.
Yeah.
Holy hell.
Yeah.
Michigan will drop a bomb on you if given the opportunity.
I'm looking forward to the week. I think it's like 10 days where they play Purdue, Duke, and Illinois all on the road.
You're not going to see me pick against them. I hear you. That'll be fun.
That's the week where I think they're going to show people we're for real, or water kind of comes back to the level.
Could we just have them play Arizona and be done with it? Just get college basketball out of the way. We'll settle into the hockey playoff run.
You take Michigan, Arizona, give me the field?
Yeah.
Okay.
I can do that.
Okay.
I'll have some fun with that.
All right,
yeah.
let's do that.
You want to put that on the window
Yeah,
for
I'll put
26?
that up there.
All right,
Yeah.
we can do that.
Okay.
I'll take the Wolverines and the Wildcats. You get the field.
Okay.
I probably just signed a prediction death warrant, but I'm in. All right. Kenny, a couple of the ticket texts. Damn it. The text communication.
Oh, you were pitching a perfect game.
Hey,
I know.
You know who had a perfect game? Sam Darnold. You didn't. Go ahead.
It's true.
Fears is a dirty player that tries really hard and is highly competitive. It doesn't mean he is a bad player. He's actually very good, but he has been dirty. He isn't trying to gain the advantage. He's trying to hurt. That's from an unnamed texter. I'm a Spartan fan and can easily admit he's been dirty. A lot of people just blanket calling him dirty.
Was that an editorial, the last part, or was that a text?
That was me. That
He
was
just
Kenny.
summed up all the text.
Okay. No, and
Roundly,
that's
everybody basically is under agreement that he's dirty. And as a hockey fan, by the way, dirty and skilled is never a bad thing for me. If you have that kind of talent and can back it up and be a little bit greasy, I feel like every championship team in any sport needs a little bit of grease like that, right?
He does it again with the anti-Italian sentiment. Again. Unbelievable.
What did he say?
Well, guess what, Buckaroo? We're betting Italy plus 3,000 tomorrow to take down those dirty Swedes. The Olympics are back. We got to come up with a game like mobster or Team Italy member.
No.
I don't know any of these people. We don't have any NHL players.
The game's already been in the making for about 2 weeks.
All right.
Yeah, we did Four Nations or Foreign Diplomat, I think, last year. So that was fun.
I wish Italy could have like the draft rights to Italian Americans. Then we'd be loaded. We'd have the best team in this damn thing.
We got Hockey Stick Robolino out here.
What? We'd have Calabrini. That's a start. Don't tell me he's German-Irish.
He's American.
He's Italian.
All right.
And American. We should own the motherland. Should have the draft rights. Do you know? This is how bad it is. Italy's plus 3,000 in this game to win, even with the goal line where they give you the goal and a half plus 1,100. Kenny was trying. Yeah, that's actually what we're going to come out to when we're doing the
warm up skate.
The warm up skate in
That's your
circles.
walkout music.
Oh,
don't you believe in miracles?
That wasn't even the gold medal game. That's what kills me about 1980.
I know.
That wasn't even the gold medal game.
I know. It was a semifinal. They still had to play Finland.
That's all I'm going to say about that. We'll get to your
actually
phone.
watched that game.
Yeah, it's because you're ancient. All right, Northville Lumber,
That was me.
largest Trex decking outlet. Sorry. Just kidding. It's Rico's turn.
All right, let's get to the people. And then we'll kind of reset everything top of the hour. Also, I just, some of the details on this James Pierce arrest. Good God. If you want, I can give you some of the details.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, we'll do it after the calls. I want to make sure we're respectful of the people. So we'll have time. Let's go to Ron first, 97.1. Ronnie, thanks for hanging. What's going on, buddy?
Yes, how you doing?
Good, Ron.
Glad to hear you guys. But I have to say, man, I get it in this radio and this sport, but I have to disagree with y'all on the Sam Darnold. Because I feel like in sports, it's a team thing. And every game is by game based on who you're playing, because every team's going to play you different and come a different way. You can't play everybody the same. And if Sam Darnold wouldn't perform in the game before the Super Bowl, they're not there. When the defense sucked and the Rams was torching them, and they was torching them back, he had to perform to help out that defense. Now the defense performed in the Super Bowl where he wasn't a big highlight, but the running back was. So it's a team effort, and you can't make it about one person because they may not perform. That's why it's a team sport. Somebody going to pick up the slack.
Well, the problem is it's true for every position except quarterback. You touch the football on every offensive snap of the game. And you're right. Look, the Rams game, he played flawless. He played the game of his career. He was fantastic. He had every right to go to the Super Bowl. But all I was saying to Rico earlier is, Ron, listen, when you're just less terrible than the other guy, when you're the winning quarterback at a Super Bowl and they don't give you the MVP, that kind of tells you everything you need to know. He barely completed 50% of passes now. So that's not a shot. He won the Super Bowl. He's a game manager like Eli Manning, like Brad Johnson, like Trent Dilfer. Once every 15 years, one of these doorknobs wins a Super Bowl. But I'm sorry, he's not outstanding, Ron.
Ron, here's the thing. And looking at the replay, Mike, he would have been the MVP. Christian Gonzalez stopped that. Like, I rewatching some of those plays, like, Christian Gonzalez is just that dude. Like, he shut down 2 different times where they would have had touchdowns, and he was like, nah, man, not on my watch. So I get it, what you're saying. He had a pedestrian game, 200 yards, 1 touchdown. Don't turn the ball over, and let the defense win it.
But that's fine. You can win a Super Bowl that way. Lord knows that's probably what Goff will have to do. But the point is, like, I don't think this turns into some referendum like all of a sudden Sam Darnold's what? Top 5 quarterback?
No.
Good luck with your list.
No.
Enjoy publishing that.
No, I said I wonder if he moves into the second tier. I don't think he'll ever be in that first tier because I look at the first tier as future Hall of Famers. That's not going to be
You
him.
can put him somewhere between 10 and 16.
Okay, then we're not that far apart, Mike.
But he's just what he is.
So, I had between 8 and 15. You got 10 and 16.
Sure.
We're not that far apart.
No, and in the end, I'm sorry. I don't know what radio station's doing that show today. It ain't going to be this one. Let's go to Court, 97.1. Court, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, fellas. How are you this afternoon?
Good.
So I just wanted to chime in a couple of things, a quick take on the commercials. Most of them were bland, but the one that stood out to me, and I watched the whole game, was the Budweiser commercial. Yeah, it brought back the Clydesdale and everything, but but I don't mind that. I think it's a good theme, and with the little eaglet, that eventually learns how to fly, I thought that was the standout. But in terms of the commercials, but you know what? As a 62-year-old lifelong Lions fan, I sat there watching that game, and I've got a good buddy of mine from back in high school who lives out in Seattle now, and I sent him a text, and I'm like, what's it like to live in a town that has only had a football team since 1976, and yet you've been to 4 Super Bowls and now won 2 of them? And he responded back, it sounds like World War III out here. And I was just like, yeah,
You know what, Court? I've never really thought of it that way, but you're right. They came around in 76, and, yeah, they should have had 3 Super Bowls if their coach wasn't an idiot.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it was just like, what is it? I don't know.
Well, Court, if you really want to feel bad, I'm sorry, you get mad at the fact that the Carolina Panthers have been in the Super Bowl twice.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm not laughing, but okay. Yeah, no, actually, it just angers me. But yes, look, it's simple. I think they're willing to do things you're not willing to do. And I also think John Schneider's better at his job than Brad Holmes. Okay? You just want to just say the quiet part out loud? No. John Schneider's got basically 2 decades of excellence that supports those Super Bowl runs.
Yeah. Johnson, he does not let good get in the way of being great. You know what? We can do better. But yeah, he's good. I know, but we can do better.
Kenny just yelled at me. So just one quick note here in the James Pierce thing, and then we have to get to some business. Basically, he was following her around as she was trying to drive to the police station. He hit the car head on at one point. He hit the car from the side. He tried to get into her car at a red light. Then he hit a cop. Good Lord. James Pierce, 5 felonies. You had a great rookie year after you were a ding-dong at Tennessee.
That's why you slid all the way down, because people didn't know. Yes, this guy, oh boy.
He might get outright released, to be honest with you. They say the damage is consistent with her account. I'm sure the police have some form of body cam footage.
If he could just get released and that's the best thing that happens to him, consider yourself blessed.
Well, I just meant from a football perspective. But, yeah, no, the rest, I don't know how you're getting out of that. No. You tried to hit the woman's car. They broke up. You're trying to run her down in your car? Good luck. All right, let's take care of some business. But, yeah, the detail, I could go into more detail, but Kenny yelled at me. We're out of time. Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. And, in fact, Northville is Michigan's Trex Superstore. They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting. They have it all the time and at the absolute lowest prices. So whether you're a deck builder or a do-it-yourselfer, you count on Northville. They're going to have what you need when you need it. So now's the time you can plan it and build it, because, man, if you wait till the spring, you ain't getting nothing done. Stop by, take home some samples. Call Northville Lumber today, Michigan's Trex Superstore, or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com.
All right, gentlemen.
Yes.
Can we say
No.
that defense still wins championships? When you look at both of these teams,
Yeah.
it was about who could force the other quarterback to make a mistake.
Yes, but it's a specific type of defense. You must have a pass rush and a good one that is quick, time to pressure. You must have 7 or 8 guys. You must be able to have interior pressure. It can't just be, well, we have Aiden Hutchinson. You need a real front four.
We're good.
That can dominate. If you have that, I'll listen to all of it. I mean, we've seen San Francisco get back multiple times. Base 4, drop 7, and they go to town. Seattle, a lot of it last night, same thing. Sure, they brought occasional pressure, but they had a lot of base 4 rush, and they knew. And by the way, I don't want to write a kid off as a rookie. I'm willing to put lunch on this. Will Campbell will be a guard next year. He can't be a left tackle.
Save that thought.
Okay.
Save that thought.
Can we say?
Kenny?
Can I counter your can we say that bad offenses lose championships because the Patriots, bad O-line, bad quarterback play, bad across the board, bad. So defense, yes, still wins championships. I agree with Mike, but also in conjunction with a bad offense and things that just aren't working.
Well, see, here's the thing, though. And then before I get to the next one, I think that Seattle's defense made a lot of offenses look bad. It's why Matthew Stafford deserved the MVP, because for some reason – he looked really good in that NFC title game. They muffed a punt, and that's how they ended up losing. But it wasn't like Stafford just went out there. Like, he figured out the defense, so I get what you're saying, though.
You're not wrong in any of that. I'm just saying that offense looked – in the Super Bowl, you can't look like that. You just can't.
Drake May was in over his head. Let's just call it what it is. Can we say – Mike, I'm going to skip to the end one. Can we say that Will Campbell needs to switch his position from tackle to guard, or is this simply just – he'll learn over time and get better?
No. He gets bullied right into the quarterback. He just doesn't have the strength. He doesn't have the arm length. And I don't know technically. I mean, it would be something we could bring TJ into.
Well, TJ said it's arm length. There's a lazy argument. It's all about footwork.
Well, then explain how he allows people to get into his chest so conveniently. He doesn't have the reach. I just think he could be a guard. He would get help from the center. But again, it's just something you saw all year long from him. I'd be very concerned if I'm New England. Maybe you kick him to the right side at some point. Take some pressure off there, too. I don't know. But to me, that is a disaster performance by him.
Yeah, it looked bad the whole time. I'm completely with Mike here. There's nothing else to add there.
Can we say that the Pats were more lucky than good this year?
Yeah. Played the easiest schedule since the 1970 merger. That's factual. Had the easiest pathway to the Super Bowl. They played a backup quarterback in the AFC title game. They played a quarterback who owed the mob money in the divisional round. And then they played a Charger team who didn't have an offensive line. Don't believe me? 4 of their 5 linemen are bottom 2 at their position amongst all qualified players, according to your blessed PFF. And if you want to distill it down to one factoid that you could turn into a bumper sticker, they played one team with a winning record during the regular season. And they couldn't protect Drake May all playoff long with everything I just said, 19 sacks. That tied a record that Joe Burrow, unfortunately, had in 2021.
Yeah, I think the over-under for Seattle was 3.5 sacks. They had that in the first quarter. Just to put things in perspective. Go ahead, Kenny.
Yeah, luck is – I'm on the luck side, too. Drake May didn't have a clean pocket basically the entire night. You look at their schedule. You look at who they played. Like Mike said, only one team with a winning record. Yeah, no, I think it's luck.
You know what that means? 4th place schedule. Super Bowl in the making right here.
Oh, that's it.
Can we say –
What do you got, cookies texting in?
Hey, can we say that K9 is about to get paid?
Not by me, but sure. I mean, I'm not paying a running back. Let's go draft another one. But yeah, somebody will pay. And look, durability is still a concern with him. He gets dinged up constantly. But the best thing they did was pair him with Charbonnet and allow him to be preserved a little bit more. Now, last night was his night. Last night was the vintage moment. He couldn't do that every week. He'd be dead in 6 weeks.
Right.
But yes, you would pay him. But like,
is he going to go out? What was it? Larry Brown, the corner that got paid. It was the Raider.
Yeah, but I mean, look, you got to pay him in concert. You got to be willing to have a 2-back system like the Lions did, where you're gonna
You're going to pay a David Montgomery like a top 10 back, but then you got a rookie back in Gibbs. You're going to pay K9. The other guy can't make no money, but you got to have both. There's no world where K9's going to do a Saquon and have 4 billion touches. He can't. He can't hold up. But yes, someone will pay him.
Someone will not just pay him, but they'll overpay him after that performance. He definitely helped out his pocketbook. Now, whether it works out wherever he ends up, might be a different story. I'm with Mike. I'm not going to be the guy that pays him, but he will get a handsome reward.
Guys, can we say that Mike Vrabel made some poor decisions in this Super Bowl where I don't know why you just don't go for it if you're down.
I also didn't understand why didn't he go for 2?
Yes.
What was he doing? You finally scored. You have to go down 11 there. And when Borregales was coming out, I'm going,
why?
The hell's happening here? Yeah, it just awful performance by everyone not associated with the defense of New England. Everybody else there faltered big time. Their defense did the best they could.
They did. I still say Christian Gonzalez, if he would have won the MVP,
he was fabulous.
I would not have been angry.
Fabulous.
So, can we say Drake may pull a Dan Marino and never get back?
No. Laces out, Dan. I'm not going to put that evil on Drake May. He's in his second season. He's a really nice player. But, yeah, man, he got put in a car wash last night.
The reason why I say because of everything that lined up for the Patriots, I don't know if everything will line up like that again.
It's true, but he'll get better. The team, remember, okay, here's what I'll offer. Kenny, you can shoot this down if you think I'm caping up for my boy Drake. The Patriots are still rebuilding, yet they happen to make a Super Bowl. They're not a finished product.
Okay.
This will get better.
All right.
He will get better. But for a night, he looked like Bambi. He was in trouble yesterday.
Last
that was
one,
terrible.
Really quickly. Can we say the Super Bowl will be an international game within the next 10 years?
Yes. And especially, look, Goodell was appealing to an international audience with Bad Bunny. He's already made the announcement they're going to try to have every team go to Europe every year for one game. And I've said to you with a straight face, in the next decade, do I think the NFL would have a team overseas? Yes. So I have to say yes to what you're
Super Bowl
advocating. Yeah.
In London.
I wouldn't be shocked. It's a corporate event. It's not for people anymore.
Can we say that 97-1?
It was reported last week, but Illich Sports and Entertainment made it official today. Tigers and Red Wings are leaving FanDuel Sports Network for their television coverage. Wings will likely remain on FanDuel through the remainder of the season. The Tigers will start a new agreement with Major League Baseball to produce and distribute games on their streaming platform and other cable platforms as well. It's the Pistons and Hornets tonight in Charlotte. Hornets are red hot and boast a 9-game winning streak. Their main deadline acquisition, Kobe White, is out, though, with a calf strain. Pistons big man Jalen Duren likely to return after missing the last 1.5 games. Ron Howland is out for personal reasons. Hear the 7 o'clock tip right here on 97.1. The Pistons also confirmed the news of Danis Jenkins' new standard contract. He spoke after the game Friday, which marked the last game of his two-way. Michigan basketball remained the number 2 team in the latest AP poll. Michigan State also stood pat at number 10. Lions running back Jahmyr Gibbs told Dave Burkett of the Free Press that the whole team wants David Montgomery back next season, but whatever he decides to do, Gibbs will be behind him 100%. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Five o'clock, good to have you with us. We can kind of reset everything here. Part of it's local, part of it's national. So Super Sunday at large, the commercials, Bad Bunny, the game. I thought the whole thing sucked. But whatever. I sat there. I can appreciate choreography, I guess. I just didn't understand halftime. I don't speak Spanish. Whatever. Commercials were worst. The game was worse than those. I thought the game was egregiously bad. Because this is the NFL, and when the two quarterbacks are basically out there, just don't be worse than the other guy. You have teams openly running the ball and punting on third down. You had Seattle up 6-0 going, well, all right, Sam, just don't poop yourself, and we'll call it a day. The game was brutal. But within those things, if you want to, we've had people ranking it out. Game, halftime, commercials. Rank the level of awful. The other thing that we're talking about is what can the Detroit Lions organization learn from the Super Bowl? Please don't be so arrogant to say nothing or talk to me about how 2 years ago you won 15 games. No one cares. You didn't win a playoff game. It's a question about isn't it blatantly obvious? Rico, I know you agree with me. It's about a defense. It's about a defensive line. It's about, as much as Brad Holmes has done well, maybe this team's identity needs to switch a little bit, become a little bit more defensive oriented. Do you know who ran the football more than anybody else? Seattle. Do you know who went for it the least on fourth down? Seattle. Do you know who hit the quarterback most and pressured the quarterback most? Seattle. And they just won a Super Bowl with an empty pumpkin at quarterback. I think it's a conversation about the front four.
I agree. And not only that is maybe you need to bring somebody else into the room when it comes to picking those front four players, picking the defensive players, especially the D-line, because it's like something's different, something's off, something's wrong. Offensively, yeah, you could go out there and you could find those receivers and you could find the running backs and the tight ends, but on the defensive side, there's a lot to be lacking. You could pick safeties. Aiden was pretty much a layup. But, you got Campbell. But other than that, it's
Broderick Martin, Onwuzurike, Pascal. You signed DJ Reader, who no damn good. Marcus Davenport multiple times. Look, you can give him credit for Aleem. They paid him. He died. But overall, there is, Bob Muhammad, whatever you want to say, the Lions front four was healthy down the stretch, and the front seven was healthy down the stretch. And Rico, they faltered. They're not Super Bowl good. So to me, that's the takeaway. They went out and got Tank Lawrence. They traded for Leonard Williams. And you know what John Schneider did? He hit a grand slam on both of those guys. On top of a Jaron Reed, on top of some of the young kids they have drafted. So it's right there for you.
And then, he wasn't afraid at the trade deadline to make a move. He didn't fall in love with his own players. He got rid of guys that would be considered Seattle icons at the time. I mean, yes, think about this, man. When he traded Russell Wilson, it was like he knew Russell was about to expire the next day, but he got rid of him, got a nice haul for him in first-round picks. He lets DK Metcalf go. Once again, Seattle icon. We can do better. We can do, and they did. And we're going to run this through JSN. Really? And it worked. He was the offensive player of the year. He wasn't afraid to make a mistake. He wasn't afraid to be aggressive and to say, yeah, we're at an 8, but we can be a 10. So let's do that.
The question would be, and maybe there's a way to marry something you brought up earlier into this. In an offseason, where a lot of the conversation will be about Jack Campbell, Sam Laporta, Jahmyr Gibbs, contracts, signing our own. Maybe the conversation needs to shift. We're not doing that. We're going to create a bunch of cap space. We're going to fix that O-line. The O-line is the one non-negotiable. But you know what, Jared? You're going to have to figure it out. You still have Amon-Ra. You still have J-Mo. You're still going to have Gibbs and Laporta for a year plus. The point is, no more. No more. And you double, triple, and quadruple down on that front seven. And look, the other thing that needs to be discussed a little bit is, guys, we got to be real about it. He did great finding these two safeties. How are we looking in the cornerback room right now? Okay, DJ Reed stunk last year. You let Carlton Davis go. Rakestraw is an idea. It's not a person. Terrion Arnold either stinks or is hurt. And you want me to give him credit for Meek Robertson? I can, but they're going to let him walk. Versus you look at what Seattle and New England have done. Okay, New England drafted Christian Gonzalez, who's lockdown, brought in Carlton Davis. Seattle drafted Reek Woolen and drafted Witherspoon. Both are really good players. I think there should be a conversation about, look, they've thrown resources at the defense, but it hasn't worked nearly as well as the offense. So, it's just, we're all sitting there watching it, and I want to know what you took out of it, guys, because the one thing we can't have a conversation about, there's no reason to it, there's no merit for it. We do not have a conversation about whether you can win a Super Bowl with Jared Goff. Yes, you can. An empty pumpkin just won it. Don't tell me Goff's not better than Sam Darnold. Please, God.
But see, I think that's the wrong focus because if Darnold, if Jared Goff and the Lions played in that Super Bowl, they wouldn't have got past Seattle. Let's just put it like that. You didn't have the offensive line. Seattle would have murdered you right there on the field. It would have been brutal. And your defense, not good enough. Walker and if Charbonnet was still playing, they would have run through. If the Pittsburgh Steelers were able to do that to you.
The Rams at 6 a pop.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
and that's why maybe the Lions need a shift.
Yeah.
We've fancied ourselves as the greatest show on turf. Maybe the reality is, hey, Dan, less Applebee's playbook on 4th down. We're going to run it more, and we're going to play defense. I'm asking if that's where you guys are at. But one thing is for certain, the takeaway I have watching Seattle play or watching Seattle versus the Rams last week, I can't say it about New England. You knew what I thought about the game. I picked Seattle to bomb this team. They weren't a Super Bowl team. But I just see that the Lions are not close to those teams. Now, they can be, and quickly. But I think it has to be an all-hands-on-deck offseason. But I think it begins and ends with create cap space. And, Brad, you're going to have to do something you don't want to do. Be bold in free agency and trades. Have to.
Well, I was going to say, Mike, in order to have that radical of a change that fast, it's going to have to be a wholesale change in philosophy that I don't think this organization is willing to do. I think this organization likes their people. They like where they're at. They like that they're selling out games.
All right, let's check out that Super Bowl trophy case. That's the problem. And look, you just brought in Drew Petzing, right? Mm-hmm. Petzing led the league in 13 personnel and was top 7 in 12 personnel. Multi-tight end does not coordinate with drafting 3 third-round picks to draft a receiver who's never going to be top 3 in target share on this team. It'll always be Amon-Ra, Laporta, and Numbnuts, J-Mo. So I'm sorry. Like, I'm with you. And that change, it kind of pushes out some of the previous guys if they're going to go that route.
And it also means that you can't fall in love with your players. You can't re-sign a bunch of guys that you want to re-sign. You kind of have to be willing to let some people walk, because here's the thing. If your forte is drafting offensive players, then you'll find new offensive players. But you got to go out and get some dogs on defense, because that's where you're lacking. The fact, when you have a team that can rush 4 and get to the quarterback, you set yourself up to be one of the best teams in the league. Plain and simple. You saw that last night. I mean, look, New England played an easy schedule, but their defense, they were bringing it as well. But the Seattle defense, they didn't have to blitz. They blitzed because they seemed like they were bored and like, let's just run a blitz every now and then. Because other than that, they dropped 7, and you're not going to get anything on them. You're right. That Super Bowl was set up that once it was 6-0, they were saying, if we kick one more field goal, that's ball game. I don't think they'll score 2 touchdowns in this game. Now, they ended up scoring 2, but
it was garbage.
Right. It was late in the game. But, yeah, they knew they can't move the ball. We just keep punting it back to them and pinning them inside the 5-yard line.
First phone call I make this offseason, I don't care. We'll get into an argument again, and I'll have some of the Brad bots yell at me and tell me how it's fiscally irresponsible. Call Max Crosby. Period. Call him. No. I don't care. Oh, but how are we going to figure it out? But what about this positional need? Figure it out. It's your job to figure it out. We're short on talent on defense. We don't have a dearth of draft capital. You could have a ton of cap space if you choose to have it. Figure it out. But that was my takeaway from last night. It's Rico's too. But that's nothing different. 2 to 6 on this station's been carping about the pass rush for multiple years. 248-539-9797. We'll get with the people. And again, if you want to rank out halftime show, commercials, and the game in levels of awful, feel free. And if you liked it, here's an idea. Don't get butthurt somebody didn't like it. I don't care if you liked halftime. I also didn't pull a John. It's not like I went and watched something else. I sat there and was like, well, maybe he'll eventually give me something in English here. Nope.
No, you didn't.
Hey, is that a guy selling ice cream cones? Yep.
Playing dominoes?
Yeah.
Man?
I don't know.
Somebody
Rico
got married.
appreciated some of the scenery. And look, it was well produced and people seemed to like it. It wasn't for me. But I know what Goodell's doing. It's globalization. He is going to have a Super Bowl overseas. He is going to have a team overseas. Bad Bunny moves product. The dude is a global icon. Just because it ain't for me doesn't mean it ain't for plenty of people. So people who get triggered by that is weird. We had a guy call earlier saying his friend lost sleep because Bad Bunny's in the Super Bowl. Bro, you need to join us in reality. Get over it. Sun comes up.
Yeah, I don't see how you lost sleep over that.
Because people are cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
No, I say for me, the commercials were worse. At least I had the fourth quarter of the game. So that got exciting. And then it was like,
yeah, because your boy handed you A.J. Barner at plus 250.
Well, then I wanted to, you know what?
I'm sorry. That was a reflex. 248-539-9797.
Hey, I handed you defenses, and that was plus 550.
True. You had a really nice evening. Good for you. Good for you. All right. I am because Cookies and I almost pulled off that plus 9,500 cash the ticket delight with the same game parlay. 9 more yards from Boutte, and we were in the mid. Everything else happened. Drake May was like Zoolander. He was not an ambi-turner. He couldn't look right and throw the ball. Stupid. All right, hey, winter conditions are no joke. Yeah, it's been basically the worst winter ever. Snow, whiteouts, ice, you name it, it's happened. So whether it's an accident or a slip and fall, David Feminino gets it. If you're in one, call him. He's been an attorney in Michigan for over 30 years. David has helped thousands of people pick up the pieces after an accident. So call him today, 855-65-CRASH, or go to the website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. Straight to the people, all things Super Bowl. What can we here in Detroit take out of it? And yes, if you want to rank awful, you had plenty of it yesterday. We go to Jeff in Oak Park, 97.1. Jeff, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, Mike. Well, the Super Bowl, in my opinion, sucked before the game kicked off because you had scammed Arnold in it, but we're not going to go there. The main thing I wanted to talk about was about the takeaway I had from the Super Bowl. You need pass rush. I know that Brad Holmes is telling us that we have Aiden. Great. I love Aiden. He needs a partner.
100%.
It's like that they seem stubborn about it. Like, no, we'll just re-sign Marcus Davenport. Like, why can't they just get somebody?
No, and look, here's my point. I understand, and it's self-deprecating to a point, Jeff. Look, when we do this for a living, you're talking sports. Sometimes it's serious, sometimes it's not, and you rifle opinions out there. And I understand that what we do for a living, it gets a reputation of, oh, well, that's sports radio. But when I say the Max Crosby thing, that's not hyperbolic. I'm not seeking validation. I know it's financially doable. I know it makes sense. I believe it. And yes, it will mean you won't be able to fix something else. Mm-hmm. But if I have Aiden and Max, and I am bringing a non-negotiable monolith to that front four, I'm willing to accept the cost of admission. It really, to me, it makes sense. And I'm
with you there. I would do it.
Yeah. And look, here, I'll give you an example, Jeff. So Will Birchfield, I was talking to him. He was in office today. Mm-hmm. And he texted me. He wrote a really nice piece, apparently, about Crosby. He goes, hey, if you want to use this, because Will's good like that. So here's what he sent me. Because he goes, you're not crazy, basically. This is in real time. He texted me like 3 minutes ago. He goes, Crosby's cap hit isn't as daunting once his extension kicks in. So while it carries a $35.8 million charge next year, he's under $30 million for each of the next 3 seasons after that. That's essentially a bargain. Mm-hmm. Because remember, cap's going up another 25 this year. Right. The league shows no signs of slowing down.
So you assume it'll go up another 15 the year after?
So you're just you're able to absorb. It's like, remember when Stafford signed his deal? Yep. And he was the number 1 paid QB? Blah, blah, blah. By the time he left Detroit, he was like the 11th highest paid QB, right? So it basically said the Lions are going to restructure Goff, which I've talked about. I have led the charge on you got to restructure ASB. Will says they could push more money into the future with ASB or Sewell, and they might get cap relief in the form of retirements like we've talked about. So if you're sitting there and you're going to have over $100 million of cap space, why am I effing around worried about Sam Laporta's feelings or worried about what I got to do? Here's what you're going to do with Gibbs if you got an effing brain. You're going to run. No, I'm going to say it. I'm going to continue to say it. You're going to run him into the ground each of the next 2 seasons. Then I'm going to franchise. Then I'm going to kick him to the curb. And I will have had 6 years and almost 2,000 touches. And the next guy can pay him. And you know what it's going to look like? What Saquon gave you this year in Philly. Not the same player. What happened to Le'Veon when he left Pittsburgh? Not the same player. You cannot be the team that pays these guys. And I love Jameer. But Rico?
No.
I'm telling you.
What you're saying makes sense, fan favorite. What Gibbs, that's the biggest no-brainer. You got to keep him. I'm with you.
What do you love more, Gibbs or winning the Lombardi? Because if I can bring Max Crosby here, I'll tell you what I'm not messing around with. And it's nonsense. Everybody's waiting to eat. I'm bringing in war daddies this offseason, and we're going to try to get to the Super Bowl next year.
But it's going to require you not to pay Gibbs, not to pay Campbell, not to pay Laporta, not to pay Branch.
Why do I have to run to pay any of these people? Branch is off a blown Achilles.
Because that's what you've been doing, not you.
If you want what you've never had, do what you never done. Oh, boy.
That's what I've been saying, but they just don't do that. It's just like, well, no, we're going to do this, that. That's what, yes, you could free up $100 million in cash. That just means we're going to spend it on these 4.
Then they need to sit in a room and go, if I can change, you can change. And we can change. They have to figure it out. Mm-hmm. Because to me, the Crosby thing, don't let it slip through your fingers. And you might have a shot that the player may want to come home. Mm-hmm. So I know. That's just everything I kept thinking of last night is, man, yeah, I'd love for Brad to go steal a DeMarcus Lawrence and be right. But what if I just go out and get this done?
And that's why I'd rather you just go and get a Crosby, because I don't trust you on defense to steal somebody.
Right.
Because every person you've stolen, we just gave them back.
Well,
Just
and
this
there's a
year.
level of salary offset that takes place too. Is like, okay, instead of paying Taylor Decker, 20 some odd million a year, I'm going to have a rookie playing left or right tackle. I mean, let's be clear. They're going to draft a tackle, right? Or at least a guard. They're going to have someone making less money. The offset takes place there. You're getting rid of an Anzalone. You're restructuring other people. You can figure it out.
But what if, Branch or Boston is there at a wide receiver? Maybe they'll.
Okay. Well, you know what? I'm done. You get him out of here. Let's go to T, 97.1. T, what's good, buddy?
I'm so happy you've all finally gotten on my boat with your passion. I've been telling you for months. If you watched that Super Bowl yesterday, you should be pissed. You know why? Because we don't need any more offensive weapons. Both of those defenses played outstanding with a mannequin at a quarterback and an infant playing quarterback for the other team. And I don't understand why, again, I have to bring myself down to say this calmly. Brad Holmes is on the hot seat. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Your first 5 picks, I don't give a damn. Better be defensive warlords, dogs. Because that's all I saw yesterday on both sides of the ball. Dog. Not D-O-G, D-A-W-G-S. Dogs.
Well,
it's nonsense.
Hold on.
Although, Mike.
Well, hold on. I'm just, you're not going anywhere. Relax. But T, don't be mad if they go out there and draft an offensive tackle in the first round. Otherwise, what you saw last night with William Campbell might be what you're living with. T, they gotta rebuild this O-line, brother.
Okay, go get some veteran goons, some veterans that carry knives and stakes and hatchets in the pocket. Go get them guys. Because you saw what happened to Campbell. He was roadkill last night.
Yeah, he's a guard, T.
Yeah, he is. He got real bad ugly, okay? But listen, what's wrong with having a dream
I know
that we ferociously attack and assassinate every offense? Because had any of our offensive line officers on any one of those teams, we win the Super Bowl, man. We don't need any more offensive weapons.
No, I agree with you.
One other thing, Mike.
Go ahead.
One other thing, Mike. How dare you, even though you're right, back up a little bit off Gibbs, all right? Okay? He's the only shiny thing we got.
I love Gibbs.
Although you're right.
But we do not pay running backs.
But T,
But the way you say
it's
the way
gonna
you
hurt.
say it is so crazy.
I know.
Don't do it though. I don't want to hurt right now.
Okay.
I want defensive players.
All right, T, so here's what I'll do. I'll lie to you. That's fine. I'll lie to you. I'm just telling you. The way I laid it out is the cold, hard reality of the NFL. I have a running back for 5 years on base, and I can have a 6th if I franchise him. I'm going to run you into the ground, and then I'm going to throw you in the garbage. Welcome to being a running back.
As you look at all the top running backs, they're not with their original teams.
And then all the running backs who go out and get a ton of money, all right, Saquon, it worked for 1 season. Eagles are stuck. He's done. He's done. CMC, for all his greatness, he doesn't have a Lombardi. Derrick Henry doesn't have a Lombardi. You do whatever you want. The formula is there. Oh, we found Kyron Williams. Great. Now I'll go draft Blake Corum. Look, I love Jameer, but you know what you're going to need if you get rid of Montgomery? A running mate.
Because here's the thing. I don't think Seattle's going to re-up on K9, and his contract is up. We'll go draft another one. Enjoy your trophy, and we'll ship your ring to whatever city you go to.
Yeah, and it's also, too, let's be fair. If you are a team that has different salary allocation, for instance, they're not paying their quarterback $60 million a year, $50 million a year. They have a half-price QB. Maybe I can do that. You're paying Jared Goff to be one of the 5 best QBs in football. You can't go pay your running back $20 million a year. And you already paid ASB, and you already paid JMO for some
That I still don't
unbelievable
understand.
reason.
Yeah.
And you paid Sewell, thank God, because he's Anthony Munoz.
No, he deserved it.
Amen. But you can't do it all. And that's where I'm with T. That's where if I am going to do any major expenditure this year, yeah, I'm restructuring a lot of these deals. Go get Max Crosby. Because windows are real.
And don't be in a rush to pay your own guys this offseason.
Yeah, like why are you rushing to the altar to pay a guy off a blown out back? Why are you rushing to the altar to pay a guy on a blown Achilles? Why are you rushing to the altar to pay a running back?
Same reason they rush to the altar to pay Hutch.
And here's the other one. I got to say this too. I'm not running through walls to pay an off-ball linebacker. I like Jack Campbell. He's a really good football player. He's an off-ball linebacker. I'm not doing it.
Mike, what you're saying makes sense, but what's more realistic? That they're going to take care of their own people or they're going to listen to us?
No, I know. But we were talking about takeaways from the Super Bowl, and you keep coming back to it. Who the hell did Seattle pay on offense?
Because that $100 million, I'm looking at contract predictions, that $100 million you're talking about, it's going to be $30 million guaranteed to Gibbs, 22 to Campbell, 24 to Laporta, 28.
My whole point would be you can have one or two of them. You can't have them all. Stop doing this. And by the way, they got to go spend money on a safety.
Maybe two.
No, you're getting Branch back.
You're getting him back, Mike, but by the time you get him back, it's going to be late in the season. So even if you got to go find some grizzled veteran, you need somebody else. You have to go under the assumption that neither one will be there. And then when he comes back, that's an added bonus. But him coming back around Thanksgiving, yeah.
Kirby, I'm worried about.
Yeah, that's
Kirby I'm worried about. Yeah. But we'll see. We got the offseason. It's on the team to offer some light.
So that's where it's like, okay, I don't know where your main focus is. Is it O-line? Is it safety? Is it D-line? Like, you got so many different holes.
Everything for me would be line of scrimmage. O and D line. Everything else takes a back seat. You win with the tip of the sword. Okay. They weren't good enough at the line of scrimmage this year. Let's get good enough.
No, fair.
Because you're right. I can't fix everything. And I don't care to.
That's why I laugh when people are like, oh, no, they can make it to the Super Bowl.
They could.
It would take a lot of luck.
It would take Brad doing his job.
And a little bit of luck.
Yes.
A lot of bit of luck.
Okay, fine. A little luck, but they have the ability to create massive cap space. And then it's your job to go out and be good using it. Figure it out. Take them to church.
The trade deadline is over, which means the NBA teams are gearing up for the playoffs, and so's Fanatics Sportsbook. Here's the deal. You guys heard me talk about fan cash, and remember, every time you bet with Fanatics Sportsbook, you're earning up to 10% fan cash, win or lose. So even if your bet misses, you're still stacking fan cash. It unlocks value that you can't get at other sportsbooks, like more bets, unlimited profit boosts from favorite player props, authentic NBA gear, game tickets, access to exclusive Fanatic events like Fanatics Fan Fest in New York City. And that's not their only play. The good times roll on with Fanatics Fair Play, a protection policy that turns losses into wins. That's right. If you love player props, your legs are protected across the entire first half of every game if an injury takes place. Make the switch to Fanatics Sportsbook. That it gives you more to play with. Winning hits different here. You got to be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, if you're in the market for a new ride, you got to know this name, Moran Buick GMC of Sterling Heights. This is Moran's newest location, now open on Van Dyke, just south of 18 Mile, and they are setting the standard for how car buying should be done. No games, no nonsense, no goofball salespeople. Value, real deals, real service. You're in the market for a GMC Sierra, a Terrain, a Yukon, or a Buick SUV? You start with Moran, where you always get the best price period. Check out Moran Buick GMC of Sterling Heights on Van Dyke, just south of 18 Mile, or shop anytime online at moranexpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, I want to try to get to these last two calls. They've been very patient. Let's just get right to Charlie. We'll tell Rieger to wait. Charlie, thanks for hanging. What's going on?
Hey, Mike and Rico, glad to talk to you, boys. Hope you're doing well.
Thanks, pal. Same to you. What's up?
My main challenge with this Lions organization as I'm watching the Super Bowl, as I'm watching two supreme units from the secondary and from the front four standpoint. These are teams that just get after it. And my challenge, and Rico hit it before you guys went to the blitz at 5:30, but like Rico hit it. Like nobody had, some sort of ultimatum for you to sign Kirby Joseph, for you to sign Aiden Hutchinson, for you to sign Jamison Williams. And it's fine if all you cap dorks want to go online and look at their cap hits. I've been on hold for a little while. I took a peek, and Aiden's money doesn't kick in until much later. So my question then would be, if you've positioned yourself for the next 2 to 3 years, and this is before we found out that Kirby Joseph has Todd Gurley's knee, which is a fact. We can go on Twitter and look at all these people that say, like, this boy might not have much left in the tank. And it's fine that you paid him and you want to reward your talent. I get it. This is Brad Holmes' way of saying, like, hey, I drafted these guys. I'm going to sign these guys. But I'd like to remind the Detroit Lions that they didn't become the Baltimore Ravens just because they made the playoffs once. And I think that their format is faulty. Your two highest players in terms of AAV over the course of their contracts, you have Jared Goff, notably needs lots of help. And if you look at the cap construction of our offense, it's very tailored to make Jared Goff very comfortable. And then that brings me to my main point, which is Aiden Hutchinson. Cool. He got 11.5, 12.5, whatever the sack number was. I'm not paid to look at stats all day. I go to work. But this is a guy that needs help. And though it's not Brad Holmes' fault that Aleem McNeil's ACL tore, and if you're an optimist, you could say, hey, maybe this is like a Tommy John situation where 18 to 24 months Aleem McNeil gets his full strength back. But you have a roster that is constructed, and you can look at every organization in the league. Your top two players need far help for you to win in the margins. And this is a town we love to talk about the margins. Trajan's telling about us. Scott's telling us about them. We have a team that now rents due. Yeah. Bob Quinn and the past organizations, they built a decent line. And Brad Holmes just kind of got to skate by, like, well, cool, Trent Williams landed in your lap. But at the end of the day, this team's cap construction is a mess. I can make a credible argument the New York Giants are in a better position to make an elite run based on the talent they have and the roster distribution they have than the Lions. And I don't mean to be pessimistic, but, like,
well, you kind of are, though. I mean, Charlie, listen, I can't say the last part. And as far as the cap goes, remember, you can go from hell to heaven real quick. All they got to do is restructure two deals, Charlie. ASB and Goff. You're going to have Decker and Glasgow walk away. You're going to be the better part of $90 million under the cap. Then it's what you do with it. And look, okay, money's coming due, and what about Whiz-Bang Pow in 2 years? We just saw it. The cap's going to be above $300 million this year. Do you realize the NFL salary cap in a 10-year span has basically doubled from about $150 million to about $300 million? Like, guys, it's going to keep going up, and yes, with it, player salary. Right. The point I'm trying to make, it's the joke you and I always make, Rico. How do they turn the lights on in New Orleans? They've been over the cap for 8 years.
You're right. Here's the thing about Detroit. Until Detroit shows me they're willing to do that difficult move instead of the fan-favored move, then I'll know you're serious about winning a Super Bowl.
Rico wins. Here's Rico. I'm done. There's nothing else to say. Hi, Jeff.
What's going on, boys? I got a great radio topic. Should the Lions get
Well, you don't have a microphone, so that's not ideal.
How about now?
His microphone doesn't sound. That mic doesn't sound like it's working, brother.
All right.
There you go.
Now you sound beautiful.
Beautiful. I always sound beautiful. No, I got a great radio topic. Should the Lions trade for Max Crosby?
Yes.
It's at least happening this year, right? Like, he's going to play someplace else.
Will Birchfield wrote an expansive piece on 97ontheticket.com. The point is, his cap hit, while it's $38 million this year, it's under $30 each of the next 3 years after. You factor in cap going up. You factor in the ability to maneuver contracts around. My answer is yes.
And you factor in the fact that Crosby's mad because they benched him
Right.
because they wanted to make sure they locked up the number 1 overall pick.
Right. Also shut down the tight end as well. But no, I think the worry here, though, is if the Lions don't get him, could the Bears get him?
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like the Bears obviously have cap space. They're trying to improve their defense now. That would
Put it
be
this
the
way,
worst
Rieger.
case situation.
No, worst case is somebody in the NFC gets him, and you're going to have to face him.
I would agree.
So that's you hope that he stays in the AFC, and you only would have to see him in the Super Bowl.
But I guess my point is, remember when we did this topic for Hendrickson, Crosby, Garrett? Now we're going to do it again, but is he actually going to leave this time?
No. But see, I don't think it's not about him leaving. I don't know if he's a high priority here. I don't know. You want him. I want him. He wants him. I don't know if the people in Allen Park
Aiden
want
Hutchinson wants him. He talked about him at the Super Bowl. He said he would be
because
down.
I remember last year he was.
Yeah, he wasn't
Aiden was
down
like,
last year.
I don't know if we got enough money for everybody. And I guess he's paying.
I think
now.
Max would like to come here.
There's nothing else to do. The other thing is just you can do a case study. They've thrown a lot of artillery at that D line, and Brad Holmes done a pretty bad job. Go look at it. Davenport, Pascal, Martin.
Yeah, but
Onwuzurike.
nobody to this extent. Like the best. Who is this? Darius Smith, maybe the best defensive end they brought in,
Right.
other than Hutch, right?
No, I'm saying
I got
overall
you.
in the aggregate, he's done a bad job.
I agree.
You got to be better. All right. John Schneider took a flyer on DeMarcus Lawrence,
Yep.
and it was a godsend. He traded for Leonard Williams.
They
Godsend.
spent $205 million in the offseason.
Well, that's what. Hey, this is your job. All right. If it were easy, everybody would.
No,
do
and
it.
I hear you. Rico and I have these conversations all the time, though. Like, obviously, Holmes has to change his philosophy. He's going to be forced to. He has to. He cannot continue status
Rieger,
quo. He just can't.
He was forced to losing that close to the Super Bowl. He was forced to 15-2, best record in the league, and you get bounced by a rookie quarterback.
Understood, but
He's
his
been forced to-
philosophy, but
this time is different.
When you're 15-2 and everybody's injured, it's okay to think, okay, we bring everybody back, we're going to be phenomenal. But now that you missed the playoffs, you got to change.
Do you?
I think he better.
97-1.
Rieger's next. We'll talk to everybody
Goodbye,
tomorrow
everybody.
at 2. Good night, everybody.